There we go. Good morning. It's Sunday again, and that means it's time to complete another game. And in line with this month's theme, that means there's been another murder. Or it's about to be another murder. I mean, the title says first cases, so who knows, maybe we'll get more than one murder. But yeah. Today I'm tackling Agatha Christie Hercule Poirot's The First Cases. I did have a little perusal, and it seems that this game is not made by the same people who developed the Agatha Christie Hercule Poirot ABC murders that Blobber and I raced in earlier this week. This is made by another company, and it seems from the general reviews that it's a bit closer to interactive movie rather than puzzle solving. So I'm a little bit worried about that, but we'll see what we get. We'll see how it goes. It did win the BAFTA in Scotland for whatever that's worth, so we can also judge how Scotland deals out their BAFTAs at the end of the game, and if we agree or not. Let's start a new game. Use to highlight any piece of evidence with an object and view more detailed information about it. Look out for any extra detail that may be important. Fair enough.
Oh, thank goodness. Officer, please, come quickly.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. How can I...
Definitely a new look for Poirot, but oh well.
It has become a madhouse. Madame has been shouting and cursing all morning. I've never seen her so angry. But what great luck to happen upon you.
Please, try to remain calm. First, may I ask your name?
We don't have time for that. Please, hurry.
Okay, so prologue, but where exactly are we?
Mademoiselle, now we are here, I must insist on your name before I can continue any further. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
I am Elizabeth, but it is the maidservant that we must consider. Forgive me, officer, but are you new to the area?
I stand out so obviously.
Indeed, it's a very different interpretation. It's supposed to be before he becomes a detective, so before the war. But I'm confused as to why we then encounter a woman named Elizabeth who speaks with perfect British accent, because at that point Poirot is supposed to be a very, very promising Belgian detective, if I remember correct.
I mean no offence, only I have not seen you before. This is a small town, and you learn everyone's faces very quickly.
Of course, you could just be an English tourist, but still.
Very observant of you, mademoiselle. I was recently posted here from the city, and a good thing I'm here now. Let us get to the bottom of this madness you speak of.
Talking to characters is essential when gathering evidence. Basic questions are flagged with the question mark icon. Use the mouse button on the question to pose it to Elizabeth. Very well. Tell me what has caused you to become so agitated.
There has been a theft at the house.
Then I am exactly where I should be, n'est-ce pas?
Do you have a list of all the items that have been taken?
It is only one of Mademoiselle Angeline's most valuable bracelets, taken from her room.
Then its safe return is of the utmost importance.
Does the house have any suspicions as to whom is responsible?
Madame Van den Bosch, the lady of the house, believes Fleurette is behind it.
Let's see. You have an alternative suspect?
Mademoiselle Angeline thinks that someone has broken in and taken it. This seems more plausible to me.
Okay.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Investigate the grounds for evidence of an intrusion. Mademoiselle Elizabeth believes a burglar is behind the bracelet's disappearance. If that's the case, there's no doubt be a scene of intrusion on the grounds. Whenever Poirot uncovers an interesting area of investigation, an objective is launched. Here you can see all the evidence related to your very first objective. Using the mouse button music, first try highlighting each piece of evidence to see Poirot's interpretation of them. Okay. It's not often you see such crimes committed here. This could be my chance to solve a real case. Ooh, not good. If it's such a beloved piece, it must be worth a great deal. Seems to be conflicting ideas of who's behind the missing bracelet. She appears all to be flustered, yet still acts in a cordial and respectful manner. Very well. Time to find some evidence. Elizabeth mentioned an intruder, so let's start with the gravel path. Use the mouse button to explore, interact, try finding clues they may have left on the path itself. Use mouse button to zoom in and out as you explore. Very well. Okay, you don't give me a lot of zoom. Give me a little bit. Have a look at the muddy footprints. Well, 2 sets lead away from the house. Only one muddy set returns. Rather hastily, it seems. Every inspection you make adds evidence to the appropriate place. Press R to view your active objectives. You can do this at any time you explore each scene. Very well. Okay, you literally won't let me resume without doing R. Fine. Okay, open the current objective. New evidence in the muddy footprints. This is only part of the picture. You'll need to explore more of the garden to find out the true nature of what happened. Press to backtrack and return to the scene. Very well. Can I do anything more with them? Or is it just the same? No, it's just the same. Okay. Garden lawn. Let's have a look around. This overgrown grass.
Huh.
There are no signs of trampling, but it's a shame to see a lawn so unkept. Indeed it is. Shouldn't it be kept better? Okay, you don't find the ladder suspicious. I find it suspicious, but we can agree to disagree on that, Poirot. Let's see. Let's try going further. Wait. Oh, of course, the waterlogged patch is for the muddy footprints. This morning's shower must have been heavier than I thought, and intruder stepping here would surely leave evidence elsewhere. We now have enough evidence for deduction. Very well. Case is the bracelet. So, notice that Poirot had posed a question as part of his interpretation of the waterlogged path. Help him resolve this by providing an answer. Use the mouse button on this piece of evidence to start linking. Very well. Why am I linking that? That isn't what I wanted. How do I go back? I don't want to link. This can't be linked to anything. But oh well, it can be linked to the muddy footprints, I guess.
By my own skills of deduction.
It seems the muddy footprints are the result of earlier rain. Really? That basic? Okay, very well. Linking everything gives you new evidence to use in your investigations. Seems the muddy footprints are the result of earlier rain. Talk to Elizabeth. Overground grass. Also talk to Elizabeth. So now we have two things that we want to talk to Elizabeth about.
Of course, officer. How can I help?
Footprints on the path are fresh today. Do you know who they belong to?
One set must be mine, leaving to find you. The other set must be Florette's. She was caught in the rain this morning.
That explains the hurried, scuffled nature of the prints. Could not help noticing the unkept lawn. Is there not employed a gardener?
There is, sir. Luke, but he was called away from the house on a personal matter. Rahana, our cook, accompanied him.
With no gardener present, there's no one tending to the lawn this morning, but still, no sign of anyone stepping across it.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
This is just the beginning. There's so much more to uncover. Try exploring the rest of the garden, collecting evidence and making deduction until you're able to solve your first objective. Remember, you can use R to view your objectives and related actions at any time. Well... Where is the... Okay, you can see the open window only from here. Seems a bit strange.
Oh.
It's an impossible climb to reach it unassisted. The ledge beneath it appears rather precocious. Okay, are you now willing to look at the ladder that was just standing here? There we go. Now you're interested in the ladder. Judging by the condition of this ladder, I wouldn't trust it with my weight. Perhaps a braver man than I perched this elsewhere against the roof? Let's check the flower beds.
Huh.
Such beautiful flowers. I'm glad to see no one carelessly damaged them. And none of the flowers anywhere seem damaged. Okay, let's go to R, see if there's anything new there. Let's see. Wooden ladder. And if I link that to the open window?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I found no practical or logical way for someone to reach the window. Perhaps another means of entry was attempted? Yeah, there's no scaled access. Then it's the flower bed, which also wasn't damaged. Didn't use the lawn. Talk to Elizabeth about that. What's this thing? That was just inspect the garden. Very well. No, it still says there's something I haven't looked on there. What did I not look at? Is it this thing? Start linking? Wait for someone to reach the window. Perhaps another means was attempted? Is it the flower beds?
This will not get me any closer to my...
Okay, so I am missing a point. Very well. Let's see. Check the front door. Seems a bit weird. No signs of tampering or forced entry. Okay, so I can move without clicking with the mouse. That's good. How about the side door? Just me, or does Poirot sound like he has a vaguely Japanese accent? I can't hear that.
Huh.
Appears to be rusted shut, and if the cobwebs are anything to go by, it hasn't been unlocked in some time. Perhaps it entered another way? Okay, let's have a look. Side door. Appears to be rusted shut. And front door is also not a thing. Let's see. This was just the overgrown grass. Don't think there's anything else we can really look at in the garden. Can I check this gate? No, cannot. In that case, is the trellis here possible to climb? Okay, there we go. Overgrown trellis. You only want to investigate on this side, not this side. Bit strange, but oh well. This trellis has been left untouched for quite some time. I will have to say that so far there's nothing that appears to be indicating that anyone else managed to get inside. Good morning, Neemblub. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. And we'll see if I can keep the title of Super Sleuth throughout this game, or if the younger cases of Poirot will be too much. Okay, so I need to link two? Is that what that thing means? Two of these things are supposed to be linked? Is it then that this also goes there? No.
I am not.
I didn't think it would be. But that's the only thing that I can see that has any interest. Didn't use the path. It's an unknown assaultant. Because to me, like, pointing all of these things to that we have nothing that points to anyone breaking in to the house would have made sense. That is the only thing that makes sense as far as deduction goes from what we have found so far. But the game seems to want me to link them somehow. Because I have the clues there. But is it really just the fact that I don't quite understand how the game wants me to link them up that's keeping me from progressing now? Do you have anything more to offer me, Elizabeth, as far as conversation goes?
Of course, officer. How can I help?
No, you have nothing
Merci,
more.
mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
You have nothing more to help me with. Also, let's just quickly swap the views there. Wait, why did you... There we go. Let's see. What can I be missing? Like, everything indicates that it is indeed an inside job. We have found absolutely no evidence that it is an intruder from the outside. And I don't think I can wander over here. No, I cannot. Yeah, in that case it is a matter of just me being able to connect the dots, I suppose. I mean, I guess you could technically do the ground trellis to no scaled access,
I cannot
but...
see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Yes, perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of you would indeed help. The linking of evidence seems to be what's gonna be holding me back from this game. Not so much finding the clues. Finding the clues was really easy. But linking them is another thing. I wish I had a point in the middle here that kind of just said no signs of outside entry, because then I could link all of the things to that. It definitely sounds vaguely Japanese to you? Really? Let's just link this to this again, just to hear that. No, I don't even get to do that now.
Magnifique.
Wait, really? Side door to front door? That links makes no sense, but okay. Neither of the external door has been damaged or show any signs of unwanted visitors. Very well then. Oh, and then no forced entry appears. Okay. Neither of the external doors has unvetted. And then it's this one, I'm assuming. The overground trellises goes to flower bed.
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem.
You don't say. You don't say. I just meant that they would also be an indicator that no one has climbed them. I would assume that to be a deal. The game tries to tell me otherwise. Which, I mean, to be fair, probably a thing. Is it... Seems to be conflicting of ideas. Is that what I'm supposed to be connecting it to? Nah, can't be. Intruder didn't use the path. And intruder didn't use the lawn. So is then this connected to this?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Very well. Doing the mind map is definitely... Imagine that. Imagine that. Stumped at the start. And for what? be that difficult. It's just a matter of figuring out what connects to what. Because it's not even a talking point, so it's not like I can talk to her about it. Let's see. Is there anything here that I've missed? Anything at all? Let's see. We have found the open window. We cannot look at the trellises over here. We have found the undisturbed flower beds. We have checked the front door. We have done the muddy footprints. We have done the overgrown trellis. We have done the flower bed. We have looked at the puddles. We have looked at the wooden ladder. We have looked at the side door. Okay, one thing we hadn't looked at. Bench carvings. I'll take it. Declaration of love has been carved into the bench. L loves E. Okay. L loves E. So who is that? And is that something I can talk to Elizabeth about? At least you think so. Yeah, talk to Elizabeth. Great. Great. That is a talking point. Come on. Talk to Elizabeth.
Of course, officer. How can I help?
I see there's a little romance in this house.
Excuse me, officer?
The carving on the bench. Forgive me, I was not suggesting anything untoward.
Oh, of course not. Yes. I suppose there must be.
Would you know the identity of the mysterious L and E?
I'm afraid not. Perhaps they were old residents. A pair of star-crossed lovers, perhaps. Madame does not allow distracting staff relationships.
You're the E, aren't you?
Love is not something that can be harnessed so easily.
That is Madame's rule, and I wouldn't want to be the one that challenges her on it.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Okay. Nothing else seems to be. What does it say out here? Inspect the garden is still the main objective, apparently. Talk to Elizabeth, that we did. It still seems to say that there are things that needs to be linked here. Let's see. What can we link? No forced entry. Trudy didn't use the lawn. We can then do... Footprints from earlier. Didn't use the path. Can I connect didn't use the path with didn't use the lawn?
What a revelation!
Okay, so those two work. So my two deductions there can be connected. Could not find any signs of an unwanted visitor in the garden. Did someone cover their tracks? Okay, so now it's turned into that, and we have then that connected to no forced entry.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
Apparently not. Apparently not. Okay. Well, let's see. We have We have the open window, which we have connected with the wooden ladder. We found out that it was indeed no scaled entry. We have the side door that we connected with the front door that ruled out both doors. Let's see. Is it then just doing no forced entry with no scaled entry?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
I would say you're being very pedantic and annoying. I'm sorry, but if I have already figured out there's no forced entry and no scaled access, I do not expect that I have to connect the two for you to have your eureka moment, but okay. Could not find any sign of an unlawful entry into the house. Will I find any signs of intrusion elsewhere in the grounds? Okay. You're very happy with yourself there. Okay, so now there's one more link. Okay, so can I then, since apparently all you want me to do is connect your own things, do I connect these two? No unlawful access through the garden connects with no unlawful entry to the house.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Well, I certainly doubted you. You're being a bit of a obtuse person, but sure. With no obvious signs of a burglar, perhaps I should be looking at those inside for answers. Not the start I was expecting. This was no signs for an intruder at all. There is something amiss. I must remain vigilant and keep my wits about me. Okay. Well, you are young, so... Oh, now we have to talk to Elizabeth probably to get access.
I have conducted my initial inspection of the house and grounds. It is now necessary for me to speak with those in the house.
Of course. Thank you, officer. I'm sure Madame Van den Bosch will be happy to hear the police are investigating.
I suspect there will be someone inside who will not be as pleased to hear it. Okay, so then I can use the door and go into the main hall. I presume this is the lady of the house. She holds quite a presence, and from what Mademoiselle Elizabeth has said, she is not one to be on the wrong side of. I must talk with her before beginning my search.
Who are you? You are not the commanding officer I requested.
No, dear madame, I am Officer Hercule Poirot. I can assure you that...
This will simply not do. I sent Elizabeth to bring me a competent lawman.
And that is what she has brought, madame. Now, I would like to continue my investigation.
Understand the bracelet has gone missing.
You understand correctly. It is my daughter's bracelet. It is a rather expensive piece.
Mm-hmm.
And valuable to your daughter, no doubt. It was a gift.
Yes, it was from her late father, my husband, the Viscount, and it has not gone missing. It was stolen.
I have been informed that you believe you have caught the culprit.
I do not believe so. I know so. It was Florette, the maidservant. I knew I could not trust her.
And why is that?
Because I don't. I do not need to explain myself any further, especially to a measly officer.
Charming. You do not believe there was an intruder in the house?
Don't be ridiculous. I have told you who is guilty. If there had been a break-in, surely it would be your job to stop them.
If it was the case, of course, madame. Although I cannot predict a burglar's movement.
Perhaps then you have proved me right, and you aren't the competent officer I require.
Never have met someone so adamant that they don't require help from the police. My accusations against the maid is rather questionable. There must be more to the story, and it's my duty to uncover it.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
Okay, new mind map unlocked. Madame Wanda Bush was so quick to accuse the maidservant Florette. I wonder if its hasty accusation hides behind a deeper reason. So let's see, we now have Cassandra. Considers the theft, accuse Florette, dismisses burglary. And we have the main hall that we're just starting to be able to explore. Each time you meet a new character, you'll unlock their character profile. Press F to view a list of everyone you met so far. On the other side, character from the list to view their associated character profile. Confirmed evidence. Okay, that's neat. And then you can go in further. Facts about this character. Connections. Secrets about this character. Documents. Actions and items. Okay. Interesting. And if I go here, there is then facts about this character accused. Okay. Let's see. I don't need to go to the garden. I just want to have a look in the room. There's an auction crate. Various art pieces have been packed and addressed to the auction house. I assume Madame did this. I don't need to go upstairs quite yet. Telephone? Does not seem to be working. Why would a house of this size be with the working telephone? Because they're not paying their bill and they are completely broke. I would assume that had been obvious to you ages ago. A rather impressive portrait, I must say. Can I do anything with this, or it's just a close-up? Apparently just a close-up. You're falling behind, Poirot. You're falling behind. Some of the greatest authors and novels throughout history. Very well. A coat. There is nothing in particular about this coat, but what is this in the pocket? Hidden inside the coat pocket, although fairly plain, it's still an attractive item of jewelry. I wonder if it holds special significance. Very well. Does that then come up in my... Oh, yes, it does. So now I can find the auction crate, the collection of classic novels, the gold band, Portrait of the Gentleman, and the telephone. And I can talk to Cassandra about the portrait at least. I wonder if I can connect the two to prove my point about the household being in a bit of a poor financial state. Because the outside also talked about that.
Officer, you are wasting both your time and mine. And what is your point?
Oh, I forgot. I thought he would say it.
May I ask of the subject?
You may not. Honestly, your prying is getting on my last nerve.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
You are not being very helpful. Can I go here? Or will you stop me? It's locked and someone can be inside. I assume Madame has taken the law into her own hands.
Oh.
A rose and crossed arrow symbol adorns the door. Perhaps a signal for forbidden love? Come, my little grey cell, let us solve this mystery. And I'm assuming I'm not allowed in here. Such a kitchen is not essential to my current investigation. Fair enough. Go upstairs. Since it's an option, why not? Let's see. What do we have over here? Anything I can interact with? This must be the scene of the crime. I was expecting to find clues. Not who I must assume is the daughter. I can only hope she has not tampered with the scene. Well, let's talk to you then.
What do you think you're doing in here? Who let you in?
Mademoiselle Angeline, I presume. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
An officer of the law? But what are you doing here? Don't you need to be chasing down the burglar?
Your bracelet has gone missing. It is only correct. I speak with all members of the house and investigate the scene of the crime.
Ah, if we must.
Merci. I will attempt to take up as little of your time as possible.
Why don't you begin by telling me about what has happened?
Some rat stole my bracelet this morning. Even though it's clear someone has broken in, Maman refused to listen and blamed Florette.
You sound very convinced it was taken by someone from outside of the house.
My window was open when I returned. How else can you explain that?
The bracelet in question, it must have been of particular value to justify such a daring burglary.
It is of great value. Money was no object to father.
It was a gift from your father. I can only assume it holds great value to you also.
Of course it does. What a silly thing to say. It's a good thing Maman had it insured with the others.
Trying to understand how someone could have entered and exited your room unnoticed.
It must have been while I was down at breakfast with Elizabeth. She was with me all morning.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth was with you until you discovered the bracelet was missing?
She was. She woke me up later than usual. I washed and dressed, and we went down to the lounge for breakfast.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to double check that.
Mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
I have my suspicion it's not correct. This is where the bracelet in question was last seen. I must investigate the crime scene thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Very well. Let's look at the fireplace. This must keep the room rather snug on a cold evening. Let's see. Cleaning rag.
Aha.
Covered in a black powder. Would not be too much of an assumption to think this has come from dealing with the fireplace. What about this letter underneath that's fallen underneath the chest? We're not looking about that? Very well. And here's the jewelry box.
Oh.
This must be where the piece in question has disappeared from. So many beautiful pieces remain. Which is very unlikely of the theft. It's been left oddly not replaced in its stand. And it has a hooked spike. What further use could it have? Who's this fellow? The gentleman is the same as the one from the hallway. Judged by the cracked glass, it must have been recently dropped. Okay, so it's another picture of the father. There's the open window. The frame is noticeably cracked. Furthermore, the internal latch shows it's been opened from the inside, and rather forcefully, I must add. Something has obviously resided here for some time and only moved recently. Okay, let's have a look at all our clues. Valuables are insured. Talk to Cassandra and Elizabeth to advance in the request about the lounge door. A strange symbol on it. Do I need to go back? That is the garden. This is the crime scene, so this is the one that I'm currently working on. Fallen soot. Jewelry box. Should take more than just a bracelet. Photograph of the gentleman. Missing the layer of glass, but why? And we have the open window that's damaged. We have an abandoned poker. We have a cleaning rag. And a rectangular dust recess. Did it say that this one was broken? It is. Could it be that that was used to smash the window?
Beginning to become clearer.
It was forced open, and looking at the poker, I cannot see a delicate way it could have been done. Who would do such a thing and why? Someone forced the window open from the inside. Okay, let's talk to you again.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Besides the bracelet, have you noticed anything else missing?
Is one bracelet not enough?
Please, mademoiselle, I only ask that you are sure.
I have checked everywhere. You can ask Elizabeth if you don't believe me. It is only my bracelet that is missing.
As I have stated, it is my duty to speak with every member of the house, and I would not want to have discovered a further missing piece later. You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
I wasn't allowed to talk about the door, though. But something here changed. Nothing else was taken, and rather flippant with her belongings, but it's not noticed any more disappearances. Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything more we can connect here. Broken glass. Rather irresponsible and dangerous to leave in this state, but whether one is in a rush or not. I have found everything here that can help me uncover the truth. Perhaps I must consider what exactly these clues mean. Very well, I'm assuming that is the broken glass from the photo. Broken glass is going with... Where's the photo? There we go.
Magnifique.
Seems the photograph fell on the floor and Angeline replaced it. Which means again, talk to Angeline.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Can I assume the photograph was cracked by accident?
How should I know? I returned to the room and father was face down on the floor. It must have been the burglar.
So it is your father that is the subject.
Isn't he handsome? I remember watching him sit for it. He kept looking across and smiling at me. The artist was getting awfully angry at him.
If you will entertain my curiosity, would you tell me about your father?
Maman never wants to talk about him. She says it's too hard, but she acts more like she doesn't even care he's gone.
I'm sure that is not the case. It must have been very hard for her, for you both.
I miss him every day. He always knew how to put a smile on my face. I remember how much fun we would have, all three of us. In the summer, father and I would play hide and seek while Maman read. She always helped me though whenever it was his turn to hide. I would stand in the gazebo, cover my eyes and count. and when I turned, he was nowhere to be seen. Maman would lower her book and flash a look towards his hiding spot. After I found him, he clapped and cheered as though I had won a gold medal. When I was hiding, it didn't matter where I was. He could never find me. I always thought I was an expert hider, but when I think back now, I know he was letting me win. He always said my smile was prize enough for him.
Sound like a happy family.
He always knew just what to say.
I am sure he would want you to be smiling today, even under such circumstances.
Having heard her story, I can begin to see why he is so missed. It's a tragedy, the loss of a loving father and husband.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay, so let's see. I think that's everything we can do here. Yeah, no doubt he's sorely missed. Nothing more to do there, so let's leave. Come on, to the main hall. You can do it. And what about this? Don't have access.
Ah,
Searching the bathroom is not essential to my current investigation. Fair enough. Let's go downstairs again then and see if we can't talk to the madame about getting access to the maid that's currently being held hostage inside the room.
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time and mine.
Will you permit me to enter the lounge?
Only if you are prepared to take Florette away.
it is an offense to incarcerate someone without suitable proof of misdeeds. I must question Mademoiselle Florette to gather her version of events.
If you will not do your duty and lock her up, then I must. She shall remain there, and I, the key holder, until she is led from the room in handcuffs.
Really not how the law works, but oh well.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
Okay, so... let's see. Sandra's locked Florette in the lounge and holds the master key. Nothing I can do about that. If I go and I talk to Elizabeth again, now that I've talked to everyone else, there should be something new to talk to her about as well.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I hope you are feeling less distressed now. I can assure you I shall find the guilty party and the bracelet.
Thank you, officer. Yes. All I want is for Florette to be heard.
Bien sûr. Rest assured she will get the fair trial she deserves. I wonder if you could help me with some questions regarding the house.
Of course. Whatever I can do to help.
There is sobbing coming from behind the locked lounge door.
When I left, Madame was with Florette in there. Surely she would not have locked her in. It must have been an accident.
Not much of an accident.
Madame van den Bosch should not be deciding her fate. Would you grant me access to speak with her?
I would, sir, but I don't have the key. There is a spare somewhere, though. Oh, how awful, the thought of her locked in there.
Okay, so there exists a spare key, we just have to find it.
Do you have any thoughts as to where I may find it?
I'm sorry. Madame does not trust the staff with such knowledge, even me. Although I did overhear her once say it was hidden somewhere, close to her heart. Whatever that means.
So behind the portrait. I'm filled with sorrow for the young girl trapped in the lounge, but I must admit I miss the thrill of solving a good puzzle. Perhaps the countryside is not as tedious as it seemed on the surface.
Now I think of it, I don't recall seeing her memento tin.
Memento tin? This have been what usually resides on the desk with Mademoiselle's bedroom?
She holds her keepsakes from her father and other gifts or tokens in it. She has such a wonderful collection. She's very lucky. She normally keeps it close, but I didn't see it this morning.
Very well.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Then I'm assuming we're going back to confront her with what actually is missing. We also need to find the spare key, which I'm assuming is here. Rather impressive portrait, I must say, but I still can't seem to turn it, which is really strange. Do I need to do anything in R first, perhaps? Let's see. Elizabeth says there's a spare key. Wonder what this could refer to. Well, I wanted to connect it to the portrait, but there's no links available. So I guess it's just back up to the memento again then. How do you actually interact with the objects? Since you can't seem to turn
The
it or
longer
drag
you're
it.
here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
And I can't seem to talk to you about the thing.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Very well. What am I missing then? What am I missing? I couldn't go to the side door earlier. Can I go to the side door now? It was very much rusted through, so I wouldn't assume I could. Seems like it would make sense that close to her heart is indeed appears to be rusted shut, and if these cobwebs are anything to go by, it has been unlocked in some time. Perhaps they entered another way. Okay, so there's nothing new there. Then what? What am I missing? I already looked at that. Anything new in the garden? This wasn't there earlier, or I missed it. Quote on a plaque. Touching extract taken from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Expertly carved on a plaque. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, and touching hers make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now, forswear its sigh, for I ne'er sought for beauty till this night. Clues and evidence are beginning to gather. It would be best if I approach them logically. That's the clue that makes you go, uh-huh? Really? Very well. Let's see. Quote on a plaque. What can that be connected to? No, that doesn't really make sense. Valuables, auction crates, no. The telephone. Where's the... Is it this thing? Rose and crossed arrow symbol. Also carried in. I'm not sure if I'm correct. That's a reference to the great Shakespeare.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Seems someone in the house has a keen interest in the works of William Shakespeare. Okay. And if I then connect that with where the spare key is.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay, so it's not in the portrait, it's in the books. The key is discreet enough to hide among anywhere, even inside the book. So now I have to talk to Elizabeth? Really? I can't just investigate the Shakespeare books myself? I have to talk to her first? Oh well.
Certainly, officer.
The house contains a great deal of literature. Are you all keen readers?
Madame is the one with the refined taste. Angeline and I are much more partial to a simple love story.
Oh dear.
Aren't we all? Romeo and Juliet, the most famous of love stories.
I do enjoy it.
Thanks,
so.
Liam Blub.
The passion, the romance. Gives me goosebumps just thinking about it.
Keep forgetting that
Madame has a
it's
copy.
still cold
upstairs in the
season.
main hall.
No, allergies won't start being an issue for me until a little bit later in spring. I mainly react to a particular grass pollen, and that will start showing its ugly face in about a month.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
So it's just that lately it's been fairly nice and warm when we've been out in the middle of the day. Because it's been sunny and there's not been a lot of wind lately. Upstairs. So you can comfortably walk around without a big jacket anymore. But it's deceptive because it still gets really cold the second the sun disappears. Okay, so it's not here. Is it over here then? Book?
Huh.
One of the greatest love stories ever written. I'm glad to see Shakespeare words are being enjoyed. And here is the key. Excellent. I'm assuming we took the key. I'm assuming we took it. And not just go, found the key. Let's not use it. Yeah, now I can free Florette. Very well. Let's keep walking.
Finally, it is unlocked.
Excellent. The madame is probably gonna be real upset about this, but...
What exactly do you think you are doing?
If I am to serve justice, I must be able to reach and talk with young Florette.
The girl is guilty and shall pay the price for her crime. I shall see to that. If you wish to listen to her feeble attempts to explain herself, so be it.
Everyone deserves to tell their side of the story, whether a feeble account or not.
Let's see. Enter the room. At last, I'm able to speak with the accused and hear her version of the events. I still have a number of questions. Perhaps she may hold the answer. Can I have a look around first, though? Doesn't seem to be anything of interest. Pardon me, I don't mean to, walk around and ignore you. Doesn't seem like there's anything else to do. Well, let's talk to you then.
Mademoiselle Florette, I presume.
Please, officer. I did nothing wrong. You can't take me away.
I wasn't planning to.
Please relax, my dear. If you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But it is my duty to investigate all avenues. Ah bon?
relax. So you don't think I took the bracelet?
We didn't say that.
As of this moment, I cannot say. But answering my questions honestly will certainly help your case either way.
So, you are the accused. Why don't you begin by giving me your account of this morning?
I didn't even know it was missing till I got accused of taking it. Madame was so angry. She wouldn't listen to me.
There must be some reasoning behind her accusation.
How could I have taken it? I've been in town most of the morning. I was even late coming back. Then I was preparing breakfast.
Well, that does indeed sound like a busy morning. So much to do. What exactly were your tasks with this morning?
Rihanna the cook is away, so I had to fetch breakfast for the house and prepare it all myself. How does she expect me to do that all on my own?
Because she doesn't want to pay anyone else to do it?
From what I understand of Madame van den Bosch, she would not have been best pleased you returned late for breakfast.
Not best pleased? I thought she was going to batter me to death with a baguette. I hid in the kitchen and then tried to stay out of sight in the lounge until breakfast was over. Didn't want to put my head near her jaws while she was still hungry.
Perhaps a brave move under the circumstances. And you did not go upstairs at all.
Madame was singeing a hole in the back of my apron with her glare. I daren't have moved. I was too scared to blink the wrong way. Never mind stamping upstairs.
In this morning's rain, I assume you would have hurried your duties?
I must just be slow, monsieur. My mother always said I, moved like the snail. Maybe I was just happy to be out of the house.
I struggle to believe you would risk catching a cold in such conditions for a little fresh air.
Now I am being accused of avoiding my duties? Mais enfin!
Merci. I shall
Well,
take everything you have told me into consideration.
It's just that, rain. Who would want to be outside in the rain? Now that I finally met young Florette, I should work to ascertain her innocence or guilt. Okay, so Florette has been crying. That's fine. Out of the house. Florette was dawdling. Florette claims innocence. Huh. How about the lounge? Can I now investigate the lounge properly? A slip for collecting a garment from Cousin and Company tailors in town, dated today. Customer E. Paget. Please bring this receipt with you when you come to collect your garments. The requested alterations of 1 mended sleeve, torn shoulder, 1 replaced button, middle breast, 1 inclined tear, right breast pocket. Will be completed by end of Monday, available for collection Tuesday. How about this wine bottle?
Aha.
I wonder who the wine connoisseur of the house is. A vintage like this could fetch quite a price. And a note? To receive such a note of devotion and love must be a delight. Signed from Luke. To whom is his love, I wonder? My love is an obligation. It is an obligation that has taken me away from you, but it is my heart that will keep us together. My aunt is in much better health. Rest and some company has done her wonders. I hope to return to you and my duties at the house in a matter of days. Until then, keep well and know that you're always in my thoughts, now and forever. Luke. Very well. And how about this letter?
Oh.
I do not always agree with the telephone companies and their charges, but ignoring the bills will not make them disappear. Really bad timing on me to grab a snack. Dear Madame, despite our best effort to contact you regarding your accounts, we have not received any response from the previous correspondence. With that in mind, you are being served a formal notice of 30 days from today to make a full payment on the outstanding balance, or we will be forced to revoke your services. If you would like to discuss the matter or have any further question, please contact us immediately. Regards, Mr. Beaumont, Bell Telephone Company. I could spend my morning in front of Mrs. Aubert's boulangerie, taking in the smell. Oh, here's the poker stand. A poker stand without a fire poker is rather useless in my opinion. Where could it be? Dry fire poker shouldn't be too hard to find. Come, my little grey cell, let's get to the bottom of this mystery. I mean, we already solved this one, so that's easy enough. Now let's talk about this wet parcel.
Oh.
A wrapped parcel, completely soaked though. Hope it has not ruined the content. Can I open it? No? Personalized handkerchief. The initial EP suggests it's Elizabeth's. Nasty black soot smudge is apparent. Why would such a delicate item be used on such a stubborn stain? Very well. Let's have a look here. There's supposed to be one link here, and that is the final demand, and I'm assuming that is the service. Where is the phone line? There, telephone.
What a revelation.
I'm not surprised the telephone does not work. One cannot just ignore financial responsibilities. Very well. And then, let's see, we have something here. We have a personalized handkerchief. Black soot smudge. I'm assuming that goes with the fallen soot.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
Indeed, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Poirot, for failing you. Apparently I acted on impulse. Let's see. Let's see. Is it then the cleaning rag to be used with the handkerchief? There we
The
go.
pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Perhaps the handkerchief were used to clean up what the rag did not. Talk to Elizabeth about that one. It's fine. And then, let's see, in this one, confirm Florette's innocence or guilt. Here we have two things that needs to be connected. We have... although the package is addressed to E. Paget, there's no house address on the stamp. How did this thing arrive? Amended male suit is inside. A great deal of effort has been put into restoring it. Perhaps it has sentimental value. Let's see, final demand. Dated today, so I'm assuming that is...
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Genius is pushing it, but very well. Let's see, seems someone collected this by hand. Who, I wonder? Let's see, Note from Luke. Largely untouched. Abandoned poker. Should have been in the poker
I should
set.
not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Seems Angeline may have been the last one to use this. Poker was moved. Let's see. Selection of pastries. Recently purchased from the local boulangerie. What's the plan on eating these for every meal? There's more than enough for those in the house. Okay, so that would not indicate any financial distress. Is it because you collected this that you were dawdling?
What a revelation!
Elizabeth must have requested Florette's assistance this morning, causing her to run late. I doubt Madame was happy about this. And that causes me to be able to talk Elizabeth and Florette about that. Okay, let's begin with Florette since she's right here.
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
Was it you who collected the parcel this morning while in town?
Yes. Another thing on my to-do list. I'm afraid it's not in the same condition as when I picked it up.
At whose request?
It was a favor for Lizzie. I didn't mind having to get it.
Merci. I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
Okay, to the main hall. Let's go talk to Elizabeth. Elizabeth has been having a little romance.
Certainly, officer.
Can you tell me about the package in the lounge?
The lounge? A package?
Oui, it is quite hard to miss.
Oh, how silly of me. I must have had my head in the clouds this morning. I'm sorry, I can't help you further.
You kinda can. Beside the obvious, was there anything unusual about this morning?
Besides the terrible rain? No. I woke, began my duties with Mademoiselle. I had already laid out a clean dress. I helped her into it, and prepared her for the day before getting started on tidying her room as neat as a pin.
Mm-hmm.
And the bracelet was still there when you left the room for breakfast?
I'm sure of it. I had it down before Mademoiselle Angeline.
You don't by any chance happen to be missing an initialized handkerchief?
Why, yes, officer! I misplaced it after wiping a stain from Mademoiselle Angelique's sleeve at breakfast. You are a great detective.
So Angeline is the one that lit the fire. That doesn't make sense.
You are not the first to say. Had she not noticed it herself, I imagine Madame would not allow even the smallest imperfection.
It baffles me how she couldn't have. It was only luck that I spotted it before Madame, and a good thing I did.
Does Madame Wonderbush have a habit of making such quick assumptions?
Madame is under a great deal of strain. It can't have been easy for her to lose her husband, raising Mademoiselle alone. She can be quick to anger.
And this morning, it sounds as though it was such an occasion.
It's not the first time I have had to stand and watch such treatment. I hate to see it. As I said, Madame hasn't had the easiest time.
You said it was not the first time Madame Wonderbush had lost her temper with Florette.
Madame's scolding of Florette this morning was the worst I have seen her temper. I wish you could see that Florette is just trying to do her best.
Could there have been another reason for such a reaction?
Madame was not happy Florette was late. All through breakfast, Madame was watching her with a piercing eye. But she's still learning the way.
Merci,
well.
mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth was reluctant to acknowledge the parcel that caused young Florette to be so late. Could there be something behind her avoidance of the subject? If there's a reason, I must establish what it is. Let's see, formal suit, gold band.
Come, my little grey cells.
Okay,
We
fine.
must think logically.
Note from Luke and formal suits?
I must act on thought
Oh, come
and
on.
fact, not on impulse.
Okay, bench carving and Luke's note. That is obvious.
Beginning to become clearer.
The carving acts as a subtle and private reminder for them both. And Elizabeth and Luke are courting? But if they're courting, then why is there a gold band?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Perhaps the relationship is more serious than I first deduced. I wonder what Madame would say. Elizabeth and Luke are betrothed, and that's why the formal suit was collected. There we
Some
go.
say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Find the thought of such a plan cloaked in secrecy rather romantic, but the secrecy continues to perturb me. Mademoiselle Elizabeth was planning to elope with her beloved Luke, but why would she hide such a joyous occasion? I recall her saying Madame Wonderbush does not look fondly on staff relationship, but I cannot help but think there's something else. Okay, so now we can talk to Elizabeth about her relationship, that we have deducted everything.
Certainly, officer.
J'accuse. Seemed rather excited earlier at the mention of Romeo and Juliet.
Could I not be? I may not enjoy his other works, but how can one not be blown away by a story of two so deeply in love that they will risk everything just to be together?
Especially being able to draw similarities between Verona's star-crossed lovers to yourself and your dearest.
But I hadn't told.
Mademoiselle, I am an officer of the law. It is my duty to uncover the truth.
Please, you cannot say anything to Madame. She is against staff relationships of any kind. In her eyes, a relationship between staff is nothing more than a distraction.
But he means so much more to you.
Oh, officer, I have found my soulmate. At first, it was nothing more than pleasantries around the grounds, but that quickly changed. I know it's not proper for a young lady to pursue a gentleman, but once I knew his feelings reciprocated my own, why shouldn't I have followed my heart?
Love transcends professional and societal rules.
The mere thought of him was enough to make me blush, but I knew that Madame would never give her blessing. If we wanted to continue, we would have to do so in secret. The summer evenings here are just so beautiful. I often find myself walking around the grounds after my daily duties are complete. And it was one such evening that Luke was waiting for me at the gazebo. He looked ever so handsome. And the poem he had prepared, he had barely started reading and I was already a blubbering mess. Standing there beneath the warm glow of the falling sun, he asked for my hand, and I gave him my heart with no hesitation. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I've been chattering on for so long. You have much more pressing matters than to listen to me rambling aimlessly.
One should never apologize for such a charming and bewitching story of love. But you are correct. While the culprit still eludes us, my work is not yet complete.
The love Mademoiselle Elizabeth and Luke share is obvious, and yet she remains respectful of Madame's ruling, no matter the ridiculous nature of it. Cannot see her defying her code and stealing the bracelet. The investigation continues.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Well, let's see. Did that leave me any new links? It does. Seems Angelina attempted to remove a soot stain from her hands. What could have caused this? It could have been the fallen soot.
Magnifique.
She must have used a cleaning rag to reach into the chimney, keeping her hands soot-free. Angeline reached into the chimney. Inspect the chimney in Angeline's bedroom. Where I'm assuming we're gonna find the memory box. And let's see, what do we have here? Cassandra watched Florette after she returned. And Cassandra previously mistreated Florette. Final demands, largely untouched. I'm a bit less certain about this one, so let's go investigate the fireplace first and then come back to this. I'm a little bit more uncertain there what it's trying to make me to connect.
Oh.
Now is the time to confirm my suspicions.
What are you doing there? I wouldn't get too close. Soot is forever spitting onto the floor.
Merci for the warning, mademoiselle.
I must find a way to distract Mademoiselle Angeline if I am to confirm my theory. Okay, so I need to distract you.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Would you say that your maman is happy with young Florette's work?
Maman is never happy with anything these days. Also, Florette does have a habit of not doing things exactly how Maman wants them done.
And how does she react when she sees Florette not doing things the correct way?
Maman has the temperament of a kicked cat. Florette has often been on the wrong side of it.
That is how she responded today?
She was shouting at her, and when Florette would not admit she took the bracelet, Maman really lost her temper. I have not seen her that angry before.
You have been of great help to my
That is not a
investigation,
good
mademoiselle.
distraction, though.
I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Let's see. What can I do with that? How can I create a distraction for you? How can I just create a distraction? Oh, now I have two things I need to link here. Confirm Cassandra's behavior. In my eyes, it's not acceptable. Is it the first occurrence, I wonder? We know it's not the first occurrence because it's happened before.
The pieces of the puzzle are
Both have confirmed this.
Together.
All signs are pointing to Florette being treated rather harshly by Madame. Would Madame escalate such mistreatment? Let's see. All signs are pointing to... Yeah, that was that one. Let's see. Poker has moved. So that can't be it. But let's try.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
I did feel that was a bit far-fetched, so I'm glad it didn't work. Let's see. I feel like we're done with the parcel. I don't think there's much more that can be connected there. And let's see. We have the note from Luke, which we don't need. We do have the final demands, which I feel is much more important to this. Florette has been crying and Florette has been mistreated.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
I mean, I would say it makes sense. You've been mistreated previously as well, so what hope would you have? What is it? Something here needs to be connected. Is it as easy as accused and crying?
This will not
No,
get me
good.
any closer to my
Good.
goal.
That would have been disturbingly simple yet contrived. I have to say, this is the game part, and I'm not completely convinced that that's a good one. Let's see. What can I connect with these things? Florette has been crying, Florette was dawdling. We've sorted the dawdling. Don't feel there's much more to collect there. The wine bottle we haven't done anything with. The personalized handkerchief we have addressed. We found out that one. So that is no longer an issue. Let's see. What else is there? Let's see. I feel like there should be more, but I just can't seem to see anything here. Nothing that really works together. Is there anything else I can do while I think on this? Anything else? Or is everything else just done? I just need to get her out. Is that really the only thing that I have left? The abandoned poker? Can I use the poker to get her to leave? Can I confront her with it? It's been left out, but not anything more. And can I couldn't talk to you.
The longer you are here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay, so we cannot do anything further here. We need to distract her, but how can I distract her? Can I talk to her mother? Maybe by sharing my ideas with her mother will fly into another rage. And that will keep her distracted. Mother at least has a temper. Can you distract
Really,
your
officer,
daughter?
You are wasting both your time and mine.
Nope, cannot do it.
Merci, madame. You have been most...
You have not been most helpful. What is it then? What is the thing? What am I missing? What am I missing? I can't see it. Florette got breakfast. It's a selection of pastry. It hasn't been touched for most part, which is fine. That is not particularly suspicious to me. Florette has been crying. That is just a statement. I don't feel like we need to dwell more into that. I would say it's quite obvious why she's been crying. Running an errand for Elizabeth, that has also been explained. The poker has been explained. If you have any ideas, chat, feel free to voice them, because I seem to be absolutely stumped at this point. Wait, expand evidence? I can expand? Oh, is that just I can see the note again? Okay. In that case, it wasn't anything else that I've missed. The collection slip, that's fine. The note from Luke we have looked at that. What am I missing? What am I not seeing? Oh, I guess we can do, Florette was doing an errand and Cassandra watched? Is that a thing? Florette must have requested Florette's assistance this morning. That Madame was happy about it and watched her after she returned. Therefore, she didn't have any opportunity to do it.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I doubted you, Poirot. I doubted you greatly. As she was constantly busy and under the watchful eye of Madame, Florette lacked an opportunity to take the bracelet. Why would Madame accuse her? Florette had no opportunity. But that gives me nothing more to do here, nothing more to talk to anyone about. Can I tell Madame my
Really,
my ideas?
Officer, you are wasting both your time and mine.
Apparently
Merci,
so.
Madame. You have been most helpful.
Can I talk to Florette about the fact that I believe her to be innocent? Can I talk to you about it?
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
Nothing.
Merci. I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
What is the thing? What is the thing? The only thing that we keep getting is, well, not that we keep getting, but that we know we have to do is distract Angelina somehow so we can look in her fireplace. But I haven't found a single way to do so. It's just the open window. Okay, let's try the fireplace again. Maybe I missed something in the dialogue. Now is the time to confirm my suspicions.
What are you doing there? I wouldn't get too close. Soot is forever spitting onto the floor.
Merci for the warning, mademoiselle.
I must find a way to distract Mademoiselle Angeline if I'm to confirm my theory. Well, how am I supposed to distract you? You will not let me talk to you, so I can't send you
The
anywhere.
longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
You have been of great...
How can I distract you? There's nothing in here that can distract you. How on earth do I distract her? Missing painting? Has that always been a thing? It's always been something previously hanging in this position. Was it stolen, I wonder? Oh, okay. That did something. Where is it? Where's the new thing? There. Missing painting. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh, well, apparently it is supposed to be connected of something. Don't tell me it's to confirm my valuables are insured.
Method. That is the way.
Financial responsibility?
Is there something I am not...
I mean, I get where I'm going with the game. That I'm supposed to confirm that indeed they have less money, but... Is it the auction crate? There we go.
Beginning to become clearer.
There we go. Madame is selling a great deal of her collection. Perhaps there's more to this than just redecorating. Currently selling heirlooms. Selling heirlooms due to financial responsibilities ignored.
I should not
there
be
we
surprised
go.
by my own skills of deduction.
Family must be in a far worse position than I thought. I wonder if such desperation led to drastic actions. Cassandra is desperate for money. Can I now connect that to valuables are insured?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Finally, we're getting somewhere. Cannot be a coincidence that what's not being sold has been recently insured. Talk to Cassandra. There we go. There's more to Madame von der Bosch's accusation of Lorette than it seems. A young maid would make it perfect scapegoat, and with such coincidental timing ensuring the bracelet, there are still questions to be asked. I mean, if she's willing to send an innocent girl to jail so she can get her insurance money, oof. That's harsh. I get that you don't really like the maid, but ruining her life.
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time and mine.
I don't think so. Push on information regarding finances.
If you have something to ask, officer, I suggest you stop wasting my time further and just get on with it.
I have already seen and heard how hot-tempered Madame von der Bosch can be. I should approach this with some sensitivity. From here, pay attention to questions marked with the axe breaking as you make your choices. Depending on how you approach Cassandra, you may or may not be able to extract new evidence from her. Let's be understanding, because that's, she's not gonna tell me if I go direct. She's not the person.
And this is how she repays me? I will not be happy until I see her sufficiently punished.
I can understand your anger. Her action broke your trust and have affected you all.
I am glad you have finally come to your senses and have seen her guilt.
It must be difficult raising Mademoiselle Angeline and running the house alone.
It is challenging at times, I will admit. But I can assure you the Van den Bosch name is as strong and prevalent as it has always been. I have tried my best to provide for Angeline, although sometimes she may not see it that way. She is not to know about what we have discussed. It is my burden to carry.
You are accepting the hand you have been dealt and raising a fine young mademoiselle. That is all that can be asked of you.
And you have done nothing but bother my staff and my family. I cannot stand here any longer and listen to this second-rate officer speaking such drivel.
And you were nice to me like 2 seconds ago. Madame van der Bosch offered me the smallest slight of emotion, showing how she cares for her daughter before she makes haste for the door. Is it out of embarrassment, or perhaps there's something she's still trying to hide? Wonder if Mademoiselle Angeline noticed Madame's abrupt departure. You have broken down Cassandra defenses and obtained some new evidence. In this case, it seems like you really hit a nerve with Cassandra. Okay, let's check out the new evidence though. Let's see, where's the new stuff? Theft fits Cassandra insurance scam. Cannot be coincidence it's not being sold. It's basically insured. Florette had no opportunity combined with that?
Magnifique.
Would Madame seize the opportunity in an attempt to improve and continue to hide her financial woes? Which means Florette was a scapegoat. Which would explain why Florette has been crying?
Come, my little Grey Cells. We must think logically.
Okay, very well. Florette was a scapegoat with Florette being mistreated.
What a revelation!
And then talk to Florette about it. Her incarnation appears to be the latest in a series of abuses by Madame. I have no doubt in young Florette's innocence. What I do doubt is the behavior of Madame Bosch. If what I've heard is true, her treatment towards Florette is disgraceful. Okay, so now I have to talk to Florette about that, but at the same time, did your mother storming away prove enough of a distraction that I can now check the fireplace? Wonder if Madame Angeline noticed Madame's abrupt departure. She is looking the other way. Let's explore the fireplace.
Aha.
Suspect this is one such occasion where I must literally get my hands dirty. And here is the bracelet. It was carefully concealed inside a rectangular metal tin. Very well, we now have the bracelet. Bracelet has been found inside the keepsake box. And let's say... Then I'm assuming... something else is missing. Okay, no. Something else was taken? No. Confirms burglary with hiding it in the fireplace? She herself must have put it there? I mean, that's gotta be what we're trying to prove here, right? Like, the idea is that Angeline herself places it in there. It gotta be. Knickknacks. Someone forced the window open from inside. Is it this? Connect this to this?
The pieces of the
Oh, there we
puzzle
go.
are finally coming together.
There we go. To stage a burglary and let it go so far is totally unacceptable. I cannot believe I allowed Mademoiselle Angeline to deceive me for so long. Hiding the bracelet inside the chimney and staging a burglary, all part of a calculated and devious plan. I should bring this investigation to an end. Enough of my time has already been wasted, but I will not be satisfied until I know why. And then that is talk to Elizabeth? Really? Why Elizabeth? I would assume we'd confront her with her actions, not go chit-chatting with Elizabeth. However, we also can speak to Florette to try and get some justice for Florette. Ooh. You should not be working under these conditions. Let's see.
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
This is not the first time Madame von der Bosch has taken her anger out on you, is it?
She never used to be such a witch. When the Viscount was alive, she was much nicer. He was the head of the house, he gave the orders, and he treated us right. I would have gone long ago, monsieur, but my family can't afford for me to be picky about my employment.
I was not aware you were supporting your family, and at such a young age.
Papa lost his job at the factory just before he left for good, so Mama had to work even more. I was old enough, so I went to work. When I joined the Van den Bosch house, the Viscount was very kind. I didn't think he would care, but he wanted to help. He gave me some extra in my first pay pack, enough to keep the landlord from kicking Mama out at least. No one had ever been that nice before. I didn't know what to say, but all he wanted me to do was work hard for her.
Oh, that's nice.
He even let me to go home and visit Mama and my brothers at Christmas with a food parcel from the kitchen. Mama said she had never seen so much food.
Oh, did perhaps the wife mistake his kindness towards the help for something else?
It's always been hard for her. Even before he left for good, Papa wasn't around much, and even when he was, we both wished he wasn't. My brothers were too young to remember what he was like, I hope. When I walked in Mama's house, everything seemed so much smaller. I must have got too used to the size of this house. I swear, you could fit our house in just this lounge. We didn't have much, but we didn't want for much. It was simple and it was home.
The valuables in the house do not determine the love it shares.
Someone should tell Madame that. Not that she'd listen anyways.
I will uncover the truth of what happened today, mademoiselle. That, I promise you.
The Viscount's kind nature shines through again. His treatment of the staff is quite a contrast from that of the Madame's. From the way this young mademoiselle speaks of her family, I cannot believe she would risk her employment at the house and put them into an even worse position.
Merci. I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
Let's see. Let's head back out to the main hall. Okay, let's speak with Elizabeth and try to get to the bottom of why this has happened.
Certainly, officer.
Okay, I'm ready to address the house. I believe it's time the truth behind the missing bracelet was revealed.
You have found the culprit and the bracelet.
Everything will be revealed in good time. Would you be so kind as to gather everyone in the lounge?
Of course.
So already he was doing the gather everyone in the lounge scenes even as an officer?
Merci, Mademoiselle Elizabeth, for gathering everyone. Will Madame Van den Bosch be joining us shortly?
Let's see.
She stormed past me not long ago, and I've not seen her return.
Very well. Under usual circumstances, I would wait. But I think we have spent enough time on this matter, n'est-ce pas? We shall have to proceed without her. This morning started like any other. My usual ordinary patrol, until I was approached by Mademoiselle Elizabeth about a suspected burglary and a missing bracelet.
A crime I've been falsely blamed for.
Indeed.
That I shall come to. I began my investigation outside, but it was not long before I realized there were no signs of an intruder. So I turned my focus to those in the house. You.
Hope you're enjoying your Sunday, Resta. And yes, I mean, he is allowed to have style points even if he's just a police officer at this point.
Florette, your time here at the house has not always been the easiest for you, shall we say?
It hasn't been easy at all, if I could say so.
I do what Madame tells me.
And to the highest standard, I presume.
Madame's standards are very high. I do my best.
And you would at least expect fair treatment for the work, not to be spoken to in such a cruel and vicious way.
Just surprised that the daughter would steal the bracelet knowing full well that this would happen.
I refer to how poorly Madame van den Bosch treats you. You are at her beck and call, and she does nothing but belittle you.
That is Maman you're talking about. Just wait until...
It is nothing but the truth I speak, mademoiselle. All the while, mademoiselle stands by and does not even notice such cruelty. That must have angered you. Perhaps you thought it was time they deserved some retribution.
Stop trying to put words in her mouth.
I am merely giving her a voice, one that has been silenced for so long.
Maybe I do think she deserves it. She's had the world handed to her on a plate, and the likes of me get nothing.
A motive begins to rear its head.
You're just trying to get me to admit to something. Well, I've done nothing.
You haven't.
Allow me to finish. I am sure you will want to hear what follows. Let us return to this morning.
Let's see. As well as fetching breakfast for the house, you took another task on which ended up delaying you further.
I was only trying to help Lizzie.
You must have known how Madame would have reacted to your late return, especially with her prior treatment of you.
She's angry at whatever I do.
But nonetheless, you were willing to help a colleague, a friend, knowing what the repercussions could be. And that show of loyalty to your friend has been the thing that proved your innocence.
Monsieur?
Because of such willingness to help, you were delayed in town, meaning you had no viable way of taking the bracelet from Mademoiselle Angeline's room. There was simply no opportunity.
I told you! Maybe now Madame will believe me.
I doubt it.
It is evidence not even she can ignore. Which then leads us to Mademoiselle Elisabeth. Mademoiselle Elisabeth, you have been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time now, correct?
That is correct.
You have grown close with both ladies of the house and your fellow members of the house staff, would you say?
Of course. And I certainly hope they feel the same.
Let's see. But there's still certain private matters they're not aware of.
Officer, please.
Elizabeth, what is he talking about?
I am referring to the lengths Mademoiselle Elisabeth has gone to remain in your maman's employment.
It is Madame's house. She can enforce whatever rules she chooses.
Even if they are going against the very nature and cornerstone of man, to love.
I still do not understand.
Perhaps that is best for everyone. It is neither my place nor my want to make this situation any more awkward than it needs to be.
Oh, thank you.
Besides, it was not that story that cleared Mademoiselle Elisabeth's name. Rather, Florette's.
Florette's? But she was not here for most of the morning.
But when she was, more precisely while preparing the table in the lounge, She noted that, against regularity, you arrived alone for breakfast, without Mademoiselle Angeline by your side.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
It means that I found myself with two suspects with potential motives. But with a lack of opportunity, I was left with only one. Mademoiselle Angeline.
You can't believe I would hide my own bracelet.
I think the time's for the truth to be told. Masquerade has gone on long enough.
I have nothing to say.
Ooh, I mean, I kind of want to be harsh. You would rather allow a faithful member of your staff to take the blame for your juvenile and adolescent actions? You acted out of fear. It's nothing we have not all done before. Surprised at your lack of compassion. I see the apple does not fall far from the tree. I mean, in this case, it is a juvenile and adolescent action, so I'm sorry, but yeah.
How dare you speak to me like that? You have no idea what you are talking about.
I know that losing a father at such a young age must be horrific and terrifying. Perhaps I don't, but your mom does. She is someone you could confide in.
You can't actually believe I would hide my own jewelry.
If you didn't, explain to me how your memento tin with the bracelet inside came to be lodged inside the chimney of your bedroom fireplace.
Hi, Costo. Did you decide to invade the room, huh?
You have no proof I put it there.
Besides you being the only one in the room alone, even after finding the bracelet, I still did not know why you had done it. Until I contemplated why Madame was selling so many heirlooms and art.
You had no right to snoop through our house in the first place.
Had to when you're trying to blame innocent people for this.
When it is part of my investigation, I have every right, mademoiselle. The unpaid bills and final notice from the telephone company.
Maman can do what she wants with her art. That means nothing.
But when there was no more art to sell, what then? You could not risk her taking your father's bracelet and selling it. So, you staged a burglary pretending it had been taken, preventing her from selling it. Then you stood back as the innocent Florette paid the price.
She didn't think about me at all. She was going to take my bracelet and sell it off. It would have just ended up on some old wrinkly wrist. I didn't think Maman would blame her. I didn't think she would do anything.
But she did. And somehow that evidently didn't cross your mind. When Madame returns, you shall have it all to explain.
Maman can't know what I have done. She will be furious.
No, she kinda has to.
But Mademoiselle Florette will be proved innocent. And that is what is important. No crime has been committed, so I see no reason why this should continue any longer. It is time you considered the consequences of your actions. And now, you must face them head on.
Maman, you're home.
Of course I am. And I brought someone that will bring some order to this chaos.
Major Felix Hagen. He may hold the rank of major in the British Army, but I question his authority here at all. In police matters, I'm the authority. This is my investigation, and I will not have Madame dictating the results any longer.
Major, I can assure you I have this situation under control.
From what I have heard, you are far from it.
The missing bracelet has been found, and the guilty party has been identified.
I am well aware that the maid-servant was behind it all. And yet I see her standing as free and innocent as you and me.
I am sure Madame van den Bosch has informed you of her suspicions, but I'm afraid it was merely speculation.
Excuse me?
After conducting a full investigation, the evidence and facts led me to deduce.
Yeah, no, I'm throwing you underneath the bus. Mademoiselle Angeline.
This is ridiculous. Why would my daughter hide her own jewelry?
I'm sorry, Maman, he's right. Florette is innocent. I just wanted to show you.
Shh, girl. I will not have you guilted into taking the blame for that sticky-fingered girl.
Madame Van de Bush refused to acknowledge even a fraction of what has really taken place. I shall not let this continue any longer. Any guilt your daughter feels should be only from her actions today. Perhaps it would benefit you hear Mademoiselle Angeline's...
Perhaps it would benefit you to remember you are nothing more than a simple officer of the law.
And in the matter of the law, I am the one with authority here.
Officer Poirot, a word. Madame Van den Bosch was forced to make her way to inform me, alone, I might add, of the goings-on at the house today.
Major, with all due respect, she was impeding the investigation.
This may be how some officers act in the city, but here we show respect to our citizens. You are an officer of the law and should act as such. Insubordination like this will not be tolerated.
As the ranking officer, I have conducted my investigation and...
Ranking officer? Ha! You are an auxiliary officer. You have little authority over anyone, let alone a major. You would be wise to remember who is close friends with your commanding officer. After what I have heard of your past in the city, I'm sure he would look upon today's events as another failure at the hands of Officer Poirot.
As absurd as this has become, I must elect my battles more tactful. Can only hope the captain at the station will see things with some sense.
Oui, Major.
Now I suggest you do your duty and escort the maidservant to the station where she can be formally charged and a sufficient punishment handed out.
Right away.
What?
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is not the outcome I expected.
Maman was right. We'll always pay the price for the upper class's actions.
We will do everything we can to clear your name.
What can you do now? Madame said I'm guilty of a crime and I'll be punished. That's that.
A crime that was never committed. Once the truth is explained, this wrong shall be set right.
Angeline did not intend for you to be arrested. Surely you know her better than that.
I should have known better than to expect anything else. Justice and fairness don't reach the likes of me.
This young lady has already faced so much mistreatment at the hands of Madame Van de Bush. Shall not allow the punishment to continue.
What you saw today was not justice. In the eyes of the law, you are innocent and have been harshly treated and wrongly accused. No one will be going to jail.
But that doesn't help my employment, does it?
That I cannot save. But your freedom, I shall make sure of that.
I feel like an imposter dressed in police clothing. I was brought here today as a representative of the law, and any shred of authority I had was dashed at the hands of the Major. I refuse to allow justice to waver and for it to become nothing more than a hand for those that wish to play it as and when they choose. This is not the first time I've seen the law bend to fit one's purpose, but it will certainly be the last time I fail to stop it. I wonder if it is a way to, convince them. If I chosen different dialogue.
Detective Poirot, I trust this finds you well. It has been many years since our paths last crossed, and while I'm sure your recollection of the events may differ from mine, I hope that receiving this letter has not rekindled a sense of animosity toward myself or the Van der Bosch name. The impression you made is something that has stayed with me since that day. It compelled me to reconsider the spoilt young lady I would have inevitably become and helped shape me into the woman I wished to be. You made me see the childish and selfish girl in me that did not consider the consequences of her actions or how they may affect others. Although Maman may see the events of that day differently, I believe the compassion you showed for our mate Florette, as well as the drive to uncover the truth and accept no alternative, was a testament to your character and professionalism. Although I wish it were under different circumstances, your assistance is once again required, and I hope you will consider this as my formal request for your service. This forthcoming weekend was due to be one full of joy and happiness at the announcement of my engagement to Gideon Demir, whom I love dearly, bringing together two illustrious families, but it has been shadowed by deceit, extortion, and blackmail. The Van der Bosch name is being held to ransom by a mysterious party, and I am afraid I do not know who I can and cannot trust. We are holding a small gathering to celebrate our exciting news with what Maman calls the dignified elite, those that are well respected and held in high regard in both our close inner circle and society. Our private matters have always remained just that, so I fear one of those invited may be the person who is out to ruin our name, but for reasons I cannot fathom. I have enclosed a first-class rail ticket for you to join us for the announcement, and having contacted your superiors and the correct authorities to request your assistance, which they were more than happy to grant me, I shall expect your arrival with great anticipation. There shall be a carriage waiting for you at the station to bring you directly to Mnemosyne House. I thank you in advance in our time of crisis. Yours respectfully, Angeline van der Bosch.
I do wonder if it could have gone better. If I'd focused more on her innocence rather than accused the daughter. Come on, game. You can do this. You can do this. You're not responding at all. Oh dear. This isn't great. Hopefully it has an autosave function. Because, let's see, close down the program. It's not responding at all. Let's try to restart it. Let's see. Oh, I really hope it had an autosave. Oh, thank goodness. Autosave data at various points. Continue. It's loading up the prologue, which I don't like. Wait, what? It didn't save at any point after that. That is not good design. We had a cutscene and everything. It should definitely have loaded, like, autosaved after that.
Certainly, officer. You have found the culprit and the bracelet.
Oh.
Everything will be revealed in good time. Would you be so kind as to gather everyone in the lounge?
Of course.
I guess we get a second chance to see if it would have been different.
Merci, Mademoiselle Elizabeth, for gathering everyone. Will Madame Van den Bosch be joining us shortly?
It's a bit unfortunate. Let's see. We'll just speed through
Very
the
well.
dialogue.
Under
Unless
usual
I choose anything
circumstances, I would
different.
wait. This morning started like an...
A
Since we have
crime
already
I've
been
falsely blamed.
through this.
I shall come to. Florette, your time here at the house...
I do what Madame
Yes,
to the
indeed.
Madame standards.
And you would at
Absolutely
least...
horrible.
I refer to her...
That is Maman you're talking about.
It is nothing but the truth.
Oh, come
All the
on.
while, Mademoiselle stand...
I
perhaps...
Let's get
Stop
through
trying.
I am
this.
merely
maybe I do.
a motive.
You're just trying to.
Allow me...
Let's see. You took another
I was
task.
only trying.
You must have...
She's.
But nonetheless... And that... Because
It's
of...
great.
you
It proved
have
your
no-
innocence.
It is a... Mademoiselle,
That is correct.
you have...
Of course.
And let's see. Then we have certain private matters. Don't see a reason why I would change this. It went fine.
Perhaps... Besides...
Correct.
But when she not...
I'm not.
It... But with a la...
You
Let's see. I mean, here we went with the masquerade. It seemed fine. But let's try to go with the only explanation that remains.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, very well. We're
How
standing
dare
with that
you
one.
speak to me like that? You
Let's see. Fine, let's go with losing a father then this time.
you can't actually believe I would hide
If you didn't...
Oh, there we go. It didn't change
You-
anything.
Maman.
But when...
Maybe it
So-
changed some
She didn't. I did.
things
But
as
she
far as
did-
their
Maman
attitude
can't know.
overall,
no
but the
crime.
dialogue
It
was
is-
the same.
And now...
The dialogue was exactly the
Maman,
same.
You're home.
Of course I am.
And here comes the major.
From what I am
The missing bracelet...
I am well.
I am sure... After...
Okay, let's try doing the other thing then.
I certainly hope you are not accusing my daughter of.
I'm sorry, Maman. He's right. Florette is innocent. I just wanted to show you.
Shh, girl. I will not have you guilted into taking the blame for that sticky-fingered girl.
Okay, so it doesn't change the thing there. Any guilt?
Officer Poirot. Madame?
Okay, so it doesn't change anything? Really?
We...
No?
Right.
But then what's the point of having different dialogue options? If choosing something has absolutely no consequence.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is not the outcome I...
What?
A crime...
I am not happy with this direction game.
That...
I don't mind it when they give me different options. It's like if you give me multiple choices, I expect them to have at least give me like one line or something that changes.
Poirot. I trust this finds you well.
Okay,
It
let's
has
see if
been
the
many
game
years
actually
since last
allows me
crossed.
to progress past
And
this point
while
this
I'm
time.
sure
Can I
your
skip this?
recollection of the events may differ from mine.
No, I cannot skip
I
it.
hope that receiving this letter has not rekindled
But yeah,
a sense of animosity
at least give me
toward
one
us.
line of different dialogue or something if you're gonna give me multiple choices to how to deal with situation. Or
The impression you made is something
that it has
is
any
still
other
within
impact on the
perspective.
game, like
It compelled me to reconsider
even if
the
it's not
fortunate
visible.
lady I would have inevitably become, and help shape me into the woman I wished to be. You made me see the childish and selfish girl in me.
like
that
the
did
other
not
Poirot
consider
game
the
that we played
consequences of
had
her actions,
the ego
or
points,
how they may
which is
affect others.
your choices
Although
don't
my
really
mind
change
see the
much
events
except
of
for the
life
fact
very
that
differently.
you get
I
ego
believe
points
that
because you
compassion
act more like
shaped and
Poirot.
made Florette.
That can
I
be
believe the
enough.
drive to
At least
uncover
that
the
point,
truth and accept no
the choice
alternative
you make
was a
has
testament
some
to
sort of
character
meaning.
and professionalism.
You have some sort of reason for why
Although
we
I
would
wish
choose
it
in
were
one way or
under
another.
different circumstances, your assistance is once again required, and I hope you will.
This
consider
game seems
this
to
as
have
my
none of
formal
that.
Request for your service. This forthcoming weekend was due to be one full of joy and happiness at the announcement of my engagement to Gideon Demir, whom I love dearly, bringing together two illustrious families, but it has been shadowed by deceit, extortion, and blackmail. The Van der Bosch name is being held to ransom by a mysterious party, and I am afraid I do not
let's see if
know
at least
who
the
I
game
can and
will...
cannot trust. We are holding
will be
a
able
small
to run.
gathering to celebrate our exciting news.
If it's
to
not
Fort
able to
Manor
run, we're
Cruise,
gonna have to
the
find something
dignified
different.
elite, those that are well respected and
I
held
can't
in high
understand why
regard
it
in
would
both
have that
our
issue.
close inner circle and society. Our private matters have always remained just that. So I fear one of those invited may be the person who is out to ruin our name, but for reasons I cannot fathom. I have enclosed a first-class rail ticket for you to join us for the announcement, and having contacted your superiors and the correct authorities to request your assistance, which they were more than happy to grant me, I shall expect your arrival with great anticipation. There shall be a carriage waiting for you at the station to bring you directly to Mnemosyne House. I thank you in advance in our time of crisis. Yours
Come on,
respectfully, Angeline van der Bosch.
Come on, you can do this. Don't get stuck again. There we go. This time it went fine. Excellent. Okay, we have Poirot with the suitcase. I have finally arrived. My priority is to get out of this bitter cold before I freeze completely. New mind map is unlocked. Must not get distracted by the celebrations. I was brought here to uncover the identity of Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer. And that's exactly what I shall do. Okay, so we have the case of blackmail with all that comes with it. But for now, let's focus on getting inside. So that Poirot don't freeze. It'll be a very short-lived investigation. I do like the fact that at least they managed to, you know, put in a trail after him in the snow. Knock on the door. A moment longer in this weather and my fingers would have become too cold to even knock the door.
Bonjour, my name is Hercule Poirot. I am here at the invitation of Mademoiselle Angeline.
Ah, Detective Poirot. We have been expecting you. Please come in from this frightful cold.
As if Poirot would ever be caught wearing that thin a jacket
Merci.
outside.
I don't think I would have lasted much longer out here before turning into an icicle.
Welcome. I am Archibald Sterling, the head butler. Please accept my apologies. I have a rather pressing matter, but I will see that you are attended to immediately.
Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I am sure I am more than capable of finding my room. I shall straighten myself up and be ready to join the party.
There is no rush, Detective. Dinner will not be served for some time, so please, make yourself comfortable. Once you have settled in, I am sure that Miss Angeline will be happy to see you. She has been eager for your arrival. She's not been herself recently. You will be staying on the first floor. I believe your room is one of the two on the west side of the house.
Merci. I am sure we shall speak again soon.
It is time to make myself comfortable. I should begin with finding my room and straighten myself up before the party begins. Okay, room assigned by Archibald. First floor, west wing. Archibald is clearly stressed. Staff is very busy. That is fine. Can I have a look at this book?
Oh.
Tonight's arrival have written a small signed message. The male guests are based in the east wing. Wait, wasn't we in the... All the other male guests are in the east wing and we are in the west wing? Okay then. By all means. You know what? I'll talk to you afterwards. Let's see. It was first floor. And then let's see. You're standing this way, which would make this the west wing? I don't know why you want to look at the plant, but go ahead. Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species should take a lesson from. Is this the west wing or is it not? Northeast. Oh, I'm way off. But that doesn't make sense if you consider it... You're facing that direction. That is west. This is east. Oh well, 2-room.
Oh.
I can hear music from inside. This room must already have a resident. Perhaps others have arrived before me. Very well. And what about this room? Is this our room? Or is it just someone's room that we have walked into? Changing screen. Understandable to hide a woman's modesty while changing. Roaring fire. Could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Perfume bottles. Yeah, this room has definitely a person in it. Okay, maybe I should have double-checked which room I'm in. Thought I remembered, but apparently my memory ain't good these days. No, apparently this is my room. Locate your room and get settled into your surrounding. And this with the changing screen came from that, so... Apparently that is my room? Huh. And why are there already perfume bottles there? A selection of perfume, compliments of the family. Seems rather fitting for a female occupant. Did they leave me some cologne as well? Anything else I can look at over here? Look at the views.
Huh.
Fallen snow has laid beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. There's even a hat on there. No ego points for looking in the mirror. Well, I guess we go snooping. I mean, maybe the butler indeed tried to imply that he had a bit of a smell. Bit of a travel smell. The door does not seem fitting for a bedroom. Something far grander resides behind it. But I thought I already found my room. Wait. Locate your room and get settled in your surrounding. I thought that was what I had done. Perfume bottles. They'll leave me some cologne as well. I'm pretty sure that's not my room, but... is it that this is... He's stressed and has therefore given me the wrong room?
I must take a different approach if I am to... Is there something?
No. There is something here that's supposed to be connected. Is it this that I have gotten the wrong room?
Another
There we
success.
go.
I never doubted myself.
And all the other males are in the east wing, so... It appears as though I'm staying in a very feminine room. Perhaps there's some confusion? Room prepared for female guests. But we haven't nothing to comply that with yet. So let's go investigate other things. Can't go there. Let's see, I can go downstairs and talk to the chap at the bottom of the stairs. Whoever he was. Who are you?
Bonjour. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Hercule Poirot.
Detective, I hope you're not here for me.
Not that I am aware of. Should I be?
Ha! Ha ha! Not often you meet a detective with a sense of humor. I'm Zakaria Demir, but you can call me Zach.
Thank you, that makes it a lot more easy for me. Judging by the smell of alcohol, I would say he had begun the celebrations already, and it's likely to be this friendly with everyone. Have you had a chance to congratulate the happy couple?
If I had seen them, maybe I would have. It is meant to be their celebration, but they're always off, dealing with something or other.
Something or other? A rather vague expression.
Let's just say they like to keep their cards close to their chest. For such a well-known family, I'm surprised they can keep anything hidden.
Would you care to elaborate on what Mademoiselle may be hiding?
I'd rather not. You're the detective, isn't that your job?
I mean, it kinda is.
Très bien, Monsieur Demir.
Perhaps I should keep my occupation and reasoning for being here to myself, for now at least. Fred may derail my initial introductions. Well, you were the one who started introducing yourself. I understand I was busy.
You'll be lucky. I've been waiting for a refill for ages. I came out here to find someone myself.
Ah, I see. The preparations for this evening's dinner must have taken precedence.
I've seen that butler running around like a madman, but there is still no party to speak of. It's pretty clear they need to hire a few more hands.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
Okay, well it seems suspicious already. Let's see, where does this go? I can hear bottles clanging and moving furniture. I presume this is the salon. The door is locked. Young Poirot is indeed looking sharp. He's not acting very sharp, but... I presume this leads to the dining room. I'm sure there will be a grand reveal when all is present. Can I go behind here? Yes, I can. Let's see, what's in the glass case?
Oh.
An interesting looking piece of stationery. It appears rather delicate. Another fireplace.
Aha.
Okay, so fireplace will give me the same line, regardless of where it is in the house. Looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. And that's how a true detective acts. Not like Nancy Drew, who would just probably pickpocket that thing in a second. A chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. Poirot don't steal the belongings from the people he worked for. Let's see, and that room is also closed currently. As is this room, also closed. Let's see. Let's try going upstairs. I mean, we did try checking the room, but can we... No, we cannot go to it now either. Well, in that case, let's head upstairs. I cannot head upstairs either? Cannot see Madame allowing me to stay on the top floor. I'm sure I wouldn't want to either. Okay. Then... Oh, there's a letter. Hello. An auctioneer's receipt. I hope Madame de Bosch isn't finding it necessary to sell her belongings. That sounds familiar. Fortin and Gacon, master auctioneer and valuer. Receipt of sale of 1 oil painting, 1 gold-flaked frame, chipped, 1 marble bust. Purchase total 650. Handling fee 50. Payable total 50. No, 600. Hmm. Poirot charged an innocent person before. Maybe he should learn a few from the senior detective. Huh? True, but sticky fingers should not be what you learn. Let's see, is there anything here that can make me progress? Let's see, locate room, get settled into your surrounding. Very few staff are working. Family holds secrets. The locked dining room door. Locked salon door. And audible music. Archibald is doing too much and therefore has also given us the wrong room.
Order and method.
Oh, come on.
That is the way to solve the problem.
I'd say that's a fairly clear deduction, though. Very few staff is working, therefore Archibald is doing too much.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
This is definitely the part of the game I like the least. Oh, okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Servants seem definitely busy. That's no problem. Archibald is stretched. Doing too much. Staff's very busy. Okay, so if I do... Okay, how about Archibald is stressed? There we go. Instead of Archibald is doing too much, he's just stressed about it.
Of genius.
I wouldn't call that genius, Poirot. Not even close. Butler would usually escort me to my room, but this occasion I must find my own way. Archibald is stressed due to the lack of staff. That seems fair. That seems fair. But we still have 2 more things that we need to connect. We still have 2 more things that need to connect. So, let's see. I mean, must admit I would have done sooner rather than later. Long day of traveling and so on. Why are these 2 limits? Those are probably then linked together.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
This must be the room for tonight's event. They must be locked for a good reason. And then we have rooms. Staff is very busy.
What a revelation.
Yes, imagine there's an event going on that staff is busy. Surely, Poirot, how could anyone deduct better than you? Now that Madame's standards have dropped, the staff must be working hard to finalize preparations. Archibald says the staff is very busy. Staff's too busy to assist. Okay. Let's see. We still have 1 thing left. We still have 1 thing left. Is it this combined with staff?
I must
No.
act on thought and fact, not on
Yeah. The room preferred is Archibald is stressed. There we
Things
go.
are beginning to become clearer.
Archibald is clearly flustered with his task. It appears he has sent me to the wrong room. Inspect the bedroom to advance the investigation. But I already inspected the bedroom. But fine, I can go inspect the bedroom again. Wasn't much in there. We already found the perfume and the dressing screen. Will more now become... Oh, okay, more things has now been unlocked, like the pillow. A card is hidden under the pillow. It indicates Hugo would like Mrs. Conrad to speak with him ASAP. It appears Monsieur Sterling has given me the wrong room. This one has been made up for Jacqueline Conrad. No matter, I shall find my charm myself. Okay, so let's see. Inspect the ground floor hall. Does not take a great detective to realize this is not my room. And yet we spent this long time getting to that conclusion because couldn't see the note underneath the pillow first. Ay. Well, let's see. So, now we find our own room. This door ain't it. All the guys are in the eastern wing, so that means that we're probably also. And there seems to be only one room in the east.
Aha.
Don't we need to enter this part of the house just yet. Really? I thought we were supposed to find our room. And this is the only room that would make sense. Huh. Oh! Hello. You weren't here before.
You must be Detective Poirot. Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. Gideon Demir.
Oh, any relation to the guy downstairs?
The fiancé to Mademoiselle Angeline. The pleasure is all mine.
Probably a younger brother?
Angeline spoke so highly of you. It sounds as though you are the man that can sort this terrible mess out.
I am, monsieur. You have my word.
The guests that are attending your announcement.
Mostly friends of the family. A couple of business associates of mine. Quite a mix from all walks of life.
Interesting.
With regards to the blackmailing, can they be trusted, or should they be considered suspects?
Angeline is struggling to trust anyone right now, but Madame van den Bosch, as it is her house, thought it was best for us to have them all present.
And they will all be staying in the house?
Yes, it is a rather full house. All 6 guests will be staying on this floor. The family resides on the 2nd floor. As does Felix.
I will be sure to speak with them all. However, I will keep my identity and purpose for being here hidden, at least until I have made my initial introductions.
But you have already revealed yourself to one of the guests.
I'm afraid that ship may have already sailed. Once the Comtesse gets wind of something, a detective coming to the house, for example, you can bet everyone will know.
How was Mademoiselle Angeline been since receiving the letters?
She tries her best to keep everyone else happy, but I can see it is taking its toll.
Quite understandable. She is feeling the burden of the family that is not hers to carry.
Angeline has spoken with her mother. She has asked if there is anything that could be used against her, but she was just so dismissive.
And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I do not want to overstep my position, but if there is something that could damage not only the Van den Bosch name, but our future, Angeline deserves to know.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
You have met Madame. You know it is best to not get on her wrong side.
And yet we love being on the wrong side. I have, and Monsieur Gideon is advised to select his battles carefully where Madame is concerned. Could not help noticing an air of antipathy when mentioning the Major.
You are very observant, Detective. you would be wise to keep that perceptive nature while you're here.
I'm sure you are correct, but I'd like to return to your feelings towards the Major.
He has been a good friend to Madame van den Bosch over the years, but that does not make him a good man, or suitable to involve himself in family affairs.
Mature Gideon has not said anything negative against the Major, but it sounds as though he is questionable of the Major's intentions in the house.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Very well. I have my suspicions. Am I sure I can't go there? At all? Okay. Well, what's new here? Only this. 6 guests are staying on the first floor. Well, we have only been able to find 3 rooms though, so I'm wondering how that's supposed to work. And I can't go through there. So unless there's a room on this side, which I can't see. Of course, there could also be doors on this side, which I can't see. Oh no, there's one more. No need to go to that house, part of the house. Well, maybe you do. That was only barely visible as a thing. So, do I need to hug these walls a little bit tighter? No. Don't suppose you could tell us where we're supposed to be. Absolutely make sure that there's nothing here. Because as far as I know, the last thing we have is inspect the ground floor hall. Oh no. Oh, okay, we have changed objectives. Last thing I saw was find the proper bedroom. Well, in that case, we can just go downstairs and talk to Zack again. Oh, and now she's here as well. Oh, Mademoiselle Angeline is here. The sooner I learn more about the blackmail, the quicker she can return to celebrating happy news. I'm also eager to hear about Mademoiselle Elizabeth and what became of young Florette. Find out what happened to Elizabeth, Florette, and the Van den Bosch family since you last met. Well, can do.
Mademoiselle Angeline, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Detective, how wonderful you are here. Your travel was not too arduous, I hope?
Watching from my carriage window, I saw the beautiful countryside and rolling hills. It was anything but taxing.
Merely cold.
I'm truly thankful you could make it here at such late notice.
No thanks are required, mademoiselle. When one is requested personally, there is nothing more important.
Seems the staff have been almost run off their feet today. Is it always like this?
Gideon and I only wanted a small dinner to celebrate our engagement, but Maman was adamant on throwing this party. It may have been her idea, but it's the staff that have made it happen.
Well?
Their efforts do not go unnoticed, from me at least. They have been with us for so long. I do my best to make sure they are happy and content.
Well, that's good on you. Seems they have grown up since last we spoke. Mademoiselle has made made a remarkable transformation from self-spoiled brat to the gracious young woman I see before me. Although I must solve this case alone, Mademoiselle's insight may be of great assistance throughout my investigation. Who is aware of the blackmail letters and their content?
Only Maman, Elizabeth, my beloved Gideon, and you, of course.
And what is your fiancé's opinion of the letters?
He thinks me foolish for paying the first one if there is no secret to reveal. But
But you believe there may be a secret lurking, One that Maman is herself keeping hidden.
She tells me nothing. Even though I'm a grown woman on the verge of marriage, she still treats me like the child I once was.
Perhaps it is out of love that she protects you. It is in every mother's nature to protect their young from hurt.
The relationship between Madame and Mademoiselle is obviously far from perfect. She should treasure the time she has with Mademoiselle Angeline before she's wed and has flown the nest.
Not a single person. I don't know anyone that would stoop so low.
Oh, I keep forgetting to read those lines because I think he will say them. He says everything else.
The guests that will be joining us tonight, they are ones you can trust?
I hope so, Detective. Before the letters arrived, I would not have thought twice about it.
They are all close friends of yours, I assume.
Friends and colleagues. Gideon has spoken positively about them. It would be a rather underhanded tactic to do such a thing to someone you are doing business with.
But not unheard of. Mademoiselle seems naive to the nature of business. It can be ruthless and unapologetic. Perhaps I should not overlook them as suspect as quickly as Mademoiselle has. Tell me, what became of the young maidservant Florette?
Oh, Detective, I'm afraid I just don't know.
She was quite adamant at the police station that she would not be returning to the house, but I assumed she would at least collect her belongings.
Maman demanded that Elizabeth pack up everything she had and dispose of it.
As if the poor girl had not already lost enough.
But I couldn't let that happen. Elizabeth and I took her belongings, what little there was of them, to a friend of hers in the town that Elizabeth knew of. But not even she had heard from her.
Could Florette return to her family?
I wanted to contact her, but I had no address or telephone number.
Oh, this chair is not comfortable for sitting long, Ilian.
Surely Madame must have had some information when she employed her.
You saw how Maman was. As soon as Florette was out of sight of the house, it was as though she had never been there at all. Elizabeth was most upset at the news Florette would not be returning.
I wonder... Is there any chance to swap over? Takes about a second to check, so I guess it has no harm. Would be easier.
And
Yes.
your Mama's choice to ignore her
That makes it a
accountability
bit
for the
easier.
girl stopped you searching.
Please, Detective, you cannot make me feel any worse than I already do. If I could go back and live that day again, you must believe me, I would never have done it.
Well, that's good to know. Good to know you're unlikely to repeat your mistake, so I don't have to think that you have created all this ruckus yourself. Mademoiselle Angeline has finally accepted responsibility and is remorseful for her actions that day, and the consequences that followed. I am pleased to see maturity in her, but that does not help young Florette, wherever she may be.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is definitely better. Much more smooth. Let's see. Hello, Sack.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you?
Would it not be easier to find the staff yourself instead of waiting for their return?
I'm a guest. I shouldn't have to go around chasing them.
Perhaps the party preparation is more of a priority.
It's not my fault they aren't ready. Why don't I wait here while you check in the butler's pantry in the east corridor? I think I saw a maid go in there earlier.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
Okay, so let's see. Let's figure out the new controls. Inspect the butler's pantry. Find out what happened to Elizabeth. We already kind of did. New information has been gathered, but nothing that we can connect, so that's fine. Okay, Butler's Pantry in the east. Oh, a tag on the vase. Madame Van den Bosch has always been one for appearances. Why would the family want to keep a price tag on the vase? It's very unnatural. To the Butler's Pantry indeed. Let's see, can we snoop before we talk to her? Probably not. Oh, a little bit. Pots and pans. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. Hello, Elizabeth.
Ah, Mademoiselle Elizabeth. What a pleasure to see you again.
Detective Poirot, I'm so glad you could make it.
Unfortunately, it is not purely for pleasure that I am here. Mademoiselle Angeline requires my attention professionally.
Yes, Angeline has told me. I'm glad she called upon you, Detective. I've been rather worried about her.
I will do everything I can to find the blackmailer and bring them to justice.
I have every faith in you.
I hope I am not interrupting you.
We're all very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine. After I'm done, I can come to your room and help you with any further questions.
I'm rather embarrassed to say I'm having trouble locating my room.
No one escorted you? I'm so sorry. Everyone is just so frantic at the moment. Madame has requested all staff prepare for this evening.
And you have been tasked with jobs in the pantry. Surely your talents could be used elsewhere.
I do as Madame asks. Well, as Archie asks.
Monsieur Sterling. Yes, I met him when I arrived. A charming gentleman. He did give me some rather vague instructions to find my room, though.
I can only apologise on his behalf. He would be mortified. I'm afraid I cannot be of much more help, but I believe you are located next to Mr. De Silva. By all means, the house is yours to explore.
Next to Mr. De Silva. Suppose I should not take Monsieur Sterling's lack of direction personally, considering the amount of work the staff has been tasked with. At least now I have permission to further roam the house. Excellent. Glad to see Mademoiselle Angeline has not allowed the blackmail to dampen her spirits today.
Yes, I'm afraid it may be all for show, though. She has not been herself, and it is not only I that have noticed.
Madame Van den Bosch. Surely it must have had some effect on her.
Madame has carried on as though nothing has happened. She has never been one to show emotion, and she doesn't seem to notice how it has affected Angeline. The staff, on the other hand... Angeline means no harm, but there have been some instances recently where she has acted rather sharply with them.
I hope not too sharply. A house of two Madame Van den Bosches would surely be too much for anyone.
I saw the welcome book as I arrived.
Ah yes, guests are requested to sign the book when arriving. I believe it gives details to the guests' room locations.
It stated the male guests are to be staying in the East Wing.
Yes, Madame does not believe in male and female guests residing beside one another.
I see. Speaking of, I have been eagerly waiting to hear more of Belgium's greatest love story.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm afraid it is far from a happy ending. Luke is sadly no longer with us.
As in, with us on this earth, or with us in this house?
Oh, mademoiselle, I was not aware.
It's fine, Detective, honestly. I'm sorry, but I really must finish this.
Bien sûr, mademoiselle.
For a man that has a mind so brilliant and astute, I have made an easy job of embarrassing myself. Let this be a reminder to use one's grey cells before speaking.
Merci, mademoiselle.
It would appear that the gardener, Luke, died. Who Elizabeth was having well, they were probably married, at least betrothed, if not married already. And it was not allowed for the servants to have romantic entanglements with each other, so...
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
He might be dead. At least he looked like he was dead. Doesn't seem to be anything of interest in here. Come on, Poirot. Surely you can find something of interest somewhere. Cards. Table of things? No? Oh well. Back to the ground floor hall we go.
Before you leave, Detective, I have something for you beside the furnace here from Angeline. She wanted me to give it to you on your arrival.
Merci, mademoiselle.
The second letter acknowledged a payment from a previous blackmail letter. Mademoiselle Vandenbush, you were wise to take me seriously. You have bought my silence, for a moment at least. Your family's privacy obviously means a great deal to you if you're willing to pay to keep your secrets hidden, and continue to pay you will. Would your maman be as willing to part with her wealth? You will bring a second parcel with another 5,000 francs to the cobblers, this time addressed to Monsieur Fontaine by close on Friday. You have done your family a service by keeping this arrangement to yourself. I'm sure I do not have to tell you what will happen if the police are involved, and I hope it will not come to that. I am now able to read the letters I've sent to Mademoiselle Angeline. I'm sure there's great deals to learn from them and hopefully some clues to the author. Okay, let's see. We can make one connection already. We have to talk to Angeline about it. Archibald stuff is concerned for Angeline. The letter was written in fancy handwriting. What instrument was used to write this so eloquently? We have a quill pen. And great... Surely not. That would be a...
Magnifique.
Really? Can't ignore the coincidence. The same style of pen that wrote the letters is present in the house. I felt that was a far reach, but oh well. Can I... Let's see, that is talk to Elizabeth. Huh.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
I noticed rather extravagant looking pen in the hall.
I would not say it in front of the Major, but it is rather hideous. It was a gift from him to Madame from his time overseas. I don't think it even has the capability of writing.
A pen that does not write is like a fish that cannot swim.
As Angeline describes it, a useless ornament. It's the thought that counts, I suppose.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Guess we can scratch that deduction then. Thought you were a bit hasty there, Poirot. So technically, how can a feather pen not be able to write? You dip it in ink, and you write.
Oh.
A portrait of a distinguished-looking gentleman. He doesn't appear to be related to the family. Okay, so I do not have access to that room yet. Okay, I can zoom out quite far, apparently. I need to speak to you about the letter.
What can I help you with, Detective?
Elizabeth showed me the letter you received. One of them has already been paid.
I was right to pay it, yes? You have read them. What do you think?
You were wise to consult me, but bowing to their threat may have only shown that you are willing to pay for their silence. Is the secret they speak of worth so much?
I wish I could, but I have no idea. The letter was addressed to me, but I have nothing to hide. Maman took one look at it and disregarded the whole thing as someone's idea of a joke.
She looked at it. She is not aware of the second letter.
She doesn't know I paid the first. I thought I could make it all go away.
Fairly naive still, but she tries.
Did you ask Madame if there was a family secret they could be privy to?
She said I was to ignore the letters and stop wasting my time with such foolishness. If there was something, she wouldn't tell me anyway.
It appears Mademoiselle's believes her mamma attempts to brush away the serious nature of the letters as little as I do. May I ask how you came into such a large amount of money to pay the ransom?
I couldn't ask Maman for the money. She was angry that I had even considered paying it. Gideon offered to help.
Pardon, did he not think you foolish for paying?
He did, but he said he couldn't stand by and watch me in so much distress.
How honorable.
We are soon to be married, Detective. A loving partnership that faces their troubles together. They are his words.
I did not mean anything by it, mademoiselle. You have found yourself a husband that will stand by your side and do what must be done to protect you. I am most pleased for you.
So, why has Mademoiselle Elizabeth been... No, how has Mademoiselle Elizabeth been since the passing of her beloved Luke?
As you would expect, she has been in quite a state. It was such a terrible accident. She kept it to herself for almost a week before she even told me.
Pardon, how could you not know? Surely his absence from the house was noticed.
Maman fired him after he returned to the house. She said he could not be trusted.
But Mademoiselle Elizabeth's position was kept?
I begged Maman for them both, but she said if he was willing to go behind her back, what else could he do?
Falling in love is a far cry from committing even the smallest crime, n'est-ce pas?
A cruel and unnecessary decision by Madame van der Bosch. She had no right to fire him and tear him away from his betrothed. I spoke with Mademoiselle Elizabeth and I fear I may have upset her.
She has been a kind shoulder to lean on through all this mess, but it is her I worry about. She has been through so much.
I was not aware of what had happened, and by mentioning, I fear I may have only made it worse by dredging up the past.
Do not punish yourself, Detective. You are not to know. I don't think your honest mistake will make much difference to how she has been feeling recently.
It's easier said than done. I've already seen a difference in Mademoiselle Elizabeth. She was once so exuberant and optimistic, seeing the positives in everything and everyone. But now I fear the loss of her love, and the careless reminder from moi may have dampened her outlook.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Very well, you can use the desk as a tunnel. I don't need to keep my legs there, that's fine. Let's see. Don't think do we have anything more to talk to you about? Yes, we do.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you?
Mr. Sterling said my room was on the first floor.
Is that what he said? I can barely understand most of what he says with that accent.
I understand Mr. Sterling perfectly, but Mr. Demir is one more rogue away from becoming unintelligible.
I find his accent rather pleasant, reassuring.
I guess. Not too helpful when it comes to finding your room, though. You'll probably be the lucky one that has that hideous plant outside the door.
I shall take up no more of your time.
It is plant. Well, can we check the guest book again? The Knights of Rebel have written a small signed message. The male guests are based in East Wing. Okay, so we get no further instruction but East Wing. Well, let's try and find our room then. I guess we could talk to you about the blackmailing first, though.
Please, ask away, Detective.
Let's see. Assume you have heard about the consequences of my visit last time?
Angeline has spoken of it. You made quite the impression on her, Detective.
I feel responsible for what came from that day. Florette's dismissal and Luke's.
It is not your fault. Madame van den Bosch does not like it when her rules or authority are undermined. I tried to explain to Angeline the same, but her guilt has not left her.
Mademoiselle explained the payment of the blackmail letter.
I suppose you think I was unwise to pay it?
I am glad Mademoiselle requested my help before you fell further out of pocket.
Madame van den Bosch had no intentions of paying it. Whether she believes there is a secret that could ruin the family, or not.
It was an honorable move for you to make the payment. It was certainly no small fee.
Angeline is to be my wife, and then we shall be family. As far as I am concerned, my money is our money.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
What are you talking about? The red shoes, they match his tie and his socks. Very... I mean, Poirot has always cared a lot for how he looks, though I wouldn't necessarily say the red shoes is a good idea. But still. Oh, a grandfather clock. Can I have a look at you? The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece, it's an art form. Huh. Well, let's try northeast. Luggage. Zachariah the mayor, I presume, and his rather expensive luggage. His room faces the back garden. Another grandfather clock.
Oh.
Exact same thing. So, grandfather clocks have the same thing. All the fireplaces have the same thing. I'm assuming the plant has the same thing as well. Just nice plant.
Huh.
Yes, plant is striking, full of color. Really draws one's attention. Okay. So that means we have Zach. And then we have someone else, which I do not know who. But we were next to someone called... What was it? The Sal? We were not next to Zach, at least. So let's try here. Another plant. Ah, Da Silva. More luggage for Mr. E. Da Silva, left unattended and right between two front-facing rooms. Okay, so here we are, and let's see. If we can't find our room. Let's see, what was it that Elizabeth said? My room is next door to Ernesto. This could be helpful. And then luggage for Mr. Silva left unattended. And let's see, what was his thing? Mentioned I may be next to, as he described, a hideous plant. This troubles me. Okay, so is this the hideous plant? I would not consider any form of nature ugly, but I'm not sure how I feel about this plant. Which means this is most likely my room. This may be my room, but it looks like I have a few things to settle first. Very well. Then let's have a look at the deduction board. Let's see, we need to connect one thing here, considering the nature of the blackmail letters. Elizabeth claims the quill pen is ornament and is not used as one would assume. Let's see, Gideon paid the first demand. Madame is unaware?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Very well. Let's see. He was the one who paid the first. What? What is this thing to put together then? I mean, you know, sometimes you don't want to say it's ugly, but you have no problems calling it hideous, apparently, so, I don't know. I feel it's a bit rude toward the plant. I mean, it wasn't even that bad. It could definitely have been more hideous than that. Let's see, a letter was written in fancy handwriting, but that is ornamental. Let's see. I cannot figure out this one though. Okay, let's look at the other one and come back to it. This is just locate your room. There doesn't seem to be anything. Just a hideous plant remark. Let's see. Oh, there are 3 things connecting here. Okay, that's better. That is better. Let's see. Luke has passed away. Elizabeth upset. Florette was dismissed. Florette is unknown. Hasn't been herself. Cassandra angry at Elizabeth and Luke. Mindful of the staff, which is good. Angelina tries to contact Florette. Guilty after dismissal. So, guilty after dismissal, try to contact Florette to ease her guilt.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Okay. Let's see. Tag on vase. And receipt. Is this connected?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming to...
It appears the family's financial situation is much the same as last time I saw them. Can I confirm this? Okay. Talk to Gideon about that. Gideon sees his money as the family's. Well, that would too be connected with that, I'm assuming. Let's see. Mindful of the staff. I feel like there should be something there with mindful of the staff and maybe something Elizabeth hasn't been herself. No, apparently not. Luke was fired. But she said he passed away and didn't mention it. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What deductions can we make out of all of this? There's the whole problem with Luke and Florette that we don't know. We don't know what happened to them. Let's see. What could it be? What could it be? Let's see. It makes sense that Luke is dead and Elizabeth is not herself. So, could those be connected? It seemed a bit obvious, but... I mean, I guess not. Passed away, of course she's not been herself after that,
Another
but
success.
this Poirot
I
likes
never
to state
doubted
the
myself.
obvious, which I don't like. I don't like that many of these deductions are too, well, obviously. It feels unnecessary. Unnecessarily contrived to have to make a deduction. Oh yes, my betrothed has passed away. Of course she's sad about it. She mourns. Makes perfect sense. Not even that, but she also is upset about Florette, so
Some
that
would
adds
say
even
a lucky
more.
guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Losing a loved one and not having a close friend to talk to would be difficult for anyone. Which brings us to Elizabeth has lost loved ones. Oh, let's see. So what's the next one? What's the next obvious thing that you want me to find that I don't see? Because to me it's too obvious. So I don't even consider it a deduction. What could it be? Is it basically just this? Cassandra angry at Elizabeth and Ben, mindful of the staff?
Order and method.
No.
That is the way to solve the problem.
Try to contract Florette?
This will not get me any closer.
Genius I do not feel like. That's for sure. Name blob. Well, no, that was rest. Sorry. Just glimpsed over and mixed up the names there. Come on, something is connected here. Something's connected, and I feel it has to be with Angelina. Because I feel we dealt with this, and we dealt with this situation. I still think Angelina feeling guilty and try to contact Florette would make sense, but we tried that. It didn't work. It didn't work. Is it... No. Angelina's matured. Angelina's mindful of the staff. Angelina's entrusted of looking after the staff. Why is Angelina especially concerned about their well-being? She is especially because she feels guilty.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay, so apparently reading some of those might actually be more useful than I thought. Angelina is trying to do good, even though the dismissal weren't entirely her fault. Trying to redeem herself. And that is because she tried to contact Florette?
What a revelation!
Mademoiselle Angeline says it's never intended for Florette to be fired. I believe her. Angeline wants to help Florette. Okay, so then we have a complete network here. And we can move on to the next one. Which one was this? Oh dear. And it wasn't Gideon paid and she was unaware. That wasn't it. You'd think so. You'd think we didn't need to go through this again, but apparently we do. It's just getting it reconfirmed. Yes, she's feeling guilty. Okay. There will no doubt be concern for not only Angelina, but also for their position at the house. What is the extent of their knowledge of the matter? Staff knows about blackmail. Okay, done everything. Inspect the east rooms. Apparently not done with that. And I need to talk to Gideon about that one. What is it that I need to inspect, though? Also, there's this thing that keeps on blinking, so let's just quickly go through it. It's just introduction of the characters. You can go in and look at their complete profile. Is widowed, desperate for money, Luke was fired, all those sort of things. And I have to go through everything on them. I don't wanna. I don't find those particularly useful. Maybe I should. Maybe I really should find them useful. Mounted animal head. Not sure how I would fare coming face to face with such beasts. Probably not too well. Probably not too well. The hunting type you are not.
Please, ask away, detective.
Okay. I'm aware finances can be a sensitive subject. May I ask of the house situation?
As far as I'm aware, everything is in order. From what I understand, the late Viscount had made some questionable investments. But that is all in the past.
And regarding the payment of the blackmail?
Angeline does not have to worry about money anymore. I was born into some wealth, and I have earned my own fortune.
Solid on you.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Okay, that should give us more to do on this one. I think. Financial records. Current financial state of the household. Gideon believes finances are in order. Which is directly contrasted to this.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
It looks like the family have finally got back on track with their money problems. Great to hear. Certainly not the happy news I was expecting. Mademoiselle Elizabeth lost her beloved Luke, and the young Florette, the maidservant, has not been seen, even with Mademoiselle Angeline's efforts. At least it appears the family has survived their financial difficulties. That's good news. That's this one then all cleared. It's all crossed out. But inspect the east rooms. I thought I already had. Let's see. Wait. Okay, that you put effort towards, making the floorboard different when he walks there compared to the carpet. That is a feature that you put into your game. I'm not sure I quite agree with how to prioritize here, but sure. This is just another plant. I already looked at all the other plants, so... I have looked at the suitcase. I have looked at that plant. Can I now go to my room? I have a few things to settle first. Okay. I want to know, just to make sure that I can't. No, I can't look at the things above the rooms, because I have been wondering about those. And with the controller it wouldn't let me, but just double checking with the mouse as well that I can't do anything with those. Let's see. No, still nothing in there. I don't understand why I'm investigating these. Feel like there's something here that should have been already looked at. Something is holding me back and I don't like it. Ah, painting. I can look at this. What do you have to say about this painting, Poirot? Painting of the sun rising over town. Sadly, it appears to have some water damage. Jackie's bedroom. Groups of saints.
Huh.
Beautiful composed painting of 7 saints. Madame has quite an eye for striking artwork. Is this the things that are above the rooms? It certainly looks like it. Exquisite painting. Group of saints. Madame has quite an artwork, and I can talk to Angelina about that. Okay. I really wish I had a run button. I keep wanting to push, keep pushing the trigger. Because I'm so used to that being running.
What can I help you with, detective?
There's certainly some beautiful pieces of art here.
Yes, Maman has quite a collection, although they are not all to my taste. Most, in fact.
The painting of the saints in particular, it is quite exquisite. Is it connected to the house in some way?
The one in the hall? If you look above your bedroom door, you will see one of their names. I believe they were originally carved to watch over the occupant.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Okay. And what does that give me? That gives me a linking to something? Let's see. Plaques above door. Represent above some of the doors. How many, I wonder? I mean, I would assume 7 saints.
Magnifique.
7 prestigious saints. I should find these above 7 doors in the house. Wonder if it matches the number of expected guests. 7 prestigious saints. I should find these about 7 doors. Wonder if it matches the number of expected guests. Is I don't have exact number of guests, do I? But there's something here that I'm supposed to connect with that, surely. Because there's still one thing. Room preferred for female guests, 1st floor. Doing too much. He's stressed. Staff is very busy. Staff is actually too busy. Could I just compare it with the welcome book? That would be the easiest,
I
but...
cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Yes, why would I compare it to thing where everyone writes in and it says exactly how many guests are there? That would definitely not be a logical thing at all. Okay, so... if that's not it... Oh... let's see, what can I think? Think. Think. Is it something else? Should I just look on the other rooms first and see if I can find something and then I can progress? If I just have a look at the different saints and find all of the 7 saints, is that what I'm supposed to do? Can you now look at the plaque above it? Oh, I already have that. So, what is it? I was kind of hoping that would, like, let him investigate the saint above the doors. That doesn't seem to be it. Is it something to do with the luggage? Is that connected to each other?
We must think.
Must be in the east wing. Plaques above the door.
Is there something I am not
Oh,
seeing?
come on. Surely it's... Like, the guest book makes the most sense. It has the list of everyone that's there. What have I forgotten? What's missing? I think I tried this one. But if our grandeur resides behind it, that doesn't make any sense as far as to find any truth about all of this. Okay, let's try peeking out. That's the northeast. Southeast. Fine, let's try northeast. Okay, let's go start listening to doors. Anyone in here?
Oh.
Should really conclude that this room is mine before going in. Well, I'm trying to figure out if there's anyone in any of these. I can hear a male voice practicing which sounds like a speech, but I shall hear this later. Okay. So if I need to find out that, I know that one isn't mine because I'm next to the Silva. Is there anyone in this room? No. Anyone in this room?
Oh.
Ay, ay, ay. What am I missing? I'm clearly missing something. Perhaps others have arrived before me. Someone is also reciting a speech, so clearly people have arrived before you.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Hello there, Rick, but not John. Hope you're having a good Sunday. And enjoying the bits of Easter vacation that is around. Must have been one of the last to arrive. I should settle myself as soon as possible. Yes, you should. This must be... That combined with the 7 saints? Is that it? Let's try that one, and that connects to the 7 saints.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
What is the connection here? Come on, I just want to get to my room, please. Let's see. We have Gideon, resides on the 1st floor. That's fine. We have plaques above the door, which I don't get to look at. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? Archibald is indeed stressed, isn't he? Staff is too busy. Madame is not... Is there anything else I'm missing besides this? There's nothing I can do here. This seems all wrapped up. This is the only one that still has a thing going for it, which is inspect the East Room. That is the only thing that still remains. Well, we're trying to figure out what to do. The thing is, you have these things. These are your current objectives. So we currently have considered the nature of the blackmail letters. Seemingly nothing more we can do on that. However, it hasn't been cleared. This one, find out what happened to Elizabeth, Florette, and one of the Bosch family since you last met, has been cleared. There is 100% nothing more we can do there. It's done. Investigate the blackmail, still on 0, but that is just because it's where we have all of the evidence of it. So that's fine. So the only thing that still shows as you have something to do is chapter 1, which is inspect the East Rooms. In here, if you look up in the top corner to the left, there's a chain with the number 1 there. That means we have to create one of these yellow lines between 2 of these points. Somewhere on this map, in Poirot's mind, there are 2 things that can be connected. And we have to figure out what those 2 points are. However, right now I'm having a little bit of problem figuring that one out. I have a little bit of problem figuring that one out. Okay, not even a little bit. Little bit of problem. Quite a lot of problem. It's like the Sherlock Holmes game, yes, but I feel like the Sherlock Holmes does it better. I feel like in the Sherlock Holmes games, the deduction there makes sense. A lot of the deduction that we have had so far in Poirot is it's a bit... It doesn't feel relevant, or it feels so obvious that you don't even think of it. Like we had things with this character, Elizabeth. She was betrothed to a man named Luke. He had passed away. We then had to connect Luke has passed away with Elizabeth isn't feeling that great, which in my mind shouldn't even be necessary to connect if you're playing as a detective with a great mind, because it should be obvious that of course you wouldn't be feeling great. But that was still the two things we needed to connect. So that Poirot could go, yes, I'm a genius, of course she's mourning for her betrothed man. It's... I don't like it. I like it when it makes you feel clever because you solved something. I don't like it when I feel like I'm stuck here trying to connect two things that should probably is really obvious. So I like it when it's deducting for the case. I don't like it when it's deducting for absolutely every tiny little detail. So that's the difference between this and Sherlock Holmes, because I feel Sherlock Holmes does it very well when it comes to like connecting your case, and you feel like, okay, I'm solving this, I'm connecting the dots. It's like having that big cork board in front of you and you're pulling the red string crisscross against each other. Where here it's like, oh yes, someone was reciting a speech. There's audible music from a room. Clearly some guest has arrived already. Should settle myself as soon as possible. Which we should, if we could only find our room. But for some reason, there's still something here that isn't connecting. Now, this could also be partly my fault, because there's no way for me to skip part this bit, because I disabled any hints from the game itself. Because I didn't think it would be needed. When it's this sort of things that locks me in place, I kind of regret it. Because this doesn't feel relevantly stuck. This feels annoyingly stuck. My room neighbor's Ernesto. So, can we then take that to some guests that are already there?
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
But this isn't even evidence. It's me finding my damn room. It shouldn't be this hard. I wonder if this matches the number of expected guests. Well, can I do this towards... No, I can't. Some guests have already arrived. Can I do it towards the welcome book?
I must take a different approach.
No, I tried that already. My brute force option is basically trying everything. I guess I could do that, but again, this seems too obvious for me. As if you're playing a great detective, then obviously Mr. E. da Silva is the luggage of Ernesto. But let's try it, and it could again very possibly be one of those times where I just go, but that's obvious.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
But yeah, that would have made sense, wouldn't it? Like, we connect that. It would have been obvious, a bit too obvious, but it would have made sense. But Ernesto is E. da Silva, yes, we have had this confirmed. And Mr. C. Demir is this guy, Zach. We have no idea who the fourth male guest is. And we know there are two female compartments. Because there was one next to us that had the music playing, and there was one that was for... what was her name that should stand here? Yes, it was Miss Conrad's room. But yes, if anyone has any good ideas, then feel free to shout them out. What was Zack's directions? Hideous plant, it troubles me. Didn't we make a note of the plant? Hideous plant.
Is there something I am not seeing?
Okay, so that's also not it. That would also have made sense in that sort of obvious way that, okay, hideous plant, hideous plant. No, no. And I feel like it's very hard to brute force this as far as connecting absolutely everything with everything. Like if we just take this one, that could be with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Let's just say it's a lot of possibilities. It doesn't feel like something you can brute force precisely. If it was so that one thing could only go with a few of them, it would have been fine, but Indeed, a game that cannot be brute forced, Jack would be out of his mind. I know, and it doesn't allow you to pilfer the belongings of everyone else either, so clearly not the right game. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, for... Damn it. It's there. It was right there. And it just took my brain a few extra minutes to connect it. Just because I connected that thing, and I used that as an example for how many different things it was. And then we left it, and only afterwards does my mind go back, wait a moment, that thing has the question, doesn't it? Gideon said 6 guests are staying on the first floor. This one is asking, I wonder if this matches the number of expected guests. How much are you all willing to bet that this was the deduction that was being an issue?
What a revelation.
Ah! It's just, what a revelation indeed. Surely. All the first floor rooms are accounted for, perhaps the missing door is hidden elsewhere. Okay, now we have one door is missing. Perhaps the missing door is hidden elsewhere. Okay, so now... Damned math. Damned math and counting doors and guests. How dare it? Let's see. One door is missing. Could it be this thing? That would make a nice little line.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay. Fair Mademoiselle's secret may not be the only one the house is hiding. household holds many secrets. Ooh, well deducted there, Poirot. Can we now please get to go to our room? Come, my little grey cell, let us solve this mystery. Can I now just go to my room, please? Thank you. The bedroom next to Monsieur de Silva. This must be my room. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, let's hope it's a little while until the next time that happens. Finally, I found my chambre. Although the journey was longer than expected, the destination is really quite charming. Should make myself familiar and comfortable in my new surroundings. Very well. Let's see. It's a book. I wonder if I get a chance to catch up on my reading while I'm here. I'm assuming a book and piece of literature is the same thing. There's a luggage. There's a fireplace. Which you could also gaze into for hours on end. There's a view. Snow has limited the view from the window, but it certainly has a beauty of its own. Even for a detective like myself, finding this room was quite an arduous task. This house may hold more secrets than expected. This shouldn't been that hard. Finding your down room shouldn't be this hard. Hello there, Elizabeth. You found my room in no time, couldn't you just have said?
Elizabeth, thank you for coming. I shall not take up too much more of your precious time.
Not at all, Detective. I had best not be away for too long. Madame would not be pleased when there is so much work to do.
Well, mademoiselle, if anyone was to ask, I required your urgent attention with a delicate matter. That should be enough to give you a moment's peace.
Thank you, Detective.
Can I assume you are aware of the probable blackmail ring in the area?
I have heard whispers, but this town is full of busybodies. It's hard to know what is the truth and what is hot air from socialites trying to outdo one another.
I would not have thought you want to join in with such chatter.
I'm not, but it can be hard to ignore. I try to quash any talk of it in the house. But it's easier said than done. When the staff are together, it seems to be a competition to see who can dream up the most scandalous rumour.
You are a loyal maid and friend. Mademoiselle Angeline is fortunate to have you.
Indeed. If we can't find our own room, then clearly we do not belong here doing other detectiving, so we just sent home packing.
It baffles me why they would target her in the first place. She has such a kind and pure soul. That may not be what you remember of Mademoiselle, but she has grown into a kind-hearted young lady.
I was wary of that when I arrived, but I myself can see a change in her, a maturity. And if it is as kind and pure as you have stated, she should not be troubled by the letter.
Letters, Detective. I brought you the other.
Mademoiselle van den Bosch, you do not know me, but I know you and your family very well. For years you have stood high on your pedestal, attending parties and living the lifestyle of the upper class, a life that you were born into, all the while hiding a sordid secret that would tarnish the Van den Bosch name forever. Once a respected family with morals and nobility, but now you rely on riches and jewelry to show your worth, a worth that is not deserved. Even residing in a home that was obtained under your lies, but not for long. For your secret to remain exactly that, take a small brown paper parcel filled with 5,000 francs, addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Barbier and Sons Cobblers before sundown on Friday. If you do as I request, this will be the last you hear from me. You will be able to return to your life of stolen wealth and excess. If you refuse, be sure the name Van den Bosch will be on the whisper of lips for years to come.
I have tried to tell her not to think any more on them, but she fears that even a fabricated story could ruin the family name. She even frets at what it may do to her engagement.
I have met Monsieur Demire, and I cannot see his love for Angeline diminishing at something so trivial. Merci for bringing this letter to me.
Mademoiselle Angeline worries so much about the family name. but from Mademoiselle Elizabeth telling, she has nothing to worry about, at least from her own perspective. Perhaps the secret does not directly concern Angelina at all, and she's merely the easy target. I mean, that would make sense, considering that her mother would just ignore it.
Merci, mademoiselle.
If you can't get any money out of the mother, why not target the daughter instead?
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Okay, let's see. The blackmail. Blackmail wishes family to leave the manor. Blackmailer wishes family to suffer. Combine those two?
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
Very well. Wishes family to leave the manor. Possibly written in the house?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Okay, payment was demanded. Was paid. What is my deduction here then? Consider the nature of them. Consider the nature. Let's see. Let's see. What can we think of? What could be a possible reason for doing this? What could be a possible reason at all for doing this? Let us suggest the black man wants to see the family lose everything, including the house. Including the house. No. Payment demanded with payment acknowledged?
Order and method.
Not that either. Connect first. Okay, so I can't connect the big ones. So I can't connect like first letter with second blackmail letter and then kind of give a rough comparison of how they work together. That doesn't work. Let's see. What else? What else? What else could I possibly do? I can't think of anything. I am absolutely stumped again. I have tried to connect these two. I have tried to connect these two. Try to connect those. Staff is aware of blackmail. Howl holds many secrets. Wait. When did you come here? Could you be connected with the blackmailer? Fair Mademoiselle's secret may not be the only one this house is hiding, including the house.
I must
No.
act on thought and...
I mean, it was a bit far-fetched, wasn't it? Staff is aware of blackmail? There we go.
Guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The staff members that are aware of the blackmail could possibly know the reason why. The Pierce Vandenbush secret may not be a secret at all. The house staff may know what the blackmail is holding over the family. Okay. New conversation has been unlocked. And then there's only this one. Investigate the blackmail. Okay, let's zoom in here and see what we have. House staff may know blackmail reason. Suspect. Then we have instruments, possible intimate tools and victim used to commit the crime. Wished family to suffer. The motive. Wished family to leave the home. Where the precious week, house, where, who. Okay. We have nothing that's supposed to be linked here. Are you the one that opened up the new
Of course, Detective.
conversation?
What is it?
Do you know where Mademoiselle Angeline is now?
She will no doubt be with Master Gideon. The party was just beginning when I came upstairs.
That is my cue to make a grand entrance. Am I presentable enough for the creme of society?
Quite handsome, Detective.
I still don't like the red socks and the red shoes, but very well.
Merci. If you catch me snoring, please poke me in the ribs.
I will use Madame's sharpest poker.
That doesn't sound good.
It sounds as though someone else may have already been poked.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would be so kind to return to the party.
With all this excitement out here,
I believe that is an end to the excitement, as you put it, Monsieur Demire.
It's hardly the job of a detective to resolve domestic arguments, but under the circumstances, perhaps this is more to it. There's more to it. I shall speak with the major outside.
Oh, thank God. One last match.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hagen.
I wondered when you would be arriving. At least now you can do your job.
Pardon, Monsieur.
I have just been assaulted. I want him arrested.
Well, I would rather punch you.
I'm afraid it is not as simple as that. I merely witnessed you standing up from the ground.
Would you like to explain what happened?
This is ridiculous. You know very well what he did.
I know no such thing.
Perhaps you could elaborate on what instigated the altercation.
I should have known you wouldn't make things easy.
It's clear that the major is still outraged by what had happened, but I must learn what caused such escalation into physical violence. Push on whether the major instigated the altercation.
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
And you, Major, are very easily have a tendency to provoke people.
I hope you're not implying that I started it.
Oh, very much so.
I am only stating what I have seen.
I was having a private conversation with Angeline when he interrupted and struck me. That is all there is to know.
If the major is still the same man that I met all those years ago, surely remain defensive and the blame of the altercation will fall solely on Monsieur de Maire. Perhaps the best approach would be to access the one on the Major's side and coax out the truth. The conversation with Mademoiselle Angeline was had with the utmost respect and politeness toward her. Implicating, or straightforward, I guess.
I would not act any other way. Well, unless I am provoked.
You have grown rather close with the Bosch family, it seems.
What has my relationship with the family got to do with anything? Why are you even here, officer?
I am not an officer.
Detective. And I was invited by Mademoiselle Angeline personally.
Seems to be mistake after mistake with that girl.
Do you think she made a mistake in agreeing to marry Monsieur de Mere?
Of course I do. What a stupid question. He is scum. Him and his whole family.
Harsh.
If I had my way, he wouldn't have even stepped foot in this house.
Mocking or antagonizing displays some hostility between you and Monsieur de Mere. Do you think Monsieur de Mere's actions were appropriate? Oh, which one here is the most to his side, though? Oh, I'm unsure. I am unsure on this one. Antagonizing doesn't seem good, so let's try mocking. Doesn't seem good either, but oh well.
Are you dumb as well? Why would I be happy about being punched in such an underhanded way?
It felt good.
My apologies, monsieur. Perhaps I had not worded my question appropriately. Do you feel that Monsieur de Mere had reason enough in his eyes to act as he did?
To act as he did? He assaulted me! What planet are you living on? Useless, once again. I don't know why I should be surprised. Feel free to return to the party. Leave me to my cigar.
So we failed because of that. I'm afraid my feelings toward the Major may have gotten the better of me with such hostile questioning.
I have met Monsieur de Mere. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
I hope you're not implying that
I am
Wait, so I'm just being brought back
I
here.
was having a private conversation with Angeline. When he and...
Okay. Well, that's a bit disappointing as well.
I would not act any other way. Well, unless I am provoked.
I would assume it would just make it harder to deduct. I didn't think it would just put me back towards the start.
With the Bosch family, it seems.
What is my relationship?
So that I would just have to do the same thing again. This time knowing what to go for.
Of course I do. If I... Officer Poirot, are you going to do something about him or not?
Not. Definitely not.
It is Detective Poirot. And if you refuse to answer my questions, I do not see how I can continue.
I just don't know what she sees in him. Angeline could do so much better. I don't think she realizes what she is getting herself into. I can't imagine her living a happy life with that rogue.
I see. Merci, monsieur, for your honest opinion, whether I agree or not. I shall leave you to your cigar and return to the party.
It is not often that such a violent attraction happens at a celebration such as this. I should investigate why it began. Okay, so we have a new map. This party is already filled with more drama than most, and it's barely begun. I was requested here to find a blackmailer, but perhaps the altercation is connected somehow. The Major. Let's see. we're gone for the guest book. There's a pamphlet here. Some information regarding a shelter for women coming from troubled homes and backgrounds. Well, that seems fine. Anyone out here? Don't look it. Oh, hello there. What do you have to say of this Archibald?
Monsieur Sterling, I trust the preparations are progressing since our last meeting.
Please, Detective. Archibald is fine. Everything is in order now. Are you ready to join the party?
Oh, absolutely.
You are head butler of this house. It is a position that warrants respect, and I shall continue to give it, Monsieur Sterling. And I must admit, it is the smell from the kitchen that has my attention more than the party itself.
Rehana is quite the cook, but it will still be some time. Maybe you'd like to enjoy a drink while you wait. Some of the guests are already in the salon to your left. And the remaining guests are in the library on the first floor.
I will be sure to explore both. Merci.
Do this evening plans follow any sort of schedule?
Dinner will be served in the dining room, but the rest of the evening is yours to enjoy.
You have all certainly been working hard, it seems.
Very hard. The lady of the house wanted everything a certain way, and that's how it was to be done.
You did not want to interject in the altercation between Monsieur de Mayor and the Major?
It is my responsibility to look after the house and staff, not to resolve petty disputes.
Fair enough.
I cannot imagine he will be in any mood to attend the party.
He often has a cigar to calm down, and if that doesn't relax him, that temperature outside surely will.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Okay, let's see. This time I met my fellow guests of the party. They all have a connection to the family in some respect, and although they are here to join the celebrations, perhaps one of them has a more sinister motive. Okay, let's go meet all the guests and start connecting the dots. Already met you. Don't even want to say hi to you. So let's begin with you. I don't know you.
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Detective Hercule Poirot? I heard we were being joined by one of the King's finest officers.
Oui, madame. I see my name precedes me.
Comtesse Margot de Vos. Charmed, I'm sure.
It is I who is charmed.
Handsome, well-mannered, and a man of the law. I did not expect such a fine caliber of gentleman at this party.
Comtesse, your compliments are enough to make a young detective blush.
Besides flattery, what is it you do?
I fill my time mostly with charity work. The number of those less fortunate only continues to grow.
Okay.
How very admirable.
You seem like a nice person.
One must remain humble.
And which side of the engagement brings you here?
I have been a close friend to the Bosch family for, well, heaven knows how long.
You must have known the late Viscount then.
Indeed, we had been friends since our school days. His passing was very hard on both Cassandra and young Angeline. I became a sort of protector of them both after his death. A guardian angel, if you will.
Well, that's nice of you. I have learned that friendship in these higher social circles can be nothing more than a facade to remain in that position. Perhaps the Comtesse is vying for Madame Bosch's position. Quite a shock to see the Major lying in the hole like that.
You will find Felix at the center of any trouble, especially when it concerns the ladies of the house.
I see.
I understand he has made himself quite at home here.
What an understatement. He thinks his friendship with Cassandra entitles him to anything and everything in the house, including certain opinions of how young Angeline lives her life.
He does not approve of Monsieur Demir?
You'd have to ask him, or rather speak with Gideon's brother. He will have something to say about Felix, I am sure.
Very well, we shall do that afterwards then. The Comtesse is well versed in drawing one in with delicious bait and then leaving them biting on the line. Another conversation with Mr. Zachariah is in order. What are your thoughts on Monsieur Demir, though?
A strapping young man. Angeline has found herself a good one. They certainly make a handsome couple.
Indeed they do.
Speaking with them both, it is plain to see, even to one that is unexperienced in such emotions, that there is a great deal of love between them.
When they are together, it is obvious for all to see, even at such a young age. But who are we to judge what the heart wants?
Is it the women's shelter? It is the women's shelter you work with.
Work with? I built it from the ground up, detective.
My admiration continues to grow.
While my husband, the Honorable Count de Vos, is always busy with his duties, I found myself at rather a loose end. I could not bear wasting my days with no purpose. And one day, while shopping in the city, I noticed the abundance of young women living and begging on the streets, dirty and hungry, without a franc to their name.
It is horrifying to think of how so many must live their lives while others live a life of such selfish opulence.
I hope that was not a backhanded comment on the life I live, detective.
Far from it, Countess. You are using your wealth to better the lives of the less fortunate. It is commendable work you do.
It is, isn't it?
The work the Comtesse is doing will go a long way to improve the lives of those who need it so badly. I only wish there were more in positions such as hers who could see the divide in our society and use their wealth to bring the plight to an end.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
I mean, she seems nice. I hope she's not the blackmailer.
Huh.
News of the continued factory strike. Workers demand a fair treatment by Jacqueline Conrad. Let's see. To the dining room where I cannot go. Piano that I cannot play. Okay. Zach, what you got to say for yourself?
Monsieur Demir, we meet again.
What did I tell you? Call me Zach. You found your room all right then?
I did, and a charming room it is.
Even if it's next to a hideous plant.
I don't know if I would call mine charming, but if I drink enough, it won't matter.
Must apologize for my rudeness before. I did not ask how you know the family.
That's okay. At least you actually care. Not like most of the others here. I'm the groom-to-be's older, more handsome brother.
Ah, oui. I see the resemblance now. How wonderful that you can celebrate this occasion together.
I'll stop you there. The only wonderful thing about this celebration is the free food and drink.
Do spill.
You are not pleased for your brother.
Angeline seems nice enough, but marriage is not for me. What is there to gain from tying yourself to someone for the rest of your life? Besides the money.
What is it you do for work? It seems everyone here is of some great financial standing.
Recently, not a great deal. Well, except for enjoying myself. I was once a field medic in the military. But those days are over.
A noble occupation. Did you not want to make it your career?
It wasn't my decision to make. I certainly don't miss the battlefield, that's for sure.
I'm hesitant to ask, but how is your brother after the altercation with the Major?
I'm sure he's fine. You don't need to worry about him. Always the knight in shining armor, riding in to save the day.
Saving the day from who, exactly?
Well, if Gedeon is the knight in the fairy tale, Felix is the dragon.
Dragons are nice. Major isn't nice.
Felix the Major. Ha! Always there, thinking he is better. Just because he was a major. We all know how he got there. In his mind, that puts him at the top of the chain.
Seems there is some hostility between Mr. the Mayor and the Major, an animosity that does not come from one evening at the party. I get the feeling you do not have much fondness for the Major.
The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think it's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
I've stumbled upon a delicate subject. It may be best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party. Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Okay, well, fine then, Cassandra. Let's get this reunion
Madame
over
Bosch,
with.
congratulations are in order on your daughter's engagement.
Thank you. And you are?
Detective Poirot.
I'm sorry, the name eludes me.
That day at Vandenbush House has stayed with me. It opened my eyes to the unjust treatment of the working class, and has been a driving force in becoming the detective I am today. And yet, I have barely been a second thought to her.
Once Officer Poirot, I investigated your daughter's missing bracelet.
Oh, it's you. There is no missing jewelry here today, so we are really not in need of your services.
I am here on a rather more pressing...
I know why you are here, officer. Detective, whatever you are now. Please, just get on with it.
detective, and I promise not to keep you too long.
Charming as always. I understand the altercation earlier began with an argument between the Major and Mademoiselle Angeline.
Angeline is her own woman now. She can fight her own battles. She does not need her husband to be stepping in.
And what battles would they be?
Nothing that concerns you, detective.
I'm not sure what I expected asking Madame Van den Busch about private matters. Your daughter invited me here to find a blackmailer.
Keep your volume down. She had no right to do such a thing. As soon as the other ladies get wind that there was a police officer in the house, the whole town will know.
Not a police officer.
Perhaps you should be more focused on catching the blackmailer that is holding your family's name to ransom than what the chattering women of the town will say.
I care more about what those chattering women, as you so rudely describe them, have to say than the empty threat of an anonymous letter.
Your daughter does not agree. In fact, it has been suggested that one of tonight's guests may know more than they are willing to show.
The guests? You mean our friends? You can't honestly believe one of them would be so petty to send a letter like that. Oh, officer, you have not changed.
Detective, not officer anymore. Also, hello there, Blobber, and thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a good Sunday. I guess I must thank you for your hospitality tonight.
I suppose it is only polite to say you're welcome.
Oh, you haven't missed much. I'll have to say, this is a downwards hill compared to the other one. Oh boy. The other one I thoroughly enjoyed, this one, no.
Madame is as quick-witted as I remember.
This would have been absolutely horrible for a race.
What a shame there is nothing as memorable about you but your lack of respect.
Should have known getting into a verbal battle with Madame would not be easily won. Basically, it's no, I think horrible for everyone in general. It doesn't lend itself to it. It's the story is interesting enough. Like, I don't mind the story aspect of it. I know there's been some reviews that has complained that the Poirot that's depicted in the game isn't reminiscent to the Poirot that they know. But I think that when you consider that this is when he's young, he's yet experienced a lot, most of it can be acknowledged. Like, it's not in character, but it's not too far off, a lot of it, at least so far. The game looks nice by all means, as far as technically it's fine. It's basically interactive story with some detectiving, but the detective bit so far has felt very contrived, more than they should. You have a mind map that you go through and do things. There is no puzzles in it at all. The only puzzling aspect is the detectiving, and when you try to deduce what's connected. Indeed, no things, boo.
Merci.
Let's just end this conversation real quick. What you have two things. You have your notes, which is basically where all the characters are separate. And then you have this thing. This is what goes instead of the puzzles. Yeah, I'm really not selling this game highly, and it's a reason for it. So here you have one of the objectives currently is find out about the circumstances surrounding the altercation. You can see it says there talk to Cassandra. And here's actually one of them. If you see up in the little corner there, you'll see a little diamond with a chain where it says 1, currently exclamation mark. That means that any of these little things has to be connected. There's supposed to be one connection made based on the things that we currently have in this image. So if I zoom in, it could be different status, Gideon looking forward to a family fortune, Cassandra keen to avoid the agreement, the Major wanted to calm down, brothers have history with the Major, a young romance, the Major doesn't like Gideon. All of these could potentially be it. We can try the Major doesn't like Gideon, and combining that with brothers have history with the Major.
Another success.
In this case, it was a success.
I never doubted myself.
I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think it's the Major's place to cast judgment on Gideon. And then you get a new point, which is, I didn't say, well, it's what he just said. The Major intended to warn Angelina. And that is the detectiving. Now, in this case, the Major doesn't like Gideon and brothers have history with the Major. That makes sense why you have to do this. Like, this is trying to find out about the actual crime. We spent a long time doing these on things that I feel are completely irrelevant. Basically to find our room. We had to deduct so many things just to find our room. And it feels like it's been too pushed into it. Basically. And I do miss puzzles. I do miss something. So it's not made by the same people who made the other one. And it's clearly... They clearly focused on story and trying to create something new that isn't based on an already existing, well, book or movie sort of franchise. And I'm not sure if they have quite managed to get the game part of it to be particularly interesting. So I'll complete it because I want to know the actual story. But it's not a game that I would recommend buying to get a detective game in itself, because then I would want more.
Let's make this quick, detective.
There's also been situations where you have multiple answers to questions, and you can choose how to deal with everything. Like, you can take a more understanding approach, or you can be a bit more aggressive. And I feel that in those moments, it should at least be acknowledged what sort of position you take. Seemingly, so far, it doesn't. And in those few moments where you need to talk to someone to get evidence out of them, if you take the wrong out of the 2 or 3 options and the game decides no, you were wrong, it will just put you back to do the same question over again. So there's no failing, and your consequences of failing and choosing the wrong one in the few cases where it does matters have no consequence anyway. You're just gonna have to redo a bit of dialogue. The characters don't seem to change their voice lines at all. Due to a problem, I had to replay the end of the prologue because the game crashed and didn't save the last bit. And I tried going with the completely different answers. Exactly the same voice lines from the receiving characters. Nothing changed. And I feel like at that point, why are you even giving me options? Like, why are you giving me options when nothing changed and my choices matters absolutely nothing? So I'm choosing now to basically look at this as an interactive story with some deducting element on the side, and I think that's probably the best way to look at the game. Looking at it as a puzzle game or real deductive investigation game, not so much. But yeah, I understand the Major is not fond of Angelina's husband-to-be.
You can make whatever assumptions you wish.
Based on several accounts, it seems as though the Major has a certain level of disdain for him and his brother.
Felix is merely protecting both my daughter and the Van den Bosch name.
Protecting them from what exactly?
That is a question best asked to them.
You must be elated at the news of Mademoiselle Angelina's engagement, though.
Gideon is a fine, educated young man from a well-respected family.
All important when considering a new son-in-law.
A good home and education speaks volumes about a man. Even in the short time they have been engaged, his noble character is obvious. If you were an educated man, you would know that.
As pleasant as always, Cassandra.
I can assure you, madame, my education is not one to be sneered at.
And yet you remain a mere detective. Perhaps it is your choices, then, that are to be questioned.
Oh dear. She is so charming.
What do you mean, protecting?
Oh, I forgot to read that. Darn it.
She hasn't gone and paid that silly ransom, has she?
It was Monsieur Demire that accepted the cost. He paid it because your daughter believes there may be something to hide.
For heaven's sake! Why do you think it was addressed to her and not I in the first place? Because they knew I would throw it in the rubbish where it belongs.
Madame, if there is something you are keeping, it would be wise to tell me now. It may help in identifying the culprit.
And it would be wise for you to stay out of my family's business. If I require your help, I shall ask for it. but don't hold your breath.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Indeed. Oh, I do hope there's a murder, and I can't help hoping that it will be you. Either you or the Major. Either is good. I don't like either one of you. Ooh, a bottle. Can I look at the bottle? Quite a substantial sized bottle of alcohol. Already half drunk. Why is a half-empty bottle sitting on the bar with no glasses besides it? Can I go behind the bar and snoop some more? No, nothing else to look at. Okay, then to the library we go. The rest of the guests are supposed to be there. But yeah, we are involved in a blackmail case. That is the premise for why we are in this house. But I do suspect that there will indeed be a murder soon enough. Because it's a Poirot case. How could there not be a murder? I think this is the library. Yeah, library.
I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not a reporter.
It could be the Major in the library.
But you're going to want to hear this. You could interview me now.
And why would I want to spend my evening doing that?
The world needs to know. You want to sell papers, I want the truth to be known. Win-win.
I came here to enjoy myself, not to hear a second-string version of...
I was there. I saw the whole thing, including who was ruining the show.
All right, I'll bite. Let's talk later.
Okay, that seemed interesting enough. I am hoping that it will be the Major in the library with the candlestick. Perhaps the happy couple's engagement has someone in a particular romantic mood. Romance novel laying out. There are enough mysteries in this house without being distracted by a fictional one. So that's a mystery novel. What else is up and about? So many countries and cultures to experience. I hope one day to see them all with my own eyes. Travel novel. And a note. Looks like the happy couple are planning their honeymoon, but is undecided on their destination. List of travel destinations, but I don't get to look at them, so that's a bit disappointing. Let's see, what else? Collection of books in general. Could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of characters within these books. Another fireplace that you could look into. Another collection of books. If I had a love of my own to declare, I would surely take inspiration from them. That's a big collection of romance novels, I have to say. I'm assuming this is travel books then? Oh no, there's mystery. Suspense and tension. Two-ways orders keep their readers hooked in their character stories. Mystery novels. What's this? Glass case. Looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. Okay, how about the globe? Often find myself thinking in the prospect of traveling, perhaps one day. Telescope? Gazing at stars is truly one's life's simple pleasures. But yeah, even looking at things like this, it feels very little rewarding. The falling snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surround the house. You get the same voice line for every fireplace, and yet it's highlighted like it should be something. Madame must have great interest in religious saints to have such material on them. And it's like 1 in 10 maybe is relevant, if even that much. Looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. That's what I've gotten for everything inside every glass case I've looked on, except one. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see that it's it's hard to come up with a new plot and a new story. But that's the thing. I feel like the plot on this thing isn't half bad. I feel like the plot is pulled down by the game they try to attach the plot to. And that's a shame. I don't mind if the story is very much a familiar thing. It's just don't waste my time with putting all of these glass cases that don't even have the decency to have a different description in them. Or, as earlier, every plant was highlighted as something you can interact with, and then all plants were like, no, it's a beautiful plant, except one, it's a hideous plant. Did that prove to be particularly useful? No, not really. It was just to just give some sort of direction to your room, which you didn't even need.
Bonjour. Are you a guest of Mademoiselle Angeline or Monsieur Demire?
Do I know you?
Where are my manners? I am Hercule Poirot.
The lawman.
Oui, monsieur. Detective Poirot. And you are?
Ernesto da Silva.
A pleasure, monsieur.
So what is it you do?
I'm a man of business.
I see. And yet you're wearing a hat inside in civilized company in, Ooh, a bit uncertain about the year, but considering we have women wearing trousers, we can't be that far back in time. So I'm pretty sure hats inside is still considered a great faux pas.
I see. Is there a particular area of business that is your focus?
Overseas investments, international relations. I also own a number of factories in the city.
A man of few words. This may become more like drawing blood from a stone than a back and forth conversation.
Très bien. Monsieur has many talents.
Am I right in thinking the late Viscount was involved in such business affairs?
We work together as partners, yes.
You must know the Van den Bosch family well, then.
I helped Madame Van den Bosch, if and when she needs me.
Monsieur referred to Madame Van den Bosch as Cassandra before quickly retracting. Perhaps they are closer than he's willing to say. You witnessed the altercation between the Major and Monsieur de Mere, oui?
I did. But frankly, I have no time for childish school fights.
Good on you.
You are not aware of the circumstances that started it, then?
I heard something about a cigar. Only Felix would be petty enough to get riled up by something so menial.
A cigar?
Yes, Monsieur Demire had one of Felix's precious cigars. If you ask me, they won't be the real thing anyway.
Would not expect two children to act that way, let alone two supposed distinguished gentlemen.
Distinguished gentlemen? There was two alpha males going head to head. Master Gideon came out the victor.
Okay, but see, that doesn't sound like the language you would find in a novel for this time anyway. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Surely we have passed the days where shows of unnecessary brute strength impress anyone.
When it comes to the protection of a woman, we are far from it.
So far, the writing hasn't been bad, but that one is
primitive.
Bring up alpha males, and it's like, yeah, no, you lost me. Suddenly we're in the 2020s. Indeed. It's. I have never heard that being used in an Agatha Christie novel, so that's definitely disturbative. As far as throwing you out of the rhythm.
The Major has no place to feel threatened. Monsieur Gideon is to become her husband.
And he has spent the last however many years supporting them, as he calls it, clutching on to whatever he can.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Let's see. Let's talk to Jackie.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. You're not from around here, are you?
The American.
My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a friend of Mademoiselle, soon to be Madame, Angeline.
I see. Jacqueline Conrad. No doubt you've heard the name before.
I am rather embarrassed to say I have not, Madame.
No need for the madame. I'm not married. Just call me Jackie.
But I'm pretty sure the note that was in your bedroom said Mrs.
Oui, Jackie.
How is it that you have come to be a guest here tonight?
Here's the thing. I'm one of those people you want to know, and not be on the wrong side of.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to remain on your good side.
It's the best place to be. You wouldn't believe what a couple of positive stories can do for a family name, or a career.
And that is what you have done for the Van den Bosch family?
A little help goes a long way, and from what I have seen, the ladies deserve some positive support.
You must have heard about the recent blackmailing then.
I heard, and it doesn't surprise me. There will always be someone trying to get something out of someone else. People are only out to help themselves.
That is a rather pessimistic way of thinking.
But it's the truth. And in my experience, more often than not, it's someone the victim knows, and knows pretty well.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You make me question those I consider friends.
And maybe you should. If you have something you don't want the world knowing, just keep it to yourself.
It may be the nature of her work, but she lacks any sense of compassion for those that may fall victim to such betrayal. When I entered, you were talking with a gentleman.
That's what we call eavesdropping.
No, that is what we talk you not being careful about having a conversation you don't want people to eavesdrop on in a very public library. At a party.
I didn't mean to pry.
And with respect, I don't think it's really any of your business.
That is certainly not what I was expected. Mademoiselle Conrad is a force of her own. I shall have to play my cards right with her.
I must take my leave.
Well, Hugo, let's see if you will tell me everything instead.
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hugo Beckers. A pleasure.
I hope I am not disturbing you. I often find myself at a loose end at parties such as these.
Again, another man wearing a hat inside.
I've never been referred to as a loose end before, but it is always good to make a new acquaintance.
After start with pleasantries.
There is no better way to understand one's purpose in life. I stand up for the workers that cannot do it themselves.
You work with a union?
Union leader, well, that is my formal title. But I see myself as more than just that. So much more. I am the face of the people. A voice in the void when there is none.
Very spirited. You have quite the way with words.
In my line of work, it is essential. Some fight with their fists, but I believe words are the ultimate weapon.
So, but now I got curious. Let's see. History. When did Belgium really get a union? Belgium's political movement that existed from the 1820s to 1846. Okay. Oh no, that's different. That is not workers' union. That is something completely different. Worker unions. (1937 to 1944). That doesn't make sense. That's very late for where this game would be. Yeah, I 1830 sounds more like Independence Union, indeed. But workers' unions is 1930, 1940s. And this is supposed to be young Poirot before the war, so that makes no sense, but oh well. Is it the Demir or the Van den Bosch name that brings you here?
I have been working with Gideon for quite some time. We are doing great things together. Great things.
I was not aware he was part of the Union.
Well, he's not exactly. But he is an ally in the battle we face. Without his support, our uphill struggle would surely be a climb. Hopefully my talks with De Silva will help him see the light.
I walked in upon you heated discussion, shall we say, with Mademoiselle Conrad earlier.
I don't know what you think you heard, but it was a private matter and I appreciate if you kept it to yourself.
If it's such a private conversation, why are you having it in the library? Also, De Silva was here before me, so he was already listening in on this.
I can assure you, Monsieur Beckers, your conversation is exactly that. Yours.
Then maybe we should just leave it there.
There is something more to that conversation. If there's nothing to hide, why are both parties so hesitant to elaborate? Perhaps now is not the time to press on it.
Merci. If I find myself at a loss again, I shall certainly return.
Okay, let's see. We have talked to everyone, I think. So now there's a lot more of these things going on. We have 2 here, so let's begin with the 2. Find about the circumstances surrounding the altercation. Let's see. Gideon had one of the major cigars. Not even the cold could stop him. Is he that attached to his cigars? Is that it?
Magnifique.
Would the major really start a physical fight over Gideon stealing a cigar? Talk to Zack about that. That's fine. Okay, what else is new here? What else has changed since last time? Hastily arranged marriage. It appears they were not prepared to wait to be wed. I find it rather romantic. Why would a couple want to move forward with the wedding so quickly? Okay. Hastily arranged marriage. Why? No, that can't be it. Hastily... Cassandra keen on avoiding that? No. It can't be the family fortune thing. Why would the couple want to move forward with the wedding so quickly? I mean, it could just be young romance. Let's try.
This will not get me any closer to my...
That is not it. But I feel like it has to be this one because this is the only new thing that has been unlocked. This is the only new thing since last time we viewed this thing. Except for the cigar, and we've already connected the cigar. But let's keep that in mind and go return to it later. Come on, there we go. Because there's 4 thing here. It could very well be the different status, by all means. Meet the other guest and uncover their connection to the family. There's 4 links to be found here. So, Ernesto is fond of Cassandra. Ernesto helped the family out. The Major supports the family. Major's been around since the Viscount death. Been a long time friends. Protective of Cassandra. If Vanessa's assistance something to be concerned of. How do you feel about that, Major?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
There's only so much help you can receive before you are simply relying on someone. What do the family still need assistance with? Family still needs help. Let's see. Let's see, what else? Hugo and Jackie had a heated discussion. Jackie's blackmailer theory. Jackie dismisses Hugo's argument. It could definitely be anything about marrying lower classes, but I don't think it is, because even her mother, and her mother doesn't have a lot of nice things to say about anyone, says that he's a man from a good home and a good family. So the only thing is that she probably wants it to happen before he finds out about the family's financial troubles. But why he would want to marry quickly is another matter entirely. So they're both socially, I think they're fairly similar. It's just that they've been on different sides in the war, apparently. Long friends. Looks out for others. And there was the pamphlet. Oh. Let's see. Pair of wooden pursuits. Okay. Margot considers herself to be Cassandra's guardian angel. I'm sure Madame can protect herself. Why does McGuffin need to be like that? If I connect you to the Major, will that work?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay. Very well. Well, I feel like she should definitely be connected there, so maybe to Ernesto? I'm trying to connect the people who are on that side of the family.
Come, my little Grace Alice.
No, that's also not it. Because these three seem to come from her side. She's kinda in the middle. I'm a bit unsure who she's there from. She's just... I mean, she's mostly with the one Bosch, but still. And then these two are clearly Gideon side. And I can't see how they... Ah, there we go. Bottle of alcohol, clearly intoxicated.
What a revelation.
There we go. This is what I mean with the... I don't feel this should even be necessary to spend my time on. But bottle of alcohol, he's intoxicated. What a revelation indeed. I could not even fathom drinking that much alcohol, especially in one evening. It was half a bottle. Half a bottle... That can't have been much even in those days. Let's see. 2 more things that need to be connected. Blackmail theory with still needing help. Could definitely be it. Definitely worth trying.
Is there something I am not seeing?
But no luck, I'm afraid. No luck, I'm afraid. Hugo and Jackie had a heated discussion. I feel like I can connect you two somehow. I'm just not sure how. Also, didn't I already talk to Hugo? But they missed the argument.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front...
That's not it. Looks out for others. Longtime friends. Oh. Come on. 2 more things to find on this one. 2 more lines to create. It's not just him connecting his own 2 things, right? That has also been a thing before, that it's just 2 things that looks like they looks like it wouldn't be necessary, but it has been. They're a pair I would not want to go head to head with in an argument, that's for sure. Why would he... could that be with the blackmail?
Come
No.
on, little Grey Cells. We must think logically.
Jackie doesn't want to talk about the conversation with Hugo. Could she be hiding something? Newspaper?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Heated discussion with newspaper?
I must take a
Something
different
she'd
approach.
written? Yeah, I don't get it either. She's a journalist. They were having a debate about something. It shouldn't have been an issue. I don't know why she's so adamant that it is. But oh well. It is what it is. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. There's gotta be something here that I'm not seeing. Something I'm not seeing. Okay, he's intoxicated. Yeah, that we dealt with. He's Gideon's brother. Brother doesn't seem close. I can't imagine that that would be relevant in this particular case. No. It can't be that they aren't close. It can't be because of the union, right? No. Oh, I see, we had the same idea there. Their brothers sound close due to the union, but no, apparently that's not a problem. Apparently that's not a problem at all. Is it just basically that both of them are being stubborn?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
To resist its argument, something does not feel right about their joint secrecy. See, this is the sort of things I would rather not waste my time on, but oh well. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, but you've been around and support. Are you connected to yourself? Perhaps he's not such a bad man after all. I wonder what the extent of his help is. Are those two connected?
The pieces of the puzzle
Okay.
are finally coming together.
So just that. It's clear the Major is close to the family and has some connection to both Cassandra and Angeline. Okay. Very close to the family. Talk to Archibald, talk to Margot. Well, that's okay. At least that unlocks more places to talk about. Does that mean I can push the blackmail on him? Who is close enough to the family to know their secrets? The Major is.
Magnifique.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that to actually work. I was expecting that to just be my false hope, but I'll take it. I'll take it. There is a chance the Major is involved in the blackmail somehow. What is the extent of Felix's possible involvement? Okay, and now we're on 0 here. So that's good. Now it's just more conversation has opened, so we need to talk to Margot, Archibald, and Zack. In this one, it's just investigate the blackmail, nothing new to do there. And here it's also talk to Zack, but we still have one more connection to go through. Oh dear. Let's just try it. I don't think so, but...
Order and method.
Yeah.
That is the way to solve the problem.
Between him and the Major's a class divide. What is it between you? Keen to avoid the argument. The Major doesn't like Gideon. Yeah. It's like sometimes you feel like you know where you're gonna end up. Like he is wealthy. She is fighting bankruptcy and hiding it as much as he can. Of course, she's happy about a hasty marriage. But, what's this thing then? Short. Hope they're ready for the impending commitment. I thought I already did this with this one, but I think I clicked it. Did I not? Let me double check.
Another success.
I thought I had done that.
I never doubted myself.
I could have sworn I'd done that. I should figure I was gonna start from the bottom and work my way up, but really? I'm sure Gideon would be marrying into the family purely for financial gain. But there's no financial gain to be had with this family, and he's already paid 5,000 francs, so it made no sense. Why would Gideon pay 5,000 francs to save her when he has his own fortune that he has also made for himself? It makes no sense, though. There's no financial gain for him to get from this, only financial ruin. But I guess you could argue that he doesn't know that. Okay, which one was it that I was supposed to talk to? It was Zack, Margot, and Archibald. Very well, everyone is downstairs. So let's leave the library. That's the thing, I did not feel this frustrated with the reasoning system in the other game, because that felt like I was actually doing deductions that mattered. Here it feels like we need a game mechanic and we need to use it as much as possible, so throw it in there. And use it on absolutely everything. And with the other one, as Blubber very much proved, you can just start and brute force your way through it by just choosing one angle and start working. With some of these, you really can't. There's too many possible solutions. Some of them have simply too many points on the mind map to be able to do it.
Fire
Well,
away,
not
detective.
you can still do it. It just take you forever. Don't mean to dampen the celebration, but would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?
I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
Well, good on you, at least. Something tell me his excessive drinking is not a celebration of his friar's engagement. His recollection of war makes me think it may be something more serious. It's a shame thing escalated so much to over just a cigar.
Gedeon said they were the majors, but I didn't think he would miss just one.
Yeah, see, 9 options with 3 combinations, that's fair. At that point, it's like, okay, if the player doesn't get what you mean, it's not that big of a deal. We counted on one that I was stuck on with the room, and it had over 30 different options that I would have to try it with, and that was just one of several.
Ah, it was you that took the cigar.
So that would be about then... If one was combined with 30, that would mean that the other 30 also probably had about 30, so 30 times 30. A bit longer to figure that one out.
Me? Okay, detective, you twisted my arm. It was me. But I didn't even get a chance to smoke it. Gideon snatched it out of my hand. I'm sure he could afford to replace it.
And the major saw Mr. Gideon holding the cigar, assuming he had taken it. It was all a misunderstanding, so why the following altercation?
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Always 2 things. You always build a line with just 2 things. Thankfully. If not, it would be absolutely horrible. Oh. Though I wouldn't put it past the game to put it towards me later. That, oh no, now you're doing 3 in one row.
I am all yours, detective.
Let's see. Monsieur de Silva claimed he helped Madame van der Bush when required.
He would say that. I mean, financially, yes. But what else does that man have to offer?
I don't know what he has to offer. Please do tell me.
I cannot imagine Madame van den Bosch would be one to request financial help.
After Edwin, the Viscount, died, the family was left in a rather unfavorable position. She wasn't requesting, chérie. She was begging.
I see.
Let's just keep that between us. It's a rather sore subject for her.
Didn't take much for the Comtesse to reveal private matters of the Madame's business. I'm not so sure I would be willing to divulge any information to her. You mentioned the Madame's friendship with the Major.
You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
I'm a detective, it comes with the job.
I believe it is called small talk, no?
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
You are not a fan of his.
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house. Madness.
This is new. This is new. It's something I never thought I would hear. Madame was ready to physically escort me out of the house when I arrived to investigate Mademoiselle's missing bracelet, and yet she allows the Major to get away with murder. There must be a reason as to why she would be so accepting of such behavior.
It has been a pleasure conversing.
What does
I
the
look
Major
forward to
know?
our next tete-a-tete.
What dirt does the Major have on her? Let's see, who else do I need to talk to? That's everything there. I need to talk to Archibald and Ernesto. Who was Archibald again? Wasn't that the butler? Yeah. Where did the butler go? Mr. Sterling is talking on the phone, almost too loud to ignore.
Vanden Bosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, of course. Please hold for one moment. Sir? Yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
Excuse me, Archibald.
What can I do for you?
The Major has made him quite at home here.
Yes, he has been here for some time now. Lady Vanden Bosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards, and so he should.
Okay.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Very well. And then let's quickly head upstairs to get the last one. And then back to the deducting board to create some more lines. And hopefully we can get one step closer to figuring out who blackmailed the family, and by that, hopefully triggering a murder. I want murder. I want blood. You have done business without a guest at this party.
It seems someone has been asking around about me.
No more than anyone else.
Only polite curiosity, I can assure you.
Well, you would be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur?
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There's obviously more to learn about the goings-on between Monsieur de Silva and the Major. Certainly does not sound like a positive business relationship.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Okay. Let's see. Now there's one more thing here. And the only new thing is this. The Major views the family as high class. So he would be different status.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The Major may feel that associating with the Meer family may lower the Vanden Bosch name. Wonder if this is the limit of his negativity. If I connect possible status drop to potential financial intentions.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
It's clear the Major does not see the Demir brothers in a good light. What does his thoughts towards them have to do with the couple's relationship? The Major think the Demir are bad for the family. Yeah. And then we have one more. Does that mean I can put the Major intended to warn Angeline with this one?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
The Major clearly doesn't want the wedding to go ahead. Mr. Gideon's reason for punching the Mayor might perhaps valid after learning of the reason he is against the wedding. Okay, objective complete. Excellent. Then we solve this one. So that gets a little check mark on it. And we can go on to this bit. Where there is also one thing that has changed. There are 3 new things here. So one of them has to be involved. Ernesto worked with the Mayor. Rocky working relationship. Not impossible that that's something. And the other one is Zacharias repressing something. No, that's not it. That's not it for this one. I don't think that's it for this one. I think it's probably something with Ernesto and the mayor. Rocky working relationship?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Ernesto worked with the mayor?
I must act on thought.
To some point, yes. There's some limits to where it kind of goes with things. Like, it's unlikely to be a line from, say, here to down here with the Great Hall. Or way over here. But it has happened that they've crossed over fairly far. And it has also been places where it's crossed through other lines. So it's just been behind them. So I don't 100% trust my own logic. As far as that. Because I've messed up that one before. Let's see. No, I can't see what this one would be though. Rocky working relationship. I mean, that was with the mayor. The mayor's been around.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay. Not that then. Let's see. Let's see. What could it be? What could it be? I feel there's only so many things it could be, though. Could be.
Is there something I am not seeing?
It could be like he doesn't like the relationship, but the family needs help, so he does it for the family. I don't feel like Zach is involved in this particular one. I don't think Hugo is involved in this one. I mean, that was a very clear thing between Ernesto and the Major. Rocky working with supports?
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps...
Ernesto worked with and supports?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Rocky relationship, but Ernesto is fond of Cassandra and therefore perseveres?
Order and method.
Nope.
That...
Fond of Cassandra, but works with the mayor?
Come, my little grey cells.
Oh, come on. No. Like, if Margot's opinion of the Major also... Oh, there we go. Didn't treat Cassandra very well. Could that be the reason with Rocky?
I must act on thought.
The mayor's been around, but doesn't treat her very well.
Order and method. That is the way to...
The mayor doesn't treat her well, and that's why she's protective. There we go. That was it. I didn't even see that that one had appeared. Can't tell if Margot's dislike for the Major comes from a genuine place or mere jealousy. Okay. Then we have everything connected. Okay, we're good. We have no one to talk to there. That one is all settled. The blackmail in general view is still very much under investigation. Which means it is time to go snooping. Because we talked to everyone. There doesn't seem to be anything new that's opened up there. Now that we solved one half of the problem. So clearly, the answer is to go and snoop around and try to find something new. Something that hasn't been here before. Just doing this quick circle of the first floor. I doubt there will be anything here. There wasn't. Absolutely nothing new around here. I would be very surprised if it's in the room, so let's go downstairs. Because I'm having a feeling that it has something to do with the servants. And maybe something to do with the call that we had. There's a note. That note wasn't there before. This is new. The staff rota for this evening. 4 people are assigned. Is this enough staff to proceed with tonight's event? Okay, staff rota Friday. All-day service, Archibald, Elizabeth, Inge, and Rihanna. Kitchen, breakfast, family, lunch, family, dinner party. Service, breakfast, family, lunch, family, dinner party, evening service. Housekeeping, morning, family, evening, turn-down service. That's a lot. The staff live and work in the house with the Van Bosch family. It would not be surprising for them to know more than the family would expect or want. Okay, currently nothing there, but I'm pretty sure that will open up. So let's go snooping in the butler's pantry and see if anything happened there. Oh, darn it. Locked. Would have thought if it's such a tight schedule I found at least one person in here. How about over here? Staff quarters, also locked. I think it's time I joined the party. I want more snooping. Need to find something more. Surely. Surely there's something more around here. Can I go to the dining room yet? Sure, we will all be informed when dinner is ready. The phone is nothing new. Guest book is nothing new. Can't go to the garden. What do you want me to do, game? What do you want me to do? Is there anything over here that draws my interest? No. It says here a little thing over you. Do you have any more new dialogue?
Quick, detective.
I was passing and noticed the butler's pantry was locked.
Locked? That is absurd. They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area anyway?
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
It may not be the permission I was expecting, but I shall take it nonetheless. I shall try the pantry again.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
I like the fact that, yeah, we're here trying to help your family with blackmail. The pantry is a bit locked. What? The servants must be slacking off. You go tell them off. I'm too busy with my party. Very well. Unlocked. Must have caught a staff member at the right time. Okay, let's see. Anything new around here? Is it just Eliza? No, not Eliza, Elizabeth. The cupboard, anything new there? Seem to be anything of interest there yet? Oh, there's something here. This wasn't there. A letter.
Oh.
Papers that order dismissal of staff members for accessing rooms without permission. Curious. Dear Miss Allard, your position as housemaid within the Vandenbush residence is hereby officially terminated with immediate effect for the following reasons. Accessing forbidden areas of the house, refusal to make sincere apology, emotional distress brought to the family. A reference shall be offered pending future employment. Sincerely, Madame Vandenbush. Huh. Sounds harsh. Ooh, a photo.
Huh.
A photo showing 7 members of staff. The house would surely run like clockwork with so many. Okay, so they were 7. And now they're down to 4. No, that's not Elizabeth. I haven't met you.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
I know you're insanely busy.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about madame.
Inga Frank, detective.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility. A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère.
You have all been working very hard this evening.
Oui, detective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite. But if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Very well. Let's see then. Okay, there's one thing that needs to be connected here. We have the staff photo, family taking care of money now, staff termination. Huh. High tension in the kitchen. Is that with staff termination?
Come, my little grey cells.
Family taking care of money combined with staff terminations?
Is there something I am...
Thinking maybe they were trying to save money by just terminating staff instead of doing anything else. Let's see. Remaining staff is overwhelmed with staff termination?
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
High tension because remaining staff is overwhelmed?
I must take a different approach if I am...
Okay, there's only so many I can do here. There's only so many I can do. Let's see. Staff rota and staff photo?
What a revelation!
It appears there's a number of staff missing based on the photo and rota. Why could this be? And then we do that with determinations.
I should
There
not
we
be
go.
surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Indeed. Now we know who's fired. It appears the missing staff was in fact relieved of their duties. Could there be another reason for letting them go? Okay, so we have talked to Inge, talked to Cassandra, talked to Archibald, and we still have one. So can I now do that with the taking care of the money?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
If the family are being more cautious with their money, maybe staff will let go for that reason. Okay, so now we have more dialogue. And that is with Cassandra, Archibald, and Inge, so that's fine. That is progress.
Oui, détective. I am at your service.
Madame has recently fired some members of staff, though.
That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
Oh, I will be talking to Mr. Archie as well, so don't worry about
I am not asking
that.
you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have. Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found out I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle.
Okay, so someone saw something they shouldn't.
Mademoiselle, I shall leave you to your work.
Probably something the major were doing that they shouldn't be seeing. He seems to be running the show behind everything here. Now, Archie, what do you got to say? You probably won't tell me much.
What can I do for you?
May I be so bold as to ask about the staff at the house?
What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is no complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Not exactly what the termination paper stated.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Let's see. And now to speak to the woman herself. For another absolutely delightful conversation.
Let's make this quick, detective.
I was hoping to explore the house.
The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer.
Detective.
They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Indeed, enchanting. Oh. Okay, let's see. Well, that should give me 2 more links, though. Staff know family is hiding something. Dismissive of forbidden areas. Those two connected?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
There's no doubt that there must be a family secret. Can forbidden house areas hold the answers? High tension because unsatisfactory work?
This will not get me any closer.
No. Let's see. Let's see. Insufficient staff, course, high tension.
I cannot see the logic in
Where that
this.
made sense.
Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Archibald claims and then confronted with forbidden areas.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Huh. Oh, forbidden area like this instead?
Magnifique.
There we go. Magnifique indeed. The paperwork conflicts with Archibald's account. Only one can be only one can... What? Okay, so that wasn't me fumbling with words. That is literally a sentence that doesn't make sense. Only one can being telling the true story. Okay. There are times when I honestly fumble with the words, and there are other times clearly when the sentence I'm reading doesn't make sense in the first place. There is something that does not feel right about the staff dismissal. The contradicting stories of why only make me question its reality further. Of why only makes me question. Okay, just different. Should have been a stop there, but oh well. That is that case finished. And somehow something new has happened here. Layoffs related to money issue. Family still needs help.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
It appeared for a moment at last that the family had organized their financial situation. But family is still struggling. Talk to Cassandra. Very well. Back to Cassandra we go. I mean, she does love to talk to us. You did not seem surprised in Monsieur the Mayor's payment of the blackmail.
Why would I? He is to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name.
It has nothing to do with your own financial standing. I understand Monsieur de Silva has been of help.
I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best sells me. Now.
Oh no,
yes.
I clicked too soon.
He has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Okay, and I'm assuming now it's, but it was only Madame Van Bosch that was so concerned with her appearance to others. Perhaps the Major was of a similar mindset, although I'm still not sure how he fits in the family dynamic. Objective completed there. So let's see, then it is just this one that remains, but there's nothing there for me to connect yet, which indicates that I do not have all of the clues. But since you talked about Ernesto de Silva, I'm gonna go and find him. Let's see if he can get me that last little... Oh wait, Archibald has something to say. What you got to say, Archie?
What can I do for you?
The smell from the kitchen is becoming almost too much to bear.
Ah, perfect timing. I was about to ask that everyone move through to the dining room.
Oh, excellent.
Très bien.
Yes, Maman. Perhaps Turkey. I would love to see my beloved's homeland.
I'm sure we will decide on somewhere. Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me,
I don't believe anyone did.
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The Major has been murdered in his study!
Yes!
Messieurs et Mesdames, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian Police Force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Murder. Finally, murder. Also murder to a character I didn't like, so even better. A noticeable, almost sinister chill can be felt upon entering.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
I am thankful to have someone of your resilience by my side.
I just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
Probably, and I can think of several.
I admire your faith in your fellow man, but you will be surprised what someone will do when they feel there is no other option.
Did any members of staff have access to this office?
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study, and they were all present in the staff quarters, or part of the dinner service.
Then how was the body found?
And everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts.
Tell me about the phone call the Major received earlier.
Phone call? Yeah. It was one of his business associates.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the Major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Let's see.
Your help and discretion in this matter are
Let's
greatly appreciated.
investigate this murder. I'm just glad someone killed the Major, but... Okay, nothing seems to be popping up over here. You don't even want to consider any of these things until after you look at the body, I see. Fine.
Aha.
Very well, that's all. A single stab wound. I would expect to see a number of puncture wounds if the culprit had come here with the intention of murder. A result of the confrontation with Monsieur de Mere. Although only one punch was thrown, there was substantial bruising to the face. I must use all my deduction skills and experience here. Beside the stab wound, there's little to go on from his body. Determine what happened prior to the Major's murder. I was brought here to find a blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the Major's death must take precedence. Okay, so we have purple bruises on the face and a single stab wound. Okay, let's investigate the scene of the crime. We have some damp floor. What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? We have a burnt carpet. It's quite severe. Such a shame to see such a beautiful made carpet ruined. We have a dent in the plaster. So Surprising that it's been left visible. Surely it would be a quick and easy fix. Not into the staff aren't allowed into the room. A safe. A bulky safe, made with security in mind. It's locked tight, but a box of valuables sits on top. Can I look on the box of valuables? Nope. A letter. A note is stuffed down the side of the seat. You do not know me, but I know you, and your past very well. Years have passed, and your actions remain hidden to the world. Actions that would shame even the evilest of men. The details so heinous, to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. Now is the time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece to the puzzle. The one that no one else would. If you wish to remain a free man, fill a brown paper parcel with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Bobby and Sons Cobbler, for closing this coming Wednesday. While there is time to consider your next move, I would not ponder on it for too long. When the world knows of your crimes, they will surely not ponder long on your punishment. Okay, so he also received a blackmail letter. Another blackmail letter, written in a similar manner to the ones addressed to Mademoiselle Angeline. Could the Major be hiding a secret of his own? Or is he in fact the author of the letters? Wallets. It's always 5,000 francs, apparently. It does not look as though anything is obviously missing from it. Okay, so no money has been taken from the wallet, it would seem. What's this on top of here? You don't get to see. An ice bucket. How to have a bucket this size for such a minute amount of water? The snow continues to bellow in. Why this window has been left open, I cannot fathom. However, I will not close it. Okay, let's see. I think that is everything we can see. Yeah, seems like it. Okay, let's see if we can do some deductions based on this. We have 2 deductions that can be done. In the wallet was a large check and some money. Locked tight and a jewelry box on top of it, so we can pretty much exclude that it was monetary gain for the murder. We can probably take the ice bucket and add it to the damp floor.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Someone has knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Someone besides the Major. Yeah, that one was obvious. Bucket was overturned. Burned carpet. Second floor window. Falling snow. Unrepaired with the bucket.
The pieces of
There's
the
been a
puzzle
fight.
finally coming together.
There are signs that something occurred in the study between the Major and an unknown fugitive. There's evidence of a fight. The burn mark, can that be connected? I would assume that's older.
I cannot see
No,
the
there's no
in
logic
this.
in that.
Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Let's see. Let's see. If that's not it. Evidence of a fight. Could the evidence be that this only a madman would ever consider entering and exiting a window? Which would indicate that the perpetrator is still here?
I must take a different approach if I am to...
Not that. Falling snow. Then why open up the window at all? the second floor, so no one would jump out there. But then why open the window at all? What's the purpose of opening the window? See, it's also something in me tells me that this might be connected, and we get to the fact that it was not a mugging.
Come, my little grey cells.
Or something. That we put together all the wealth, and that is a thing. But, there's not enough, like, lines to even get that done. But, sum of money and jewelry box? Nothing is stolen?
Magnifique.
Okay. The obvious items of value have not been taken. Why would the killer not take a reward? The killer would not take a reward because... second floor window?
What a revelation.
If someone had gone to the lengths of scaling the wall, they surely would have taken some valuables. Only a madman would consider that. So yeah. Okay. That's good. We have a start. The blackmail has also now progressed. Okay. Can confirm that the window was not the intruder's point of entry. Careless of me not to check the door first upon arrival.
Huh.
The door shows no signs of forced entry or tampering. Could they just have knocked and been allowed to enter? So now we get to that and the fight.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Evidence shows that a fight of sorts broke out sometime after the killer entered the room, unobstructed. The door from the bedroom to the study was how the perpetrator entered the room, but what I still do not know is were they invited in or did they slip in unknown? Okay. That's fine. That is one step closer. Now talk to Archibald. Yeah, nothing has happened in the major case thing.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
Has anyone else entered this room this evening?
Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his face. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Bosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Okay, that makes sense. Madame continues to rule her home how she sees fit, and it is her prerogative.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Let's see. Now that I know that the Major was not alone, it is time to search the study further in hopes of finding more clues about who was with him. Let's see. The scene of the crime has been investigated, but it does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstance around the Major's cigar is one such avenue that requires further explorations. Okay, let's do a second round. This coat. A scruffy-looking jacket is hanging upon the coat rack. The Major's scabbard is in the pocket. There's an ashtray. A reasonable full ashtray. I would have expected him to at least clean this out. A discarded towel, folded and unused.
Aha.
No matches remain. Oh wait, wasn't that a thing? When he was smoking his cigar down in outside right after the punch and we followed out of him, I seem to remember he went with a voice line of "This is the last one." The matchbox in here does have none of those, so there's no... I don't think that's the same cigar that he had in the beginning when the altercation happened. Because the punch was quite a long time ago at this point. I mean, we have been running around doing an entire investigation. So how did this get lit? Someone else must have lit it before for him. Meaning they were friendly. A rather organized desk containing what looks like important documents. It has to be for her to have a burn mark. Because the fireplace isn't lit, so we can't have lit it from there. It's incredibly dirty. The logs are old and covered in dust. The fireplace hasn't been lit in ages, apparently. And then let's see, the poker stand.
Oh.
Normal looking poker stand, nothing appears out of the ordinary. He has to have known the assailant. There's no way he would let them in elsewhere, and it's the only reason why there would be a burned mark over here. And I would assume that that is also why the ashtray is full. Also, there's a lot of things I can say that I don't think that this game like put a lot of effort into. And then you have things like this, where it's that squish noise when I walk over this particular bit in the carpet. There's this little squish noise there. No one else is... The rest of the carpet is fine, but because that is soaked, they've added the squish noise. And I find that incredibly satisfying, and it just makes me sad that there are other things that I wish I could have spent more time on. I don't think they could have had a conversation about the blackmail letter, but I think that would be more a case of if he received a blackmail letter, he's sitting here in the study reading it, and someone knocks and he kind of just shoves it into the chair for privacy reasons, like I'm just gonna put this here while I open the door. But I could be wrong about that. It could also just be planted there so that someone believes that it was a blackmail thing going on and that this wasn't personal. There's nothing to say that that blackmail letter wasn't put there by the murderer. Let's see. We have 4 things to deduce. Okay, so let's see. We have a half-smoked cigar. This entry to the room was obstructed and the burn mark. So, burn mark to the half-smoked cigar.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The Major was smoking recently, unsurprisingly, and dropped his cigar. What could have lit the cigar? Then we go to the empty matchbox.
Is there something
Fine. Not. Gotta somehow get that to show that it's not. Half-smoked cigar.
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem.
Oh dear, Hi there, Dusty Witch. Oh no, you didn't miss that much. You missed the prelude. We just had a murder. God påske to you too. Let's see. We need 3 more deductions, and I want to get the whole fire thing explained, but the game doesn't seem ready to do that. It's like, I can prove he didn't have any matches. I can prove that it wasn't from the fire. But how to get the game to agree with allowing me to say that is much more of a problem. Wait, what's this? This point does not look sharp to tear paper, let alone puncture skin. Okay, good. Missing knife. Missing a knife and single stab wound.
Another success.
There we go.
I never
Also, hi
doubted
Costa,
myself.
you seem a bit upset since you come whining. Have you decided that you want to solve the murder? The Major's knife is missing and his body lies with a stab wound. It could very well be the murder weapon. Okay, so then we have a murder weapon. Or potential murder weapon. And we need 2 more deductions. I mean, this is a contradiction. A bucket was overturned, causing a mess. But his desk is really tidy, so he's a very tidy person, or someone else tidied up.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Okay, this crime scene has been tampered with. The killer clearly has enough time to cover their tracks. Okay, let's see. Indeed, he's quite a sleuth hound. We did this thing where it's those solve a mystery while walking around your town thing on your phone, and they kind of travel all over the world and just implements the data on that particular day with him, which was themed towards. I seem to remember that was more Sherlock Holmes theme. So we went as Sherlock Bones and his Irregulars, and we won the prize for best name. So he was in the team photo and everything. So he's used to being on the track and solving the cases. Well, let's see. This is also clean. Could I put that towards this as well?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I can't remember what the thing was called, but it's I know they do similar things with a lot of things. There was Sherlock. No, it wasn't Sherlock Holmes. It was Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper was the theme. And then I know they have done one with Alice in Wonderland. I know they've done a modern CSI one. And I know they did the Smurf one. We only did the Jack the Ripper one because I quite enjoy Jack the Ripper theme. I've done the Jack the Ripper tours in London, and it's an interesting case. It's a very interesting case. So it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was greatly themed, but it had some nice little puzzles in there that you had to solve, and it was a fun day out with friends where you just walked around and had a bit of puzzle solving and saw parts of the town where you usually don't necessarily go. What's this ring of dust? There's a rather thick layer of dust surrounding the ashtray. Will I find other evidence of neglect? Yes, you most definitely will, than the moldy logs.
What a revelation.
Would have expected a major to keep his belongings in much tidier fashion. Looking at the condition of these logs. Nothing been tidied. Okay. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Let's see.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
For a house that has such high standards, there's a noticeable lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone, besides me. He was very clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention, but he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
Very well.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate, with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I mean, Archie is very much putting himself up for a blow there with only he is allowed in there on his own.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us, even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Well, that should give us one more. So, let's see, where's the new thing? Where's the new thing? There it is. Appears to have been lit in a long time. Can we put that with the empty matchbox?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
No items that could start a fire or light a cigar. So then we can connect no fire sources to evidence of smoking.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
There we go. Finally. The thing we wanted to say from the start has been able to be put together. There remains no means to light a cigar. Someone must have lit it for him. Someone he trusted, but who? Let's see. Killer's entry to the room was unobstructed. So the killer lit the cigar?
Magnifique.
Someone lit a cigar for him and attacked him when he least expected it. Who could have been so ruthless? The Major knew his killer. Major knew his killer. What can I link that up to? Major knew his killer. Is it just a straight line through the potential murder weapon? Because I would say that also shows that they knew the killer, because they knew where he kept his knife in his coat. But I don't think that was the thing then. Okay, knew his killer. Oh, of course. Crime scene was compromised. Damn it. Didn't think of that one. Forgot it was there. There we go.
What a revelation.
They lit the Major cigar and, following the brutal act of murder, took the time to clean the scene. They were not in a hurry and could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? The murder weapon remains a mystery. The killer, whose identity is still to be uncovered, must still reside in this house. Okay. I mean, Archie I can't see having much of a motive, but I'm not ruling him out. For all we know, there's a reason why the mayor could have done something to him or someone he cared about. Come, my little grey self, let's solve this mystery. Okay, new mind map. I was not expecting to have a murder case on my hands when I arrived, but this will merely be another test for the great Detective Poirot. Okay, so we now have the detective case. Archie, let's talk to you again.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
I believe I have collected all the necessary information and evidence. I would now like to inspect his adjoining bedroom.
As you wish.
You're being very helpful with this, Archie. Another reason I don't think you did the murder. For once, I don't think the butler did it. And, sadly, that means that both me and Blubber were slightly off in our prediction. It wasn't the major in the library. And I even went with the candlestick. It was the major in the study with a knife. It is clear the reason for entering the mayor's study was not to make haste with his valuables. What I must understand is the intent for murder was there. The study has been manipulated following the major's death, meaning they had time to return to the scene and attempt to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through bedroom. Perhaps there's something they failed to clean up behind them that can make sense of all of this. I mean, we were basically making Clue references, but yes. I know, shocking. I should review what clues the study yielded before I continue. Really, I need to review those again? Didn't we just do them? If the killer still resides in the house, I must approach everyone with only caution but suspicion. Not only caution but suspicion. Okay, Archibald. The major study. Now, I want to peruse another letter addressed to the mayor. It appears he has someone looking out for his business concerns. With the workers' strike? Felix, I understand that there are a number of business concerns for you in the situation that has arisen within the factories, but I offer this piece of advice. Step back. Monsieur Becker's efforts with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they seek, nay, demand, fair treatment they deserve for so long. The fuel for the fire has already been laid, and the match is ready to be struck. You do not want to be near those flames when they ignite. I know you were once a good, honorable man. I pray that is still true today. I must review the information I've gathered from each guest today. There may be something that will help reveal the identity of the letter's author. Okay, I will do that afterwards. After I'm done snooping. Ah, yes, let's look at this plant. Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species could take a lesson from. Great insight there, Poirot. Great insight. What's in this drawer? It seems Madame von der Busch's heart is a trophy worth fighting over. Major Hagen, I hope you will excuse my bluntness and plain speaking, but there is a matter regarding Madame von der Busch that requires not only our attention, but a level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you have offered to not only Madame, but her family and household. I am also aware that you know of the assistance that I have given to Madame, and the Viscount before her. We were friends and business partners, and I felt it my duty to continue to give aid and keep the Van den Busch name at the standing that has always been. Having said that, it's not always as simple to keep business and personal matters separate, and this is how I find myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond that one does not experience often in their lifetime. No doubt you have felt similar, but what may be lust to one man is love to another. While I respect you for your efforts in the war and the generosity you have shown Madame, I must request you step back from what you consider to be your duties at the house and allow for Madame to make her choice. The choice that I believe is obvious to all parties. I trust this correspondence remains for your eyes only, and a gentleman's agreement is enough to guarantee our arrangement. Slander? Merely speaking the truth. I acknowledge that we were both wrong. That was hardly slander. This could be the weapon that brought down some of the impressive animals that now fill the wall. We were wrong about that it would end up being the mirror in the library, and I added the mirror in the library with the candlestick. Instead, it was the mirror in the study with the knife. Hence, we were wrong. We were wrong in our clue guess. It wasn't the library, it was the study. Study all along. I mean, yeah, sure, mirrors, right? Huh. A rather threatening letter has been penned, addressed to Mayor F. Hagen. Oh dear God, I'm saying Mayor. How long have I been calling him the Mayor instead of Major? Oh no. Oh dear. Oh well. Oh, and no one thought about mentioning it, huh? Just seeing how long it would take me to notice? No. It's not. It's because I'm so used to reading Mayor these days. And Major less so. No, it's not like this is recorded or anything, indeed, Niamblub. It's not like this is gonna bother me immensely during editing. Oh. Oh well. Good thing I don't edit most of my videos. But yeah, let's try going back to Major. Dear Major F. Hagen, I did not think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances I see no other option. Madame Wanda Bosch and I have been friends for more years than I care to say. This is why I can no longer sit back and allow your bullying to continue. I am well aware of the companionship you have offered to my good friend over the years. It has been most generous, and without it I care not think what would have happened to her. But that doesn't give you the opportunity to act in such a foul and boorish manner. The day the Viscount passed, I promised that I would protect both Cassandra and Angeline, and it is a promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Forces, but your actions have mirrored that of a drunken fools who hold no place in our society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with a response. There is not a question that requires answers, only a hope that you see your errors and adjust them accordingly. No, luckily there are no cogs currently blocked by wooden pegs. I'm hesitant to even look at the clocks in this game. If I didn't already know, there won't be a puzzle. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of the globe. But what about the suitcase underneath the bed? Oh well. I mean, Norwegian. No, in Norwegian it would also be more similar to the English word, because that would be major. It's just said in a bit of a different way. Though, however, the Norwegian word for mayor is completely different, so it's not that, at least. Because that would be ordfører, and that's nothing like it. We have 3 things to get here. None there. This one has been closed. None there. So 3 things to connect. Okay, let's see. Determine who in the house warrants caution. Attention. Okay. Love for Cassandra mentioned. Obvious choice. Whoop.
Come, my little grey cells.
Okay, fine. We can connect it with the other one, but we both know he loves her.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
If there's something between Ernesto and Madame Wanda Bosch, Archibald would surely know of it. let's see. Warning about upcoming strikes. That can only be this man, the union leader.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay, wait, it wasn't? What? His positive work is mentioned. Oh, well, I guess. Well, close to Cassandra has to be her.
Magnifique.
Margot was quick to speak of her protection over Cassandra. She must take this role very seriously. Okay, then it's just this one. I was sure that was gonna be the Union. What details how Hugo's union work is opening the workers' eyes to mistreatment. Who supports the union besides Hugo? Oh, he supports the union.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The only other union supporter I know that is passionate enough to write such a letter, Mr. Gideon. There we go. Must talk to Archibald.
Certainly. What do you need?
What do you know of the mayor's relationship with the guests?
The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity. But I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Bosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest. There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never stopped.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt, more like a bag is needed listening to them.
Archie is spilling all the tea now. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva, the mayor, and Madame Wonderbosch?
You've lost me, detective?
I struggle to believe they were both helping her out of the kindness of their hearts. Could they have been fighting for the Madame's affection?
Ah, that didn't take you long to spot.
Monsieur Sterling's lack of real response gives me all the answer I require.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Damn, I was hoping for a bit longer conversation there so I could eat a bit more of my sandwich, but let's go. We have other people to talk to. Oh no, we don't. We have a link to find. Let's see. A link has opened up. The Major fabricated his accomplishment. I can firmly believe that. Cassandra has multiple admirers. The Mayor's generally disliked. Major is generally disliked. Oh, it's gonna be a thing.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Let's see. I mean, anyone could have had a reason to kill him. Absolutely everyone. I don't think there's a single one that wouldn't want him dead. love for Cassandra and multiple admirers?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Well, good for you, Poirot. Now I know if Ernesto's feeling towards Cassandra, he must be the one behind the letter.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
It seems the guests were not fond of the Major. Multiple guests threatened the Major. The killer may still be in the building.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
It's highly possible one of the guests is behind the murder. This warrants immediate investigation. Based on the evidence seen in Major's study and bedroom, as well as what I've learned from speaking with the guests, Monsieur de Silva, Comtesse de Vos, and Monsieur de Mere warrant concern and further investigation. I mean, I would say among many others, but sure. Let's move on.
Certainly. What do you need?
There's nothing further for me to investigate here. Would you kindly gather the guests for me?
As you wish, Detective.
It seems there's no simple explanation for what happened here. The Major's popularity amongst the guests does not seem very high. There are still many questions that must be asked. Don't suppose someone in chat could tell me how many chapters this game actually has?
The guests are waiting for you, Detective. I informed them of what has happened, but divulged...
Of this F-17 we ain't finishing today, Nimblub. There goes my opportunity to catch one of them off guard. No matter, I have more than one weapon in my armory. At least 2 is indeed correct, Baron. I am very proud of you for your math skills as we are on chapter 4. Unless you meant 2 more. In which case we're at 6. That's fine.
Madame Van den
But at
Bosch
least
is
2,
here
yeah.
Also?
She's in her room with Miss Angeline. It may be better to speak with them privately tomorrow.
Oui, merci. I shall come find you again once my questioning
I
is
would
complete.
assume we have this with interrogation. There's gotta be the parlor scene. Poirot, even in his early case, would never give up the parlor scene. Maybe 1 or 2 between, that depends. We could technically even see a second murder. I hope not for my own timer's sake, but still. The guest alibis are my priority. Once I can confirm their whereabouts this evening, I can understand who had an opportunity. Okay. Because I would assume I would also need to connect the murder with the blackmail. Interrogate the guest and confirm their alibis. Very well. Let's work our way throughout the room. Hello, Sack.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
So the Major was murdered?
It appears so.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
I would assume he's too drunk to do it. I think he wouldn't be calm and clean enough to fix it up afterwards. Besides speaking with me, tell me about your movements before dinner.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to him.
Fair enough.
Comtesse de Vos. And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
Very well.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Much appreciated. That was easy.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
Monsieur Poirot, or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect, merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot.
Can you tell me where you were prior to the dinner?
I took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Where you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself? Yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants brought me a drink and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Monsieur.
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you and the servant.
Strange that he does not seem to recall seeing Monsieur de Silva in the library.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Indeed I was.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Hello, Ernesto.
Monsieur de Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
A man's death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke? I am saying what I see.
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Where were you prior to dinner?
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat. It was clear they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
Okay.
Merci for your cooperation. Monsieur Demir, I am sorry your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
I don't think he's the guilty one. I think that's too obvious. He punched him just before he got murdered. It seems way too obvious that... Well, it would seem way too obvious. Besides your time in the hall, where were you before we were summoned to the dining room?
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
Did they inquire into the reasons behind the fight in the hall?
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Comtesse does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Right, well, next one.
Comtesse, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such formal circumstances.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my priorities, Comtesse.
Well, it's at the top of mine, detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions and you can get back to celebrating.
It would be my pleasure, chérie.
We spoke earlier. Did you remain here in the salon until dinner was served?
I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Did he say where he was going?
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Another to notice, Monsieur Demir's drinking, and yet no one seems concerned.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further
Yeah,
questions,
I don't think
shall be
so.
sure to come and find
I
you.
don't think he would have enough mind to clean up.
Mademoiselle Conrad, I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
Tell me about your evening since your arrival.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur de Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
Okay, but at least you acknowledged that he was there.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
Mademoiselle Conrad still remains tight-lipped about the discussion with Monsieur Beckers, but a hint at reading about it in the newspaper makes me believe it may be of much grander nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Okay, let's see. Anyone else here? Where's the bride? And... the mother? Oh well, we have 6 links that need to be established. Let's see. You saw him.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
They confirm each other's appearance in the salon. Gideon was present.
What a revelation!
Margot and Gideon confirm each other's appearance in the salon. However, she means that he left.
I must act on thought and fact.
Okay. Connected to the other one?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Said that he left?
Is there something I have...
Well, that seems weird. Connected with this instead?
Order and method.
Huh.
That is the way...
Well, that seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Connected with the main one, he is in the salon.
Order and method. That...
Okay, fine, we ignore that one for now. Move on to the people in the library. Spoke with Jackie and myself. Jackie was indeed talking to Hugo.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Jackie and Hugo confirm each other's appearance in the library. Ernesto was lurking. Ernesto was indeed in the library.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the...
Ernesto lurking, overheard conversation?
The
There we
pieces of
go.
the puzzle are finally coming together.
They confirm each other's appearance in the library. And you technically also confirmed that Hugo was there.
Is there something I am not seeing?
Okay, so there's 2 more, and that is connecting Ernesto to Hugo and Zack to Margot. Okay, let's see. Hugo was in the library. Confirmed.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
Very well. This one. No. Ernesto was lurking.
Magnifique.
Okay, there we go. Hugo failed to mention seeing Ernesto in the library. Hugo doesn't mention Ernesto. And then the same thing here.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Margot claims Zachariah stepped out of the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was his missing time accounted for? Okay. So talk to Hugo and talk to Zach. Very well. Zach, you are first.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Your version of events.
I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once.
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon.
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
Archie was on his way to the study.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
He got skinny jeans from the same place that you got books about alpha males and their behavior patterns. There's a few things that's very much out of the timeline. Okay, your story of tonight's events.
I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
You'd be surprised if he could read?
Monsieur Demire invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Monsieur Beckers is courageous and full of vigor in his planning, but his execution does not share such confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
That's right, talk to Archibald first.
Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demire in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major. He shouted a rather ignorable greeting to me and asked for directions to the bathroom.
I presume you showed him the way?
Aye, Detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
Yeah, because if he's in that state, I can't see him managing to subdue and kill the mayor. I was about to say mayor again. Oh, let's see. Let's see here. So that is covered there.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Archibald confirms Zachariah's movement out of the salon, however brief.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Gideon, Zachariah, and Margot were all in the salon, at least for some time all together. Surely someone else is to blame. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing here. Hugo saw Ernesto briefly.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Hugo saw Ernesto briefly. And therefore confirms this thing.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Hugo and Ernesto now confirm each other's appearance in the library.
Magnifique.
Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie support each other's version of events. Someone else must have been responsible, surely. Even with some minutes difference in stories, the guests all confirm each other's alibis. It's not the outcome I was expecting, or perhaps hoping for. Well, that leaves the ladies of the house and the servants, doesn't it? Come, my little grey cells, let's solve this mystery. That did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach, considering the potential motives, will reveal more. Oh, you're not stopping though. Okay, so your money is on the Madame through Archie, huh? I mean, not unthinkable. Not considering that we just now learned that Archie was delivering whiskey. I would like to know the timestamp of that, since apparently the Major was still alive.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Did you speak with the Major this evening?
Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him. Except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Vant and Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same.
I get the sense you and Mr. Gideon are not the closest.
When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly.
There is certainly some hostility towards his brother. This runs much deeper than brotherly rivalry.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Don't think he would kill the Major for that, though. That makes no sense.
Whatever you require, Detective.
How do you know the victim?
I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
It's the truth. If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead.
Care to share? Your connection to the family is through Monsieur Demir, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, Gideon invited me. If you will recall from our previous conversation, we have been working together and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the worker strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us.
You seem to hold a certain level of, shall we say, anger towards the Major. I am never gonna get this right now. It's stuck in my head. Towards the Major.
Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence.
Barely mentioned the Major, and Monsieur Beckers became rather flustered and defensive. So, are there plans for negotiating with Monsieur de Silva?
I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is a lesser man than I already thought.
I will agree with you there. If I would have preferred the voice actor of Hugo to sound more like a union leader. He doesn't come off as a union leader.
And where does Monsieur Gédéon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gédéon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them.
When was the last time you saw the Major?
Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Well, that was probably when we were talking to him.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
How about we start checking who has matches on them, huh?
More questions? I suppose so.
Can you tell me more about your relationship with the deceased?
Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met him through Cassandra. I thought him to be rather pompous.
Seems fair enough.
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course.
The negative opinion of the Major is rather ubiquitous. I am yet to meet someone with a particularly positive view of him. Why don't you tell me more about your relationship with Madame Wonderbush?
What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman, and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves.
Oh, really now? I think that's going a bit far. She's currently the most unpleasant woman we met in this game. You said you had talked with the Major a few times. About what exactly?
He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture.
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Security related?
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property.
Ooh, you don't come out of this situation looking good, do you? Both you and the Major have been very supportive of Madame Van de Bosch over the years, n'est-ce pas?
That is correct.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
I may need to approach this in a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with the Comtesse on it.
Merci for your cooperation.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
With the joining of your two families and the Major being around so much, I assume you knew him well?
I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive.
I spoke with your brother earlier. He was certainly enjoying himself.
What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
Excuse you? I do not know how he could not have noticed the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. How is your relationship with your brother?
We aren't the closest, but what brothers are?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much more to say.
I mean, there is a lot to say about the fact that you claim he doesn't drink. There's clearly more to uncover here. I shall return to the matter when I have the fuel that is required to get the answers. I'd like to ask you about your work with the Union, though.
I have lent my voice to some discussions. I have tried to facilitate meetings. Just positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
Oh, we're just confronting him straight on with it, aren't we?
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
I have been funding the strikes, Detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day. The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appears Monsieur's letter was at least written with noble intentions, but he is still hesitant to talk more on the Major's association.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Okay, next victim.
I am all yours, detective.
Did you ever speak to the Major about how he treated Madame Van de Bosch?
Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
If you say so.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath, Countess.
Wise thinking, detective.
I'm sure you have noticed Madame Van de Bosch's absence.
I imagine she will have shed a tear for him. but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
I don't know who has the sharper tongue, Madame Wonderbush or the Comtesse. It's certainly a close race for first place. What if Madame Wonderbush and Monsieur de Silva's relationship?
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
As I have said, Detective, I am not one to gossip.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Because it is not gossip when it's the truth.
I'm not sure that's exactly correct, but the Comtesse has made a bold attempt to justify her wagging tongue.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for.
You have explained that the Major was trying to remain close to the family, but not why.
He was a disgusting leech that was driven only by money and power, like most men.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
Embrace the compliment, Detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
And that is what the Major was doing? Using Madame Van den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
The Comtesse has certainly opened my eyes to the Major's true ambition with the Van den Bosch family. Wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger for social recognition.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Last one.
You came to the right place. What do you need?
What do you know of the victim?
I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Hey, I'll take anything I can get at this point. Mademoiselle Conrad is wise to the nature of this question. She knows exactly what and what not to say. This knot may be harder to crack than first expected. As you were previously speaking with him, I assume you know Monsieur Beckers as well, then?
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
A man suppressing his anger and a murdered body. The most amateur detective could see a connection. You seem to know a great deal about everyone. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva and Madame Van den Bosch?
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
What are your thoughts on the Comtesse? I'd appreciate your opinion on her.
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her. She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
And what side is that?
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
I can only see the work of a woman's shelter as positive. Even if the reason to start came from a selfish place, the work they do cannot be scoffed at.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Okay, now let's see. Go back to... I gotta go back to Margot and to Zack. I was just talking to you, but apparently I need to talk to you again.
Detective.
Push on the Major's aggression towards Cassandra. Countess, you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close, but there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
I am sorry, Detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
I have already built a rapport with the Comtesse, some may even say in a flirtatious manner. Perhaps if I continue to charm her, she will reveal the information I require. It's obviously I who am mistaken. A fine woman of your stature would not purposely lead a young man astray.
Ever the charmer, Detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
Yeah, floating Poirot will be awkward. The Comtesse has something more to say, but she still holds back. Something tells me it's more to do with receiving attention. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. Yeah, this seems like I'm threatening her, so try this.
It is not often I am swayed so easily.
And I forgot to read it.
You on your willingness and persistence. From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors. If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy that he is out of her life.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted it. I never thought I would see the day. Perhaps now she will be able to see the man he truly was. Karma will always catch up to you.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Very well, that went better than I would have hoped. Let's hope it goes equally well this time.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Your relationship with your brother seems everyone has an opinion.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now.
Richard has again mentioned his time in the war. While I do not mean to belittle his effort for his country, it seems as though he has not been able to leave the life behind on the battlefield. What do you know of your brother's work with the Union?
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well, he...
Oui, monsieur?
It'd be best to just ask him.
Monsieur either does not know much of what his brother does, or he's protecting him rather coyly.
I think that is all for now.
Let's see. I need to, talk to Gideon again. Talk to Gideon again. Back for them. No further we go.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
Like to talk more about your brother again?
I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
Yeah, you'd think so, but no.
The murderer is in this house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement. Monsieur Demir, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, we could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. But this evening has not panned out that way.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Okay, that is everyone. We can start deducting. Okay, let's see. How many of these do we have now? We have 4. Let's see. Resents Gideon. So they quarrel.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Okay, very well. I don't really think this has anything to do with those two, but let's try. Gideon feels detached and resents. There we go.
I would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together. Okay, let's see. Jackie doesn't trust the Major. Jackie claims Marco is hiding something. Ernesto denies loving Cassandra. But they claim that... Oh no, let's combine them first. Ernesto and Cassandra's relationship, like that.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Perhaps Ernesto has hidden his secret love well. We can use this to our advantage. Okay, then it's just talk to Ernesto. It's not linking it. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. What else? What else? There's 2 more. Hugo's frustration. But Hugo also claims to have calmed down.
What a revelation.
So there's that. Hugo claims to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputes this. Hugo lied about his temper? I mean, it's not unthinkable. It's not unthinkable. Let's see. Major involved in the workers' strike. Could that be with Hugo has dirt on the Major?
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
Okay, What else could it be? What else could it be? I mean, he is defensive, so could I also link that towards the same thing? Is that possible? Can one thing have multiple lines?
Is there something I am not seeing?
That's fine. Just I feel like the defensiveness is different and kind of contradicts it. Or could I maybe connect these two?
Another
That works.
success. I never doubted myself.
He claims not to be closest brother, but still seeks to withhold information about them. So he still likes him. Now we just need to talk to Ernesto.
More questions? I suppose so.
Apologies for the insensitive question on the subject, but you and Madame Bosch.
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame Bosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her.
I am merely asking the question. There is no reason to panic. It would greatly help me if you would answer honestly.
There may be some feelings there, but Madame Bosch does not know of them, and I trust that it will remain that way.
Very well. Everyone else knows though, so
Merci for your cooperation.
just so you're aware. Everyone else seemed to see it quite easily. I had my own opinion of the Major, one that is wiser kept to myself, but I didn't expect so many like-minded thinkers. I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters. No one really likes the Major, huh? Let's see. Investigate the murder. Touch to Archibald. Very well, we can leave. We're done here.
My time with the guests is complete. For tonight, at least.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
I came here expecting to solve a case of blackmail, to relieve a family of a burden that has weighed upon them and overshadow their joyous celebration. And now I'm here solving a murder instead. I have never been to an engagement celebration where death has taken center stage before. Although the guests' alibis confirm each other, I still cannot rule out the possibility of one of them being involved in Major's death. The relationship between some of the guests and the Major were more than rocky. Dislike towards him was plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder. This is not a perfect opportunity to think about everything I've heard today. Also, we're not even considering the servants? That's very unlike you, Poirot. Usually you consider at least everyone a suspect. I have all the information I need. I must now compile it together and find the most probable culprit. Okay, let's see. We have 5 things we need to find here. Let's see. Reach a conclusion based on what you learned so far. Brothers are unlikely to cooperate, but they do confirm each other's alibi.
This will not get me any closer to
Okay.
my goal.
Clearly not. Gideon did write a letter. Hesitant to mention the past.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
His history with the Major, combined with threats to his well-being, definitely shows intent. Lied about his temper, has dirt on the Major.
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem.
Okay. Invited by Gideon. No. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Jackie wants information from Hugo. Hugo has dirt on the Major?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
When I first overheard the conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen. Okay. Hiding something. Hiding the advice to the Major?
What a revelation!
The letter she sent protecting Cassandra was threatening indeed, and Jackie seems unable to determine her secret. Let's see. Oh dear. How deep does Ernesto's love go, I wonder? I mean, I wouldn't think it's deep enough to kill. But you never know. I mean, someone has had to do this, right? We can probably combine these two, actually.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
All the guests have at least one other guest to confirm their alibis. So, at that point, could it be threats to the Major because he cares?
Magnifique.
Lying about love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition. But they all have the alibi, though. Who could that be at this time?
Entrez.
Detective, I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
Only now did I notice the fact that he has a pink handkerchief in his very mustard-colored jacket. And that does not work with the red tie and the red shoes and the red socks. It really clashes.
Do you have any suspicions?
Yes!
As to
I never noticed that it was pink. For some reason my mind blocked that little detail.
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests.
I was too distracted by the red.
While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
I mean, Poirot has always cared very much for his appearance, and he's always been a bit of a dandy in a way. Making him look like a playboy. I mean, he's always been very charming. There's enough of the books that has Poirot being very, very nice to some of the young ladies. There's sadly no ego points, and I really miss the ego points. The ego points helped so much with the game. adding that little bit of
I
extra
know there
touch.
was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
I mean, it's a very nice way of rewarding RP, and I haven't seen that in a lot of these games, so I really enjoy that bit. But yeah, I think there are several books where Poirot offers himself to be a fununcle character to pretty young women. Like, yeah, no, I'm just a friendly uncle. Just treat me like your friendly uncle. It's, sometimes a little bit like, not sure you should be doing that.
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
Mademoiselle Conrad? She was in fact at least suspicious until now.
I assume that's who you were talking about, detective, after what happened between them.
Oh no, is that stuck in your mind now that it's Sugar Daddy Poirot? Oh no.
That is a story I have yet to hear.
No, I think the one I really remember Fununcle from is in Death on the Nile. There he pretty much presents himself as a Fununcle. And there's a few other ones as well where he does the same thing.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow that was the only thing she did not mention.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
An envelope, you say?
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care to repeat.
How is Madame feeling now?
Better, thank you, detective. She's resting in her room. It is the best place for her.
And you, mademoiselle?
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, detective. We had grown close. After father's passing, he was always there for me. And now, he's gone as well.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, detective.
I have no doubt, but you can be assured the culprit will not remain at large for long. You have my word.
If you were in my position, mademoiselle, who would be at the top of your suspect list?
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true, but those invited know each other, some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends. I should return to my room now, detective. It has been a trying day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle has left me with an interesting thought, one I had not considered until now. While at first glance the guests do not appear to show much fondness for each other, Mademoiselle is quite sure that is not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together and not individually. Okay, so it's just that one. Reach a conclusion based on what you've learned so far. Guests have known each other for years. All alibis are confirmed.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Really? I was certain that would be the one. If you wanted to claim that they were working together. I mean, it has to be one of her two ones, because those are the ones that occurred. And these two don't really connect with each other, so that's not it.
Thought and fact, not on impulse.
But of course, it could also just be with the dirt on the major and not the alibi things.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay. Just that simple.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I now have all the motives from the guest, who is under suspicion. All motives confirmed. Towards all alibis confirmed.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I do not know who I can trust or whose stories I can believe. Are the guests innocent? Now all guests are suspicious, and they have known each other for years.
Magnifique.
Are you trying to make this into another murder on the Oriental Express thing where they're all guilty? That doesn't really work well for you in this story. There's no physical way one of the guests could have killed the major and returned to the party. Unless that is where I'm mistaken. It's not one guilty party I should be looking for, rather multiple. See, at least in Murder on the Oriental Express that kinda made somewhat sense with the amount of wounds and everything. Here it's just one stab wound, it would make no sense. I mean, Poirot could probably have done that. How could I have not considered that the major's death was part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one of the guests? It came almost as an epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline's remark about the guest's shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle will become the trusted ally that I now sense may be essential to catching the guilty parties. Yes, because clearly you don't consider her or her mother as guilty parties at all. Tonight's questioning was only the beginning. I will allow my suspects to sleep on their stories, and we will see how they fare tomorrow. Perhaps one of those involved will have morals enough to show a glimmer of regret. Considering they may be working together, I cannot be sure who has told the truth, and who has attempted to sell me down the fleuve. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's sleep will surely bring a new dawn of thinking. And what a better setting to do so in the peaceful falling blanket of snow that surrounds us all. Although it seems not everyone has the same idea. I mean, yeah, that also helped with the Oriental Express. I mean, it takes a lot to connect everyone, all the characters, in that way. And it's not a solution that I want to see done repeatedly. Because the more often that it's like, no, everyone is guilty, the less of a twist it is. A restless sleep combined with the image of eerie figure in the snow has only convoluted that my little grey cells must consider. Should not have expected this to be a simple case. I have been lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibis all confirmed each other's. But I know this not to be true. No, you don't. You haven't even considered the staff. You haven't considered two of the people living in the house. You're being very, very stubborn, Poirot. How the Major was involved with the blackmail eludes me for now. Once I have confirmed whether he was the author or recipient, I can consider my next step in my investigation. Okay, so now we're looking into him as the blackmail. And we have nothing there. Let's see.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential, though.
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Hopefully, guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
Perhaps on more than one set.
I'm sorry if I was not much help last night, Detective.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
What were your feelings towards just the mayor's position in the house? Major's. Although the... Yeah, what were you feeling towards the Major's position in the house?
His position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house of late.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
Let's see. Hi there, Rumor. This is young Poirot, before he's a famous detective. Do you know what their business entailed?
He was always quite private about his work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed to the Major from Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes.
Although the Major's death has taken precedence, there has been a development in the blackmail case.
A development? Oh, Detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, Detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
Could the Major have been behind the blackmail?
Heavens no. He could not do that.
You did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself. It just doesn't make sense.
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
Okay, sure, Poirot.
Useful?
Exactement.
Ah, Poirot. Really would better if you just didn't say things like that. Let's see, the dining room is closed. Let's see. Did that give us anything? It gave us one thread to find out. Ransom value is the same on both, is that it? Oh no. Is it these two? Yeah.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
One cannot be surprised that with Angeline and Felix Bond, he's been a figure in her life for so long. She's attached. Where to go, though? Archibald.
Good morning, Detective. You slept well?
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help?
While watching the snow fall last night, I swear I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in the garden.
In that snow? If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
Well, not unthinkable. Have you checked outside?
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it
And
myself.
there we have a very upset dog.
With my own eyes.
A very upset dog indeed.
Staff have
No,
reported
not you,
seeing
Costa. You have been
things
very
bizarre
good. You have been
before,
very quiet.
But it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks.
It was definitely not our mind playing tricks. I did not see Mademoiselle Elizabeth last night.
I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
I'd like to speak with Madame Bosch at the earliest convenience.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
Ideally, yes. It is important I speak with her, but perhaps it is better to allow her to finish. I do not wish to upset her before I even ask my first question, and could perhaps investigate the garden for any evidence of the figure from last night. Will you permit me access to the house telephone?
I would, but I'm afraid I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them.
Gee, oh golly, we're in the mansion with a potential killer and the phone lines are dead. Who could ever have predicted this situation?
Even if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
Indeed, how unfortunate, how unpredictable.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
The killer cannot leave. Although I'm not able to call upon or leave the house to find help from local authorities, it also means none of the guests are able to leave. I have until the snow clears to find not only Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer, but also the Major's killer. About the body.
Taken care of. Master Dramir and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
Good.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Excellent.
assistance has been most valuable as always.
Okay, now into the snow we go. To the garden. Really, you're not gonna put on a coat? Finding evidence of the figure from last night will on one hand confirm I'm not seeing anything, as Mr. Sterling suggested, but on the other pose even more questions that must be answered. They weren't even boots, they were tiny shoes. This is... Oh dear. Faint footprints. There's a small trail of footprints in the snow. The mayor was seen walking around here yesterday. Expensive lighter. A well-made lighter with insignia of a military regiment. The major must have dropped it. Okay, we're not picking it up. I gotta say, you really don't take anything, do you? Garden tools have been left out, presumably before the snow fell. Probably yes. And then tossed out the window. Yeah. Milk bottles. Must have been left out for collection. Cannot see anyone make it through this snow though. Which means the knife should be there as well. And then they probably went outside yesterday to try to find it again. When they realized that they couldn't just leave. Fallen bird feeder. This almost disappeared in the snow. Doubt we'll see many birds in these conditions. I gotta say though, one of the things that's most striking me with Poirot walking around in this amount of snowstorm and in this light suit and not proper winter boots even, is that I have indeed watched way too many Asian dramas lately, because it's like, yeah, you're definitely gonna get a cold. Like, there it's one sprinkle of water and then suddenly it's the fear of getting a cold. And here's Poirot just walking around in the snowstorm. No care in the world. Not a single care. He doesn't fear a little bit of cold. I don't know, this is perfectly pleasant as long as you dress for it. But of course, if you don't, then yeah. I'm impressed with the fact that the snow trails actually snows back, like it snows back in. I feel someone had responsibility to do one thing on this game, and that was like create trails for where you walk and decide the sound effects from when you're walking around. That was their job, and they took their job very seriously. They created the trails and all the little sound effects when you walk on the different materials. I mean, it definitely makes it easier for me as far as to know where I've walked already for at least a little bit. I try to cover as much ground as I can. Since a lot of the things you can't even see poking up from the snow. So you really just have to accidentally walk into it. My guess, rumor, is that there is that one guy who, like, I really appreciate this when I'm playing a game, so I'm gonna make sure that it is in this game. I really think it's neat when games does that, so I'm gonna make sure to put it in. Also, +5 is perfectly pleasant. It's perfectly pleasant. Exit is impossible. Confirm.
Oh.
The house is completely snowed in. It does not look like we shall be going anywhere. Snow is still falling and I'm hardly dressed for the occasion. Perhaps Madame Wonderbush has finished her breakfast and is ready to answer my questions. I mean, look at this. Those ankles and those shoes out in that snow. No way he would be able to go back inside without warming up and changing clothes. While I must speak with Madame Wonderbush, I should really take this opportunity to talk to Mademoiselle Rihanna in the kitchen. Huh. Is this the kitchen? That's to the salon. Excuse me then. Don't mind me. I'm heading to the kitchen apparently. Oh. Or I'm not. There was no... There's to the kitchen. There we go. Let's see. There she is.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
Wonderful and modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, Mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Very well then. Good on you, girl.
Très bon, mademoiselle.
You have been with the Vandenbush family for quite some time.
That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Not a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Oh, trust me, he will. He'll get there. In the years to come, he'll get there.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, we may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
I understand you took some ice to the Major yesterday.
I did. Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Strange. Monsieur Sterling told me it was the Major that requested the ice.
How was the Major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Come on.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever.
Okay.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Also, you're making cookies. Now I want cookies. Even though I just had some the other day. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. You say that, but have you really looked? What was the thing over here? There was something. Something glowed over here. There we go. Pots and pans. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. I mean, cookies are great. But yeah, I had one packet of ready-made cookie mix where you just add like the water and the butter and the eggs. From my trip to the States. So it was the last batch of pumpkin cookies. Now I can't have any more until next time I get hold of that cake mix. Because I'm not making it my own. Making it from scratch is too much work.
Bonjour, madame. May I offer my condolences for your loss?
Thank you, Detective, but they are not necessary. What can I do for you?
I was hoping you would be prepared to answer some questions.
If I must.
Why would someone want to kill the Major?
I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
Fair enough.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps someone had grown tired of dealing with it.
You suggested why someone might kill him, but who do you believe would do it?
Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday, he would be my first suspect.
I see.
You heard them yourself.
How could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
I didn't think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, Detective.
Accepted. Although I must learn more of this argument, it is not Madame that I expect the answers to come from. Rather Monsieur Becker's. He has a great deal of explaining to do. A letter was found in the Major's study.
I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Oh, he told you about it, did you?
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Not really, no.
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, Detective?
How do you think the Major came to have the letter?
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of getting some sympathy from me.
And the other letters?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
I did not expect Madame Wonderbush to be so blunt with her thoughts toward the Major. I was under the impression there was more to their friendship, not less. It's quite a nefarious plan that Madame has laid out for the Major. I'm not sure I can believe he would go to such lengths of deceit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Angeline will have an opinion on the matter. I'd like to ask you about Monsieur de Silva.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now, and while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. de Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. de Silva was the voice of reason that my husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
I see.
Merci, madame. I shall not bother you any further.
I've gathered all I need from Madame Vandenbush and Mademoiselle Rihanna. I should return to the Great Hall. Return we shall. Do they even look properly over here, though? Just for the fun of it, let's look at the bust. Madame Vanderbush's collection of art extends further than just paintings. I'm assuming it's the same thing for every bust I see. The windows are probably all the same. It's busts. We've already read the drink globe once. Oh, then there was nothing else. Nothing new. Beside the bust. Let's see. I wanted to ask you about your opinion on something.
Is there something I can help you with, detective?
But apparently I don't wish to do so yet. So let's see. Is it because I have deductions to make instead? I have one. But only one. That seems a bit odd. Cassandra believes the major was the blackmailer. Angelina attached to the
I cannot
major.
see the logic in this. Perhaps a second...
Oh, no. It's this one, of course. Disputes, and there we go.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Angelina and Cassandra had different impression of the major. There must be a reason for this. And now I get to talk to Angelina.
Is there something I can help you with, detective?
Your mama did not describe her friendship with the major in such a positive light.
You have got the wrong end of the stick, detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that.
Haha!
It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that.
Was the major aware you had paid the first blackmail letter?
I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
Yes.
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the major? I am not so sure.
I mean, maybe not, but still. Oh, it's very contrived. It's just not, it's not the weirdest thing that would end up being true. The more I think on Madame's story, the more ridiculous and obscure it sounds. But that does not mean it can't be ruled out.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Hello, other people I haven't talked to.
Bonjour, Monsieur Damir.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
The truth, monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
After investigating the crime scene yesterday, I asked Monsieur Sterling to move the body.
Archibald came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
Okay.
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done, although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
At the sight of the body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zachariah took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night.
That doesn't sound good. While in the study, I noticed the Major's safe was locked. Would you know who has access?
Felix and Madame van den Bosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm aware. Oh, and Archibald. I'm sure I heard Felix asking him to return something to it once.
It would make sense that the butler has access to the safe. Wonder why Mr. Sterling did not mention this previously. Have you spoken with your brother this morning?
I have not seen him since last night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
I imagine the alcohol will have acted as a sufficient sleeping aid.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
He's falling apart! He's a broken, drunken mess!
I worry that may not be the case, monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
He's still talking about it? I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that.
Merci, monsieur.
I might as well talk to you before I go and find the safe.
I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
I am afraid not, Countess. With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
Well then, detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
Excuse me? I demand to know who gave you permission to see the Major's body.
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Oh, please, detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help. Even if it has been some years.
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time.
Well, since you now said it, what did you discover?
A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
I pride myself on order and method, and this is far from either. A suspect in a murder investigation has examined the very victim they are suspected of killing. It's like something out of a crime novel.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. More a sign of defense than attack. If I had to say what weapon was used, a small sharp knife or dagger.
This may confirm my suspicion of the Major's knife being used to kill him.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. Your involvement has already tainted my investigation.
You are welcome, detective.
When my superior officer hears of the goings-on in this house, I will surely be seeing the green fields of the countryside once more. I must do all I can to redeem the reputation I have worked to build, starting with finding the killer.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
Indeed. Definitely breaking the fourth wall there, but doesn't pertain to my current investigation. But I thought we wanted to go to the office. Oh yeah, we need to talk about the safe first.
Whatever you need, detective.
Your assistance has been most...
But I needed the keys to the safe. Didn't you have those? Or do I need to deduce that you have it before I can ask you about it? See, I want to point out this. Let's see, where is she? Wasn't she here around here? Guess not. Thought we had her as well on this board. But nope. Like, I want to ask about that, and I want to ask about this, but neither one of them seems to be connecting. Also, you're starting to be very suspicious right now, Archibald. The cook says that she brought the ice unrequested. You said it was requested. You were seen bringing whiskey up afterwards. Thereby should be the last person ever to see him alive. Then you don't tell me that you have access to the safe. And then you just go on and dole out people's access to the party. I mean, yeah, Archie has a lot of red flags. It's just, for some reason, Poirot just doesn't even pick it up on the radar. Doesn't even pick it up. Let's see. Come on. Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning for the mayor's blackmail. No, that doesn't seem right. Cassandra... Gideon paid off the blackmail?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I mean, that's what she accused him for. I wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on their relationship than expected. Hello there, lizard. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Sleuthing is going slow but steady. Slow but steady. It's less good sleuthing as far as mechanics go than the other games that I've played so far this month, but I'm intrigued by the story enough to persevere through it and figure out who did the murder. Well, in this case, I'm gonna have to find out both who did the murder and who did the blackmail. Let's see, I'm missing one more link though. Therapist. I mean, that seems to be the only one besides moving the body. Could I contradict this? No.
My little grey silence.
Brothers moved the body. Was shocked?
Come, my little grey silence. Well, let's try seeing if I need it, or if I can just... Can I talk to you and then get authority from you to tell Archibald to open the safe? Was the role of the blackmail letter that caused the tension in Madame and the Major's relationship?
I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware. But I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
What gave you that impression?
There was not one particular thing that she expressed. It was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Well, I need a key from you.
Whatever you need, Detective.
But I'm not allowed to talk to you.
Your assistant has been most...
Which means there is a deduction that I have to do before I get further. Probably up here. Therapy and shock?
What a revelation.
I should have seen that one, honestly. Heard of men returning physically from war, but their minds remain on the battlefield. And now I have to talk to him again. That doesn't help me as far as getting into the safe, though. That doesn't at all help me. Also, I really gotta stop pushing the trigger button to try to get him to walk faster. Doesn't work that way.
If it will help you find the Major's killer, of course.
Your brother was seeing a doctor?
When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
I cannot speak from experience, but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
Okay, so this is before Poirot participated in the wars himself, so we definitely...
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. When I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, it was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
And not at all, Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. Or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them. It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return from the army. I always assumed that he had put the war and everything that came with it behind him and was moving on. Now I see that is far from the truth.
I believe I got enough that is required. Mr. Sterling will be able to assist me in getting access to the major study. Really? That was the thing I needed to get done before I could ask him about the safe? That makes no sense, but oh well. It was completely unrelated.
Whatever you need, Detective.
Now I wish to inspect the major study.
Certainly, Detective.
This time you will open the safe. This room is still a crime scene and should have remained untouched, but it looks as though it has been ransacked. I request Mr. Sterling to have the body wrapped and moved, which has been done, thankfully. What else has gone on in here? Oh, this is horrible. The safe has been absolutely plundered. Someone was obviously looking for something in particular in the Major's documents. These accounts have been thoroughly rifled through. The Major has recently taken out a large loan and the interest rate is astronomical. Addressed to the Major, with no returning address. I must admit, side by side, there is a striking resemblance between Mayor Phil? Perhaps such flattery is the way to win over Madame Bosch. Mother and daughter. How strange, the Viscount was also present in the picture, but has been folded out? I did not think there was any hostility between the Major and the late Viscount. How strange. I could not access this yesterday, but now it's been left wide open. Scratches are obvious around the lock. Someone in this house was eager to see the safe's content. Half-sealed letter addressed to Madame Bosch from the mayor. Not the mayor, the Major. I am not one to read others' private mail, but under circumstances... My dearest Cassandra, It feels as though it has been an age since I have been able to set my eyes on you. A day I have waited for so impatiently. I keep the photograph of us together at the lake close to my heart, always. I cannot wait to see how young Angeline has grown. Her beauty will surely soon reach that of her mother's. I hope the gifts from the Orient reached you fine. They are really something to behold. The work that has kept me away for so long is drawing to a close, and I will be returning to the continent within the month. At your request, I have found accommodation in the city. It pains me to think of being so close and yet unable to be with you every moment, but if it eases your worry, I shall not continue to question it. I will arrange for a visit to the house. An old friend returning will surely raise minimal suspicion. I understand that the Viscount is also currently out of the country. I hope you have not felt the strain of loneliness take over, and it will not be long until we are reunited. Until that day, until the end of mine, my heart is yours. Major Felix Hagen. Seems there is a great deal of Madame van der Bosch and the Major's relationship that she has withheld. It is clear from this letter that their affection for one another has been more than that of friendship for some time. The mention of a young Angeline suggests it may go back as far as 20 years. Wait. Angeline is getting married now? I mean, that's a very old age to get married in, still in let's say 1920s, 1930s. In that picture, she's maybe, what, 7, 8? 20 years ago, that would put her at 28 now. That's fairly old for marriage in that time. Yeah, definitely a spinster at that point. How dare she getting married over past the age of 24? Like, I wouldn't have minded if it was made a point out of it, but is the wallet robbed? Don't get to say. Yeah, there is an old widow who got remarried in one of the first cases. Yes, indeed. I remember that rumor. But this is a talk about a young woman who's just now getting married in a hastened marriage to her apparently first love. And that should not be happening at the ripe age of 27 or 28 in this setting. It's especially not when she's the only child and heiress, and in a family that consider themselves high up on the social ladder. That would be very rare. Very strange. Let's see. The Major confessed his love for Cassandra. But he never sent it. He never sent that. Yeah, that is also a bit out of touch with the period at that time. It would have been more hidden. So I guess if you think about it, it wouldn't be that. I'm more likely to believe that a wealthy family would have kind of just sent their kid to talk to a doctor to just deal with it, and then he leaves and drowns his sorrows in alcohol. That seems more on par. Because it would still be a thing, you just wouldn't talk about it. But the family would still know. I mean, it still exists. So the fact that they just ship him off to a doctor and then expect, no, he's fine now, he talked to a doctor about it once. That part of it makes it more believable to me. It's like we tried to fix this thing. Surely it worked. Surely it can't bother him still. Let's see. The Viscount's image is torn out. Could that be because the Major confessed his love?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
No. Apparently not. The Viscount never told her?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Because it wasn't sent?
Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
Very well. Let's see. What else can we do? What else can we do? There was a loan. We can talk about the loan, surely. High interest rate, large sum.
Closer to my goal.
Like how much? Do you tell? Could it be the large sum for the ransom value, perhaps?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The Major paid the letter that was addressed to him. He must have been worried enough that something would be released to the public, but what? Okay, so he paid for the ransom. We've been a lot of money for him to take. And the interest is high because it's not really it doesn't really have anything of value either, does he? Let's see. Didn't have much to his name. Sure. Empty envelopes. Torn. Can I deduce something from that?
I must act on thought and...
Okay. Apparently not. I would assume that was that someone had stolen the correspondence. Could it be that it is believed was the blackmail, but he paid the blackmail?
Is there something I am...
Huh. That's not it. Because that would have made sense, like you can't be that and the same time have the thingy. Relationship ruined by the blackmail, but the Major cared.
Order and method. That is the way to solve.
Let's see. Maybe we can try Torn with the temper.
Is there something?
It's not working though. Okay, come on. Could we go with Angelina attached to the mirror instead? There we go, that works.
I never doubted myself.
I did. I doubted you plenty of times. The hidden photos of them along with Angelina's attachment to him proves he cared deeply for them. Okay, the mayor cared. No, that's not the mayor. The Major cared. Relationship ruined by blackmail?
I must act on thought and...
Okay. The Major cared. The Major cared with... Cassandra and the mayor's relationship issues?
Some would say a lucky guess.
Okay, so that works.
I would say a moment of genius.
That works. I believe the Major would do everything to remain in the comfortable life he's accustomed to, but would he stoop so low as to fake a blackmail letter? He wouldn't, because he paid his own. That would make no sense.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally
So he has now been
together.
cleared. The evidence shows the Major was not the author of the blackmail letter. The Major was a victim, just like Mademoiselle Angeline. Whoever it is that is penning these letters knows a great deal about many people. I wonder how many may have received similar letters. Excellent. That means we have solved that thing. There's still nothing for us to do there. Still nothing for us to do there. Just more details has been added to the case. The uncertain connection between the Major... I keep saying Mayor. The Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unsolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof, the question of the relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer and a weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insights into the Madame's and Major's life.
Detective Poirot, I have been asked to inform you that Lady Bosch has returned to her room, and she wishes not to be disturbed.
That's a bit of a shame. I was really hoping to disturb her.
Merci. Madame certainly has mastered the art of subtlety.
They may not be the exact words she used, but I'm sure you can imagine. Excuse me, I have some further duties to attend to in the pantry.
Indeed you do. Indeed you do. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to search the top floor now that there's no one to disturb me. There's one room that holds particular interest. Oh, hi, Lohi. Hiya, you're coming to stop by as well now. How did you manage to get up the stairs? I should inspect the storage room while I have this rare opportunity. Let's see. To the storeroom. Reminds you of someone, but you can't think of who, huh? He lacks a lot of the things that make Poirot Poirot. I mean, some of it you can excuse with the fact that, yes, it's supposed to be the younger Poirot. He hasn't experienced all the things that he's will. But I miss clear aspects of his personality already.
Huh.
A collection of children toys, such a shame to see them stored away and not being enjoyed. Considering they have kept it in storage room, they are all in almost perfect condition. My immediate assumption would be they belong to Mademoiselle Angeline. Like, if you look at classical Poirot, there is no way he would walk outside in the snow in just the shoes, because he's so petulant about not getting his shoes dirty at any cost. There's no way he would just wade into the snow. Absolutely not. The man cares about his appearance. Everything has to be pristine. Everything has to be in top shape.
Aha.
Oh yeah, you mean the character art. I'm not getting either of Johnny Depp or Orlando Bloom. That face. The lone storybook rests here. It's obviously been read a great number of times, judging by the condition of the spines and pages. I am perhaps not the target demographic, but I understand it to be quite popular among the younger audience. To the real lady of the house, happy birthday. Watching you grow into a proper young lady has been more than words can describe. All my love, Felix. I would not have expected to find such a heartfelt message written by Monsieur Hagen, and to Mademoiselle Angelina. Is this the usual inscription you would find from a family friend? Is it now that we found that Felix is her real father? Cannot seem to get a straight answer from anyone regarding the Major. I know he's been friends with Madame van der Bosch for some years, but I must find out if it has anything more. Let's see. Children toys. Gift from the Major. The Major cared.
Order and method.
Huh.
That is the way to solve the problem.
I mean, if she likes Strange, then obviously she's the guilty one, and there can't be any disclaimer there. If she likes Strange, then she's a murderer. That's the thing we've learned lately. Let's see, if it's not that... innocent, high interest rate, large sum. Angelina attached to the mirror, resided. Okay, but if he's resided and then high interest rates because he can't afford to live anywhere else.
What a revelation.
Seems the Major has lived rather comfortably in the Van den Bosch house for many years. The Major depends on Cassandra's accommodation. Talk to Angelina about it. Very well, we can do. It's gonna have to be one of the first things I get to know about people now. Do you like trains? Okay, stay away from me. I'm suspicious of you. Just more paintings. I guess I can look at them, but a painting of an atmospheric forest scene. This artist captured the ambience of the forest perfectly. Just they don't have any impact on the story whatsoever. Painting of a majestic mountain, the tip of which pierces the clouds above. The attention to detail is blah blah blah. Absolutely fantastic. Could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of the characters within these books. Adventure books? Oh no, mystery novels. I'm sure there's an achievement for looking at all the paintings. It's just not what I'm looking for right now. Time to speak with Mademoiselle Angelina again. She should be able to give us the valuable pieces of this puzzle. Indeed she should.
Detective Poirot, are you any closer to uncovering the truth of Felix's involvement with the letters?
Indeed. Indeed I am.
I am, mademoiselle. I can confirm that he was not the author of the blackmail letters.
So the author is still out there?
Oui, but it will not be long before they are apprehended, and the only letters they shall be penning will be from behind iron bars.
Your confidence is rather assuring. Thank you, Detective.
Your comment about the current guest stayed with me last night.
I'm sorry, Detective. I did not intend to leave your mind so full of thoughts.
No apology is required. It actually made me question my whole chain of thinking. What if there had been a collusion between them, and the Major's murder was planned, organized, and orchestrated to make the investigation seem almost impossible?
Oh my, detective, that is quite a theory.
Every guest has a motive. You confirmed that with the mention of Mademoiselle Conrad and the Major's fight. Supplying one another with a rock-solid alibi would surely throw off any detective.
It could very well be. It could very well be that she is that, and then that's the blackmail secret. Because that would ruin her. That would ruin the family.
But not you.
Correct, mademoiselle. It would take much more to stamp Detective Poirot.
Yes, like not giving him proper directions to his rooms. While searching the storage room, I found a book that I assume was a gift from the Major to you.
I haven't seen that book in so long. Yes, it was a gift for my 10th birthday. I have read it from cover to cover countless times. He left such a lovely inscription too.
And you did not find that inscription weird at all?
It sounds as though there is a side to the Major I did not get to see. Was it common for him to bring you gifts?
Not common, but if he had been away for some time, he would bring me a small memento from his travels. He hasn't done that in some time, though.
The toys that were with the book, were they also a gift from the Major?
They were. I'm afraid they may have gathered some dust being in the storage room for so long. I kept them in hope of giving them to my child when the time comes.
It sounds as though he had always cared about you.
His presence at the house was comforting for us both after Father died, even if sometimes he was a little too overprotective.
Definitely the real father. You spoke last night of the Major's support of your mama.
That's right. Ever since I can remember, Felix has been around.
You can't be in that laptop right now. I'm playing. Yeah, there's no room for you then.
It seems as though she has a number of support networks. The Major, her friendship with the Countess, not forgetting Monsieur da Silva.
Maman has many friends. I know how she may seem to most, but once you break the hard shell...
There is a further shell waiting to be broken.
Oh, very good, detective.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. I only jest.
It's quite all right. You're not the only one that feels a razor tongue. She's grateful you are here, especially now, whether she shows it or not.
I'm still yet to see this version of Madame that Mademoiselle Angeline speaks of. I'm not sure I will get my hopes up for a budding friendship. Speaking with the Countess yesterday, she did not have the greatest opinion of the Major.
They have often come to blows when it concerns Maman. They are both trying to protect her, but they themselves cannot seem to get along.
She spoke of his desire to join the, how do you describe it? Social elite.
This isn't the first time she has vocalized that concern. She thinks the Major was just using our family name to make his way to the top.
And you do not agree?
I will not deny he has shown interest in Maman's social circles, but they have been friends since even before I was born. Surely all those years of friendship was not just to raise his social standing.
Mademoiselle Angeline obviously does not believe what the Countess had to say about the Major. Perhaps it's jealousy that drives the scandalous theory. If I may be so bold, did the Major contribute to the house?
How do you mean, detective?
I imagine a house of this size is rather costly, keeping it in the immaculate condition it is in.
Maman looks after the financial side of the house, but I think she has had to ask him more than once for a contribution of sorts. It is not for me to get involved.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Everything that is needed to push Madame Van den Bosch on her secret. Okay. So do we go and confront her? Intruding in a lady's bedroom. Very unrefined, Poirot, but oh well.
Detective Poirot, what do you think you are doing in here?
I have something I wish to discuss with you.
Well, I hope it is important enough to justify barging into one's bedroom.
I assure you it is.
Good, because this has gone on far too long. We are snowed in this house while a murderer runs amok.
I can understand your frustrations, but it is not as simple as...
You were once an incompetent officer, and now it seems you are just as incompetent as a detective.
If I was not being lied to and misled at every turn, perhaps the murderer would already be in custody.
I hope you are not suggesting I had something to do with Felix's murder.
I am suggesting that if I had the support that everyone claims they are offering, we would be in a very different situation.
If you have something you want to ask, I suggest you ask me now.
I would like to ask you about a letter I found in the Major's study. Or I was not aware the Major had been so close to your daughter. Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
We met before Angeline was born, so he was often at the house when she was growing up.
And where was it you two met?
I was attending an event. Felix was also in attendance as a serving officer. A conversation was struck.
So it was not through the Viscount that you two met?
I did not require my husband to start conversations on my behalf.
It was you that instigated it then?
My, detective. That active imagination of yours has taken you on quite some journey.
Madame is attempting to deflect from a subject she obviously does not feel comfortable discussing. I would like to ask about a letter I found.
I'm sure he has hundreds of letters in there. Most of them could and should have been thrown away a long time ago. You are going to have to be more specific.
I refer to the letter addressed to you. The one of a romantic nature.
Romantic nature? Please, detective. Felix did not have a romantic bone in his body.
He made his intentions quite clear in the letter. I must admit I myself was surprised.
You really do have quite the active imagination, detective. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But I can assure you, the Major did not think of me that way, and certainly did not include it in a letter.
You're throwing a bit of a fit about being ignored. You are, aren't you? Very well. Let's see how we can combine this. The late Viscount and the Major were surely friends then.
Edwin spent much of his time away on business before Angeline was born. Felix was a welcome distraction from the loneliness of the house.
Oh dear. How did you get this many sticks into your fur? Even up you go. Really isn't enough room for both of us in this chair, but oh well. I will trust you to be able to hang on.
You were alone in the house.
The staff continued their duties, of course, but trying to get any sort of sophisticated or cultured conversation from them was like drawing blood from a stone.
And when Angeline was born?
Edwin remained at home. It was his duty as a father.
And the Major?
He had his own business and life to tend to, but we remained in touch via letter. Around the time of Edwin's passing, Felix had relocated to the area.
Uh-huh. Oh, perfectly coincidence, that one. Madame is incredibly coy and brief with information she offers. But with the Viscount's death, considering with the Major's return, surely a mere coincidence is far too fetched.
I think that is all for now.
It's too far-fetched,
Merci, madame.
not far too fetched. Okay, I am gonna have to readjust here. I am gonna have to readjust you. There. That should be fine. Playing and dealing with the dog at the same time. Not ideal. But when dog insists, dog insists. Oh, 2 more things that needs to be connected. Let's see. Let's see here what we have. Let's see. Okay. And Major returned after the Viscount's death. Let's see. Claims the Major didn't love her, but very much confessed his love in her in the letter.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Huh.
Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me. This will not get me any close.
This one? No, because I had that for longer. So it can't be that. It can't be that. It must be something to do with this. The Major returned after the Viscount's death. Combine that with the birthday gift, perhaps? Was that also after the death?
Magnifique.
I don't understand why the Major confessed his love for Cassandra and Cassandra claims the Major didn't love her, why that wouldn't be a thing, but oh well. With the Viscount gone, the Major stepped up and acted as a fatherly figure to her. And let's see. Let's see. Hasn't helped the house financially. That's new. Let's see. Claims he didn't love her. Surely you wouldn't just let someone you didn't love just live off you for years.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
To me, that makes sense. Like, if you're gonna argue against someone saying that they don't love someone, well, you've been letting him live here for fairly little amount at least. I don't care how good of a friend he is. There's at one point you'll kick them to the curb. I am very stumped on this. Yeah. If you ask him to start paying rent, then yeah, sure. By all means, let that friend stay there. But just, you know, keeping them around without nothing. So I would say that goes against that, but Cassandra denies the Major had feeling for her, but let us... Well, no, that's what I'm not really what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying is that I think she has feelings for the Major. conflicting opinions. Major was around but didn't pay anything.
I must take a different approach if I am...
I am indeed Wick, but not John. We believe they definitely met before Angelina was born. Yes, they've known each other longer than she has been alive. That's correct, Lamb. I mean, and that is very, very kind of you, Blobber, but I'm assuming that if the friend remained living with you for 20 years, at one point there would be a question like, okay, but is this just a long-term thing now? At one point that conversation would have to be had. And apparently he's been just living with them for I don't know how many years. At least 10. Yeah, see, after a couple of months, but this is talking about 10 plus years. Surely at that point it becomes like, yeah, I get that we're good old friends and everything, but that money, that rent. I feel like this is the key, but I don't know what to connect it with, is the thing. Cassandra met the birth, no. I feel like none of these really express what I want to say. I want to confront her about her relation, like her feelings. Not his feelings. But I don't seem to be able to have that. I don't seem to have anything that says anything about her feelings. Which is a bit weird. Seems a little bit weird. Could we then ask why he has a picture of her?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay, so that works. It's obvious that the Major cared for Cassandra. That is no surprise to anyone. Okay. Very well. Now talk to Cassandra again? Okay, fine. We can confront Cassandra again about that.
Is this really necessary?
Apparently so. If you're correct and the Major had no romantic feelings toward you, why would he keep a photograph of you and Mademoiselle Angeline hidden?
He may have stayed in my home, but Felix was a grown man, Detective. What he kept, hidden or otherwise, has nothing to do with me.
But it does not surprise you that he had such a photograph?
We have been friends, and he has been there for Angeline for many years, but you find it strange that he keeps a reminder of us? Perhaps that says more about you, Detective.
What I do find strange is that if he did hold a flame for you, why he would never express it.
If he did, it was not reciprocated. I have not even considered another since my husband's passing. Not that it is any of your business.
Okay, now we get to it. Now we get to it.
All for now.
Because now you gave me what I wanted. You gave me your feelings on the matter. And then I can contradict that to the fact that you let him live there for rent-free. There.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
As much as she tries to deny it, Cassandra shared the Major's feelings in some capacity. Otherwise, you would have brought it up.
Is this really necessary?
It's very necessary. Who shown why Cassandra has housed the Major for so long?
Who I allow in my house is none of your business. I do not have to explain anything to you.
I did not think you were one for charity.
I would not expect you to think much of anything. There is no need to talk on it any further, but I'm sure you will remember that, financially speaking, we have had our issues.
1 second. Well. You go. Behave. It really isn't warm enough outside for me to be able to sit here with the balcony door open, but oh well, I'll persevere. I have all the evidence I need to confront Madame Van den Bosch. It is my approach to the questions that I must consider. She will no doubt be defensive when pushed, but that's maybe the only way, as she will not give up information she does not want too easily. Also, please do let me know if noise from outside becomes an issue, because in that case I'm gonna have to readjust the situation here. Let's see. There, let's go with suggestive, sure.
Need I repeat myself, Detective? There is no need to talk any more on the subject. Men and women can remain friends without any romantic involvement. I'm sure you are aware of that.
Sure.
Your insistent questioning on such trivial matters are getting on my last nerve. There is a murderer and a blackmailer to be found. That is your job here.
Okay. Because now the kid is very much loudly crying, so I'm gonna have to do something with that. Give me 1 second. I did not get a family for Easter, however, my neighbors decided to have friends over with added kids. And they were outside playing, and the kids fell over, and now it's a lot of crying. A lot of crying. Unfortunately, since they have guests over, that also probably will have a barbecue, and that means that we're gonna have to deal with the smell of that. Oh well, I have leftovers. The dogs will suffer more than I. Let's see. His declaration of love meant nothing to you then? Judging by the Major's words in the letter, it was not only one that he sent declaring his love, n'est-ce pas? Sure, let's go with that.
How many times do I have to tell you? There was no romantic feelings between us. I have grown weary of this conversation, Poirot. There is nothing more to say.
Just admit it. There is something about your relationship that you are obviously refusing to elaborate on. The love, the housing. Let's go with direct.
I have
Oh,
explained this
darn
to
it.
you already. You really are trying my patience.
Now
Madame,
I'm gonna have to
you
redo
continue to
that.
withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my...
Yeah. Come on, let's get this over with and restart it. squish
Who I
on
allow
why
in
she
my
does. Indeed, we have already read this. Suggestive was for the first one.
My men and women.
And then suggestive for the second
How
one.
many times do I...
And then forceful instead. Your continued reluctance to answer my question, the defensive nature suggests that there were shared love between you. There we go.
Madame, you continue to
Indeed,
withhold
the
the
trap
truth.
card.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
If only you were this focused on finding the blackmailer and...
Yeah, because this is definitely not what the blackmailer is blackmailing you for, is it?
Madame.
Very well. I did not lie about how we met. I was attending an event, raising money for... Oh, I cannot recall now. It had been some time since I had returned home, and was rather missing English soil. I was aware of Felix's invitation, or at least that there was to be several British officers attending the party, and that is where our friendship began. He was a warm reminder of home, and I enjoyed conversing with him. We shared walks in the park and read together. As I said, he was a welcome distraction from the days spent alone. I shall go no further with the details, but I will say, I had no intention on being unfaithful to my husband. It was never our plan to go that far. Once I found out I was pregnant, I knew it had to stop.
Knew it.
The Viscount never questioned Mademoiselle's birth?
In his mind, he had no reason to, and he shouldn't have had to. It was my mistake to bear. If he knew the truth, our lives would have been ruined. I told Felix that he was to stay away, but he had no intention to. He became an uncle figure to Angeline, and they grew closer after Edwin's death. I could not tell her the truth. Too much time had passed. The secret remained only between him and I. Until now.
Yes, Cassandra is Angeline's mother. It's just the father is no longer the Viscount that is dead. It was now the Major who was just murdered.
And what were the Major's thoughts on revealing the truth?
It's quite a scandal. Quite a scandal.
He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her to know exactly who he was. But I told him no. It would not have been the poignant reconciliation that he expected. She would not understand.
So tell me about the letters.
I tried to retrieve them from the safe after everyone had retired last night. But when I opened the safe, they were nowhere to be found. I assumed he must have hidden them somewhere else.
When I entered the study this morning, they were as visible as a red notice on a police station wall.
I would appreciate if you did not compare them to the face of a wanted felon.
Pardon, madame.
But that does mean someone else in the house has seen them. I don't understand. Why would they return them?
A mystery that is still yet to be solved.
Madame was beaten with the safe by another. It seems we also have a thief within these walls to add to the list of criminals. But a thief that returns their spoil. Can I assume this is the secret that has been used for ransom?
It must be. But I have told no one.
Someone has clearly figured it out.
And the Major?
Felix promised me he wouldn't tell a soul, and I believed him. But even if he wanted to.
If the Major had let slip even once throughout the years, perhaps in an intoxicated state, it is a secret that many would seek an opportunity to gain from.
You did not think anyone knew, and that is why you disregarded the letter.
Could be, but that seems plausible. That absolutely seems plausible. I don't see how he would have a motive for it. I would assume at that point it would be more like, hey, how about you stop having a problem with the wedding and my brother's happiness, and I won't tell anyone that you're really her father. And then you kind of square that family thing, and rather than asking for the 5,000 franc. Also, I can't quite see how the brother would need the money from his brother's fiancée and would bother her. I mean, I guess it's possible. I just don't quite see why. But I can definitely see how he would be the one to know about it, for sure.
If you bow to these criminals, they will only try to claw more from you.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of the relationship must be asked. No, this is what we just finished, though. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. We just found out what the secret was. And now I have a blackmailer and a murderer and a weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. This is the wrong dialogue for this scene. This is definitely... Someone has messed up here and put in the wrong dialogue. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insight into the Madame and the Major's lives. I had my suspicions that Madame van der Bosch and the Major shared a romantic relationship, but I did not expect the revelation of his connection to Mademoiselle Angeline. Everyone else did. I'm now one of the very few that hold Madame's secrets. You're falling further and further behind, Poirot. Keep up. I mean, the butler could still be a suspect, though. The butler had the key to the safe. The butler sees plenty of things.
Detective Poirot, how is your investigation coming?
Don't see why he would blackmail, though, but... well.
Monsieur Sterling, I must admit, I have learned much more than I was expecting to.
You'll be wrapping the case up soon, then.
One has never finished learning, monsieur, and in this case, I shall need to continue if I am to find the Major's killer.
It might help to vocalize your thinking. I'm all ears.
Oh, this is very suspicious. Oh, this is very suspicious to me. Yes, please tell me everything, Mr. Detective, because surely you are finished soon. Mr. Sterling offers an interesting concept. If I was to state the current position of my investigation while holding back certain facts, the guilty parties may realize I'm hot on their heels and reveal their hand.
Monsieur, would you gather the guests and staff in the salon?
Right away, Detective. Can I ask for what reason?
I shall reveal all once everyone is together.
It's the parlor scene. Gotta be the parlor scene. But is it the first of 2, or is it the big one?
Detective, what is the meaning of all this?
Madame, I ask that you all lend me your ears for only a few moments. What I have to say is of great significance to everyone. You are all invited here to celebrate the engagement of Mademoiselle Angeline van den Bosch and Monsieur Gédéon Demire, the coming together of two prevalent families. But the celebrations were short-lived, as Major Felix Egan was found dead in his study by a young servant of the house. It then became my responsibility and obligation as a detective to uncover the truth behind his demise. My initial examination of his study exposed a number of things I did not expect to find. Things I have no desire to divulge at this time, but what I can say is this. It was no simple murder. A letter demanding ransom for a continued silence confirmed this. I am sure some, if not all of you, have heard whispers of a series of blackmails that have plagued the social elite in recent weeks. After hearing of the letters in the Major study, you may ask if it was him behind the letters. You may further ask if he was preparing his next threat to another unsuspecting victim. It is a question that crossed even my mind. That was until I sought the truth. That in fact it was the Major that had fallen victim to our blackmailer Mystérieux. Last night I spoke with you all, confirmed your whereabouts in the house over the course of the evening, and while I would have expected such questioning to reveal a potential suspect, what I learned was that it could not have been one of you.
What do you mean, not one of us? The man was stabbed. He hardly did that to himself. There is still a killer in the house.
Pardon, monsieur, if you would allow me to finish. It could not have been only one of you. Rather a partneria, a partnership, in cahoots, if you will. Conversations today have revealed facts that I was not expecting to discover.
So why are those flowers in the background
they
moving?
have muddied and complicated my investigation. What I must do to bring the guilty parties to justice has become clearer. Those of you that spun stories in an attempt to confuse and derail my investigation have made a grave mistake in underestimating my intelligence. Other detectives may fall for such deception, but I can assure you, Detective Poirot is no such fool. My investigation is far from over, and swift justice shall be dealt to those that have committed such
It's really
appalling
distracting
acts
when you
and have
notice it.
continued to mislead and lie to protect themselves. Now, I must continue mon enquête, and I shall leave you to consider that you may be beside a cold-hearted killer. Bonsoir.
Also, by the way, the flowers are haunted.
Un moment.
Quite the speech, detective.
Merci, but it was not made to entertain, more to warn the guilty parties that I am hot on their heels, no matter how clever they believe themselves to be.
Well, if there is anything I can do.
I do, however, notice that it's getting quite late. I've been at it now for 9.5 hours, and I am in desperate need of food. So I believe that this is gonna have to become a two-parter, and I'm gonna have to finish this tomorrow. Because I won't be able to do this in one sitting, it would seem. So I am gonna have to call it. It is indeed time to go pet the dog, have some food. I luckily have leftover lasagna, so that should be tasty. However, thanks to everyone who stopped by and caught part, or even more impressive, the entire thing so far. I'll have to find a time to continue this. Most likely I will just do the same time slot tomorrow and just complete it then. Hopefully it's not too much left, so that I can still get in the demos I had planned later for that day, but we'll see what happens. Regardless, enjoy the rest of your day, and until next time, goodbye.